What do they have to say?
We're just asking about.
Charts. Hopefully you sung my praises.
Oh, of course I did.
games as they do at Scarborough a year, and you were so dependent on the weather. You know, a lovely sunny day. Probably a few people actually listening to us now in the area would be thinking, I've got to get along there. Look, they're really talking it up. The sun's shining, the ice creams are out, and wearing my shorts that I haven't worn since last year. You know, and along they come. And let's hope it gets a bit warmer this afternoon.
Murtagh begins a new over from the lake end, and it's defended by Shan Masood back towards the bowler. There is at least one group of school children in over on the far side to our left. Good to see. I know they've been inviting schools to various games in the county championship this season. Derbyshire, they formed a little guard of honour as the players, the umpires, and the fielders, the umpires, and the batsmen walked out at the start of play, which is great to see. Umpires were high-fiving the youngsters. This next delivery is driven for four, backward of square this time by Shan Masood. It's hit the boundary rope now. Perhaps a little edgish, but always along the floor. And he moves on to 39 of Derbyshire's 40 without loss.
Yeah, Murtagh will count that as a minor success, I think. Missed the absolute middle of the bat.
He has got an enormous middle, that bat of his.
Yeah, the kids with their red tops on over the side. One or two of them have got just got the white shirt off, not got the sweater on.
Next delivery from Murtagh, a swing and a miss, and that's a horrible shot from Shan Masood. Not entirely sure, but he was trying to smash it into the offside, but it wasn't great. Not great at all.
Hand came off the bat as he went through, and I think that's going to keep Gully interested if he's going to play a few of those.
As I say, his strike rate's extraordinary for the championship. And about 70 for the campaign.
Max Holden has now gone a little deeper at Gully.
As Murtagh is in again, and that's better. Pushing it out in between the two men on the offside. They might get a couple here as Stoneman slides in. Stops the ball with his left hand and throws it in with his right. Two more to Masood, who moves on to 40. 41, 42 without loss. His current strike rate is in excess of 114 for this innings, which is ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. It'll never catch on. That's why the longer he's out there, the more chance Derbyshire have got of building something in this game. He pushes this next one, almost falling into the offside really. Pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. The fielders go through that elaborate, making sure everybody gets an early touch almost of the ball. Everybody seems to have touched it. On its way back to the far end, Ethan Bamber just having a little inspection of the ball before passing it on to Tim Murtagh. But I think it went to Roland Jones before it went to Murtagh. So they've all had a look. Sort of spherical and red. Simpson crouches. Murtagh is in, and he's beaten him. He's beaten him. That was a terrific delivery from Tim Murtagh. He went forward, Shan Masood, went past the edge of the bat. He fell forward and was a little bit concerned that Simpson might roll the ball towards the stump, so he scampered back into his ground. Simpson held on to the ball, but that is the best ball we've seen in the morning so far. 42 without loss, 41 of them to Shan Masood.
Yeah, plenty of encouragement there for the seam bowlers. Certainly picked the right attack on this wicket, you would think, Middlesex, with this battery of fast medium. I mean, I never understand what the difference is. Fast medium or medium fast. No. You see, I would always reckon that we'll come back to that after this first ball from Ethan Bamber bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I suppose it's depends which way around you do your descriptions, doesn't it? But fast, medium. To me, that would be a medium pace bowler who's, you know, a bit quicker than medium pace.
Oh, I medium around.
Yeah, exactly. You see, yeah. Medium fast would be a fast bowler who's, you know, he's not out and out fast. He's faster than fast medium.
Look, he's faster than he looks, whatever that means.
Bamber bowls again, and defensively Godalming into the offside.
Don't forget the heavy ball as well.
Something I've learned since spending a bit of time in Thailand is that the English language is one of the few that actually puts the description in front of the noun.
So it would be a ball heavy there, wouldn't it?
It would be a ball heavy. They have a bar beer, which is a beer bar.
Yeah.
A door green, and that's the same in a lot of languages. And that next delivery is through outside
the door
we
green
always do it. We always do it the other way around. So I don't know. Do they do that in French? La porte vert? I don't know. That's the extent of my French.
No, it's very
language.
good. No, very nice. Yeah.
But,
highly erotic.
So it depends which way round you do it, I suppose. and which is the verb, and which is the adjective, and which is the noun. Never did all that stuff. Didn't go to a posh school.
I'm not going there.
Is Bamba bowling and covering up defensively again. Godalming not adding to his one.
I did go to quite a posh school. My headmaster was Guy Willett, who played for Derbyshire. And was Derbyshire president and chairman and all sorts of things. After he retired from school, played for Scotland, Guy Willett.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we knew he played for Scotland, but we had no idea it was county cricket.
Bamba bowls, and he's tucked that one away down in the direction of long leg. Picks up his second run. Does Godalming. 43 now on the board, 41 to Masood.
I spend the first half hour that I'm not broadcasting, I might be going back to the car to get my coat.
I think you might have to.
It's not warm at all, is it?
Being a professional myself, I bought the coat just in case, because it was quite warm when we arrived here.
Yes, it was nice earlier on. Glorious at 7 o'clock.
But that
wind is starting to get up, as you can hear from the gazebo rattling around us.
Hopefully the clouds will make their way across the ground. Clear and bring a bit of blue sky, but the bowlers won't mind this.
No, indeed.
Now, for the first time, we've got Bamba bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Masood in. Tucks him up, big appeal for LBW, but didn't look right from here. We're not quite in line. It looked a little bit high, and it looked as though it might just be going down. But of course, any chance of removing Masood, and they were going to have a big shout for it. Not out at the end of the over, 43 for naught. You were just telling us about your old headmaster?
Well, yeah, Guy Willett. Yeah, no, he was a terrific bloke. And David Griffin, obviously the Derbyshire's photographer, statistician, historian, knew him well because I think he was probably the chairman of the club when David started watching Derbyshire full time, as it were. Says he always used to do at least 2 circuits of the ground every day, and was more than happy to chat to supporters, which is always a good thing, I think. Murtagh begins a new over to Godalming, who drives it straight, and they scamper through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps from Bamba, which doesn't trouble the stumps at all. And Billy Godalming is creeping upwards. He's moved on to 344 without loss. He needs a big score at some point very, very soon, Billy Godalming, you think. Lewis Rees sort of breathing down his neck, although not really, because I can't imagine he's going to lose his place in the side as the captain, as the next delivery from Murtagh is pushed into the onside by Shan Masood, and there's no run. But Lewis Rees, I know for a fact, wants to get back to opening the batting, because the arrival of Shan Masood and the fact that Billy Godalming is the captain means limited opportunities to do that at the moment. He opens the batting in T20 with Masood. Well, I'm not sure whether that would be such a good idea, because in successive matches last week, they ran each other out rather bizarrely. Here's Murtagh again, bowling to Masood, who pushes it out into the offside. And again, there's no run, fielded by Stoneman. Jay Dernbach just walked across us there, former Derbyshire man, of course. Well, 2 T20s a couple of years ago when he came up on loan from Surrey, perhaps 3. Certainly didn't play here for the county. I think he was desperate to get it back into Surrey's T20 side at the time, but I don't think the loan spell at Derbyshire did him any favours. Murtagh in again, and Masood plays it straight back to him. Murtagh rolls the ball in the vague direction of the stumps. So collecting it in his follow-through, but Masood would have been back anyway.
This habit of the Middlesex slips, and there was gullies now, very deep gully backward point, sort of running in towards the stumps at the end of each delivery is rather off-putting because you think it's the end of the over.
At Lords, I found it very irritating.
Irritating is probably the better word.
And the clapping in not quite in the batsman's face when there's stuff like that. I'm not thrilled with it. Murtagh bowls that one is clipped into the leg side nicely. Good stop by Roland Jones, tumbling. They do get through for a single. I think it's Roland Jones, isn't it? There.
It is indeed.
Excellent. 45 without loss now. Masood on to 42 from 42 deliveries. So he's slowing down. What's he playing at?
I think after being beaten by that delivery by Murtagh in the last over, maybe he's just thought it's not quite as easy as he thought it was, but still making it look very easy.
Next delivery is to Godleman by Murtagh, and that's pushed into the leg side. Again, it's not the last. Oh, it is the last ball of the over this time. It's absolutely done me. 45 without loss, 42 of them to Shan Masood.
I've got a little tip for you now. I've just worked out during that over.
Go on.
Watch the umpire at square leg. Because they're both left-handed, so he's not going across to the other side for nothing. Which was an oddity yesterday, the Middlesex innings. 9 of the 10 partnerships were left and right-handed.
I hadn't spotted that. I know you spotted it straight away.
Well, not straight away. It was sort of late in the day, wasn't it? So,
very impressive.
It's happened again. In fact, it was that late in the day. It was when Murtagh, a left-hander, was coming out to replace another left-hander.
Quite unusual.
Hold on, it's been right and left-hander all day. Start of a new over. Bamba bowls and a little bit uncertain. There, Masood coming forward and just got all bases covered, really, playing that one with a thick inside half of the bat. 45 for naught. So that, in my book, that makes the Derbyshire bowling effort even better yesterday, bowling Middlesex out for 251, given that all day they were having to change lines and couldn't really get into a rhythm. Well, nearly all day. Bamba bowls again, and that's forced off the back foot or attempted to pierce the cordon of 3. There is a fielder back at what position do we call that? Deep backward point, is it?
Yeah.
It's the old sort of Duncan Fletcher position. I always call that, the one he introduced during the 2005 successful Ashes series that seemed to cut off huge amounts of runs and hadn't really been used before. It's a wide third man, a deep backward point. It's, you know where it is. Bamba bowls and forced into the offside again. I'm not quite sure what that shout was. It was a sort of yeah in the end, but it's a sort of covering both bases there. It sounded like a bit of a nay.
It was an uncertain yes, wasn't it? Well, I think there is one there, but we'll risk it. We'll risk it. And if they both go, if the two batsmen both go.
Club critics say they run each other out last week, as you said. Got to be a little bit wary.
Well, Billy's been involved in a few run-outs over the years with Lewis Rees as well, so I'm not suggesting it's an accident waiting to happen, but sometimes you get that feeling.
Bamba over the wicket to Godleman, who drives nicely, and he'll get 4 runs for that glorious shot. A little bit over pitched outside the off stump and found the gap wide of cover's left hand.
One of Billy Godleman's shots, that. It's an awful lot of runs.
Very good shot.
Yeah, no, he's a fine player. There's no question about it. He's just had a very, very tricky time of it this season. And it's sort of been, his woes have been amplified by how well Masood's gone at the other end, of course. So there's been a huge imbalance.
Bamber again to Godalming, who just allows that one to pass outside off stump. No run to be had there. That rather nice drive, brought the 50 up, 50 for no wicket. So I think it's fair to say that the innings has been dominated by Masood at the moment. 43 of those. My maths is good enough to tell you that that's 86% of the runs. Bamber bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. And the score remains 50 for no wicket. The square leg umpire starts to his walk in, and that's the end. Another Ethan Bamber over.
It's the signal. It's the signal. Yeah, Shan Masood's closing in on 900 first-class runs now for the season. Billy Godalming is 177 at 19.66.
Yeah, it's not good figures, but he is a good player. And,
no question about it. The volume of runs that he's scored over the years for Derbyshire since he came.
And of course, his value to the team in other areas as well. Tim Murter, it's your end, Fletch.
Thanks very much. Bowls to Masood. That's a little uppish, and it's just to the right of Stoneman, I fancy. I don't think it got to him on the full, although he's staying on the ground, which suggests that he's very disappointed that he didn't take the catch, but it was in the air a long, long time, the drive into the extra cover region. Stoneman slowly gets himself up off the floor, and they go through for a single, 51 without loss.
Very close to carrying that one. It might just have sort of got to him on the Yorker, if you like.
Yeah. That was the impression I got, but it took a long time to get up off the floor, didn't he? Murter in again, balls to Godalming, who turns this rather hurriedly into the leg side.
If he had held on to that and the appeal had gone up for the catch, it would have been a tricky one for the umpires to know whether it had been one of those that they replay about a dozen times on the third umpire in a test match.
And have you noticed every time they do that, each time you watch it, it looks less and less like a catch, and then they say, yep, there's a fair catch. What? I think it's very difficult to see if somebody's got their fingers under the ball on grass. Murter bowls to Godalming, who drives to Stoneman, no run.
Stoneman's still not happy with himself.
He's not, is he? I think you're right. I thought it was right on the half volley, almost like he got there just as the ball hit the ground. But from Masood's perspective, it was in the air for far too long, really.
He's possibly just annoyed with himself that he hadn't just gone a little bit quicker, dived a little bit further. I thought, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give me another 5 of those, and I'll catch 3 of them. You know, that's.
Murter is in again to Godalming, and goes back into his stumps and pushes the ball straight into the ground. It bounces out into the offside. There's no run. Middlesex 12th men. Davis is definitely one of them because I can see his name through his blue tabard. And I can't read the other one. Oh no, I know who that is. That's Greatwood. That's who that is. I wouldn't, in all fairness, recognise either of them if they walked up to me in the street, but when they've got names on their backs, it makes it slightly easier. Here's Murter again in, and bowls to Godalming, who again is hurried by that one, fiddles it out backward of square on the offside, and there's no run. I only mention them because they've sort of crossed, as one is always sitting on one of the seats just to our right. In fact, he's going back inside now, Greatwood, but they keep walking in front of Davy Griffin as he focuses his long lens out to the middle. He's not ventured very far from the media area. I'll call it no more than that here at Chesterfield. A row of gazebos. In goes Murter again, and again Godalming looks a little hurried. Ball is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. It's the end of the over.
What are you checking?
Well, I've just been surprised by. I just turned around to see if I could see where Roland Butcher was, and he appears to be about 6 inches behind me, which is good news because I've got to nick off and speak to Ian Sky. Roland will come and join you, DT, and I'll come back after midday.
Thanks very much to David Fletcher, moving laboriously out of the commentary position as only a man of his age and girth can do. 51, and the far older but much nimbler Roland Butcher now about to sit down as Bamber bowls, and that's pushed through the offside. Glorious shot again, just took the ball on the top of its trajectory and just eased it through out to the extra cover boundary. The fielder at deep backward point, unable to get around except to retrieve the ball. And a very good morning to Mr. Roland Butcher, former of this parish, well, not of this parish, but formerly of Middlesex.
David, good morning to you, and yes, great to be with you. I haven't seen you for many, many years, but it's great to be sitting alongside you and actually watching a master batsman at work.
Bamber bowls to Masood, who finds the gap out towards that man at deep backward point, and we'll get a single. Yes, he's quite impressive, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks quality. I mean, the ease of his stroke play, both on the front foot and on the back foot. Not necessarily bad balls he's putting away. You know, the quality of his stroke play is such that even the good deliveries, he's still able to get away with perfect timing. And, you know, he's heading towards another half century. He's scored 300s and 3 half centuries in...
At the non-striker's end now, as that ball is pushed firmly back past the bowler by Billy Godalming. He's going to pick up his second boundary of the day. I think Tim Murty can't quite get there. He gives up the ghost. And Godalming moves to 11. And Shan Masood, who we were talking about, is on 49.
Yeah, and Godalming's drive. Yes, a lovely, great start, really. I think Derby really, when you've got a player like Masood in your side who, you know, puts away anything that is not a perfect delivery, you know, it sets the scoreboard ticking. It means when you're batting at the other end, really, you've just got to stay and admire. And Godalming really has been just hanging in there. I mean, that boundary now takes him on to 11, so that tells you the score is 60, and, you know, all the runs really being scored by Masood, but a good-looking shot there. He was aiming towards the mid-off area.
We'll just pull away from the commentary for a brief moment as I'm about to update listeners. I think on BBC Radio Derby, there will also a possibility that you will only hear a one-sided conversation, for which I apologise, but we can do nothing about it. We are working on the radio after all, but I'll do my best to keep you up to date with anything that happens out on the field of note. While I'm speaking to Ian Sky at the moment, Derbyshire going very nicely at 60 without loss in the 16th over. Shan Masood is 1 away from a half century. Billy Godalming has 11. And there's more runs here for Godalming. Yes, they're going very nicely as well, Ian. Derbyshire, Billy Godalming has just moved on to 14. Shan Masood has 49 off just 48 deliveries, and Derbyshire 63 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 251. It means they've trailed by 188 runs now on day 2, but it's very much been Derbyshire's game so far. A really good bowling performance yesterday, and Shan Masood has come out looking as imperious today as he did yesterday. Just 48 deliveries, as I say, for his 49 not out. He's hit 9 fours. He hit 2 in the first over of this morning's play, and he's just 1 away from yet another half century for Derbyshire. He really is a magnificent batsman who's just been caught at first slip. So there we go. That's not going to work out for him. He had a wild swing at that one outside the off stump, got the edge, and it was taken comfortably at first slip, and Derbyshire lose their first wicket. They're 63 for 1. Oh, considerably more fun. Yes, it's the most fun watching Derbyshire I've had since I started in 2016, to be entirely honest with you. Mickey Arthur effect has been quite remarkable. He's raised the levels of all the players. The addition of Shan Masood has clearly helped that as well. Saranga Lakmal was really good in the opening part of the season. Unfortunately, he had to go back to Sri Lanka having an operation on his elbow. He'll be back next year. And as soon as he went back, they brought in an Australian all-rounder, Hayden Kerr, and he's been playing T20 cricket. He will play some red ball as well. And the whole place, there are smiles on faces and not just in the commentary box. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely have. I'm just hoping you haven't forgotten everything that we've already discussed. But then again, I could start from the beginning and see if you actually remembered anything. If only I could remember what I taught you. Well, interestingly, yesterday, I say interestingly, it was interesting. Every one of the Middlesex partnerships, bar one, involved a left and a right-handed batsman. Now, that means that the bowlers have to bowl different lines, obviously, to the batsman because they want to be bowling outside the off stump, so therefore, to the right hand or the left hand of the off stump swaps around. It doesn't move, obviously, but the batsmen do. So sometimes the bowler will go around the wicket. I don't think we've done this one before. So ordinarily, a right-handed bowler passing to the right of the non-strikers' stumps in their run-up means that they're going over the wicket, and around the wicket means that they'll have the stumps to their left. So they just go either side of the stumps when they bowl. That's effectively what it is. But around the wicket, the stumps are on the right-hander's left-hand side. Yeah? Does that make any sense? But it's the opposite of over the... Around the wicket is the opposite of over the wicket. Yeah, opposite of over the wicket. Yes, no, I'll take your point. I'll take your point on a point of, yes. Yes. If he would ordinarily, I won't tell you what he'd do to a right-hander because that'll complicate it. He might come around the wicket, which means that the wickets when he bowls are on his left rather than on his right. Which side of the stumps you pass before delivering the ball. Yeah, absolutely. Right-hander, the stumps to his left, he's coming around the wicket. Of course, Mark Watt's a left-handed bowler, so the opposite is true in his case.
Murtagh up the hill, bowls to Godalming, and again just watchfully allows that one through to the keeper. And the whole sort of complexion of the game is going to change now because Middlesex will, rather than feeling they've got, they'll be on the front foot more, won't they, after the fall of that wicket?
Very much so. I mean, obviously that breakthrough. More importantly, the player they got out. That's the key. Middlesex will suddenly get some energy, some confidence, and hoping to pick another one up.
Murtagh outside the off stump, and that's driven away firmly, but there's a man back now looking to cut off that boundary, which it does. So they get just the one run to the Derbyshire opener, Billy Godalming, ex of Middlesex, of course, ex of Essex. Been around the traps a bit as Billy, but he's certainly found his home here and put down roots in Derbyshire, a key member of the side. So field now changing round as in comes Murtagh and bowls, and no shot offered to that delivery, as of course it's Brooke Guest, isn't it, who's come in, the keeper who's come in at number 3, is trying to pausing for a minute to work that one out, trying to get the scoreboard up to date as well. My score book, rather. Murtagh. Bowls. And that's padded away. There's an appeal there. That's the right-handed now. Brooke Guest just offered the pad to that one. There's a big appeal, and the umpire might have had a little think about that, depending on how much the ball had come back in. But as a batsman, you'd have been lucky if the finger had gone up for that one, I think, Butch.
Yeah, good shout, but obviously struck outside the line, and umpire deemed it wouldn't have gone on to hit the stumps. But good comeback by Murtagh. Looking at Murtagh, David, as an old Middlesex man yourself.
I never got on the field. Never got on the field like you.
Though, but I mean, you were around Middlesex long enough to know the intricacies of Middlesex. Would you say he looked a little bit like Mike Selvey?
I know what you mean. Similar. He's that very good at you all the time, doing a little bit with it, lots of variations type, isn't he? Like Selv. Doesn't immediately come to mind, but you'd have played a lot with Selv, so he was certainly in his sort of later years. He was an absolute craftsman, wasn't he? With the
obviously he doesn't swing it as much as Selv, but I think similar type of pace is similar action.
Oh, careful, Selv might be, Selv might be listening. You reckon he was a yard and a half quicker than most. Bamber ran the wicket, bowls to the left-hander, Godwin, and that's pushed to extra cover. No run, 68 for 1 then. You'd be in a far better position to judge that, Butch. I would. Yes, I can see the similarities.
Yeah, I think there are lots of similarities between the two.
Both.
I'm not saying that he's as good as Selv, but what I'm saying is there are similarities in the action.
Yeah, Mike Selv has talked very, very highly of Murtagh. Bowls again, and why wouldn't he? That one's we just played the line, or whether that beat him outside the off stump. It's gone through the keeper, no great excitement, so possibly just played inside that one. Myself's a big fan of Murtagh, and the number of wickets he's taken, and the just the craft that he's got, the very fine craftsman, isn't he, Mertz? And just keeps going on year after year. He's 41 next month. Yeah, month after next. He's 41 in August. Bamber bowls, and that's clipped into the onside, and they're through quickly for a single. Murtagh around to field. Looking like a man at least 2 years younger than he is.
Well, I would imagine he's...
Well, what age were you when you gave up?
I gave up at 37, probably a little bit too young, but I think Murtagh's probably taking inspiration from Darren Stevens, who was, I guess when the time he's 50, he'll still be running in.
Yeah, and he's running in as a medium pacer, and he's still scoring his runs, isn't he, Darren Stevens, who, as you say, would be 5 years older than Mertz, I think, 4 or 5 years older. Bamber bowls to the right-hander this time, who pushes that into the offside, and there's no run, bowling to Guest. So he'll go on. I would imagine he'd like to go on for another couple of years. So it's as long as the wickets are, he's still taking the wickets. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, if he can maintain his fitness and keep doing it with the ball, with his experience, he will remain an asset. Even if in a year or two he's not playing as regularly as he is now, still something to contribute.
Bamber bowls, and Guest allows that one through to the keeper. No run there. Yeah, it's not as though he's going to lose any pace, is it?
I don't think he's got much to lose now. I think it's all about know-how, accuracy, experience for him. He's certainly not going to get any quicker at this stage of his career, but obviously still doing a very good job.
Just leaning over at mid-off at the moment, doing a couple of little exercises as Bamber bowls, and that's through. And again, just a little bit of bounce there. And Simpson taking that around sort of shoulder height. The end of Bamber's over, and 69 for 1 with the departure of Masood, caught first slip by Eskenazi off Bamber. Bamber's previous over. I think we would expect to see the scoring slowed down now, and the bowlers have just that little bit more confidence that I think when you bowl to somebody in that sort of form, you've got, even if, as you were saying earlier, even if you bowl a good ball, it can disappear.
Yeah, I mean, you've got very little margin for error. I mean, he obviously is in prime form, and you know, this is not the easiest wicket to play the strokes on. You've got to be in good touch, and you know, now he's gone, we're really going to see a bit of a war of attrition. I think batsmen are going to be more conservative.
Murtagh bowls, and Godalming pushes that through the gap on the offside, start of a new over. Murtagh, interestingly, has been over the wicket to both left-handers, Masood, who's now gone, and Godalming, whereas Bamber came, well, with success around the wicket to bowl to Masood. It's more tactic you see more these days, Butch, than you did maybe perhaps back in the day of fast bowlers going very quickly around the wicket to left-handers. In the old days, it was more sort of something that you perhaps reverted to after a good while. Murtagh bowls to Guest, and Guest is off the mark there, playing that down to backward point. He's going to come back for a second. Well, scampered through. Allowitz down there doing the fielding. 72 for 1.
I think, David, back in certainly the day when I was playing, I think the old pros in the team had more of a say in terms of, you know, how the younger players performed. You know, so they would, I guess, they would frown upon any young man thinking about going around the wicket to the left-hander.
Murtagh bowls to the right-handed Guest, who plays that to mid-off, and no run. You see Test cricket as well, don't you? I mean, almost straight away to some batsmen.
And I think it's spot on because, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense because certainly bowling around the wicket, it means you really don't have to do a lot with the ball. So imagine bowling over the wicket to a left-hander, unless you are hoping the ball back into the left-hander. You know, really the ball is running across him, and you don't have a lot of margin for error.
Murtagh to Guest, and that's played down into the gully, no run. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I think it is same in a way, isn't it, for a left arm bowling round the wicket to a right hander? The ball's coming in rather than angling across.
I mean,
did you used to like facing left armers when they were bowling over the wicket, or was it?
There weren't a lot actually playing. There were more spinners, left armers, but I mean, John Lever comes to mind. But when you think of it, you could scratch your head.
Murtagh to Guest, drives at that one, but doesn't get it past Roland Jones at mid-off.
Yeah. But actually, bowling around the wicket, it means that you actually have to play at more deliveries because you're not absolutely certain whether the ball is going to continue on its line or whether it's going to come into you. Now, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, as I said, unless it's really hooping back in, and which it has to start perhaps outside off stump for you to. So generally, you know, it's going across you, and you can always leave a lot of deliveries.
Murtagh to Guest, and that one is wide outside off stump, and having nothing at all to do with that one allows it through to Simpson. The end of the over. Middlesex staff wandering around the ground. There, the coach,
The think tank.
Bowling coach Jade Dernbach, and Richard Johnson, who must be quite pleased with how this season's gone so far.
Yeah, I think John would be very happy with what's happened so far. I mean, as you know, you've been much closer to it than I have for a number of years, and Middlesex haven't had a tremendous amount of success. So what they're having so far, you'd be quite pleased with.
Certainly the last 5 years, won that title back in, 2016. relegated the following season. Bamber bowls and just hurries Godalming a little bit there. Just very watchfully pushes it into the offside. 72 for 1. 21 to Godalming. Just the 2 runs to guess, the wicket-keeper.
And the runs,
You're looking freezing there. You got your hands inside your fleece you've got on. I'm sure that's not a fleece you bought from Barbados, is it?
It is. Is it? I don't wear it in Barbados.
No. Next ball is driven firmly, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot from Godalming. Again, the fielder placed back there at deep point, deep backward point. Can't get round in time. He's now fished the ball out from behind a row of chairs. You'd never have that on in Barbados, would you?
No, it sits in my wardrobe until I'm ready to come to UK or elsewhere. I was just thinking that the run scoring had really dried up, and then Godalming plays a lovely, expensive off drive, gets himself a boundary, so that will make him feel a lot happier.
I think the backward point has just come a little bit squarer. In response to that, Godalming plays that one next delivery just short of a length down into the gully. 2 slips and a gully to the left-hander. A cover, extra cover, well, somewhere around in that region. It's hard to quite work out the angles from where we are. It's a very, very sort of straight, long off. There is a mid-off, then the orthodox leg side field of mid-on, the old skip there with his hands on his hips. Next to a mid-wicket, which is opener, Rocky Stoneman, and fine leg, Bamber bowls. And that is Stoneman. He was going to have to go and retrieve that because, again, nice timing from Godalming through square leg. And Mark Stoneman has a chase out to the boundary. And that's the boundary to Godalming. He's now taken on the Masood role. He's starting to sprint away in this partnership. Although they've only added 17 runs, I know, but he's got 15 of them.
Yeah, lovely piece of timing that. Perhaps the best stroke he's played on the onside, just clipping it off the pads with perfect timing.
Bamber bowls again and pushed it to the offside. They're going to run a scamper, a very quick single. They get through. That was a push and a run, and he knew he wanted the single there and got it, and the score moves to 81 for 1. That was the score when Middlesex lost 2 wickets yesterday on 81. So it was just before lunch. We're a long way before lunch at the moment. Of course, Derbyshire did get that start last night, and was it 8 overs last night. Bamber over the wicket to the right-hander bowls. That's down the leg side. Simpson takes. No touch of pad or bat or any excitement at all, but diving stop by John Simpson. That is the end of the over. Poor old umpires yesterday. Butch, we were mentioning this earlier. 10 partnerships as there are in any completed innings. 9 of them were left and right-hander. You don't see that very often.
No, and yeah, I saw somebody pull that stat up yesterday.
Bowling at the lake end, Toby Roland Jones.
And they've got it's Roland Jones coming on to replace Merton. And of course, they've got a right and Derbyshire started with 2 left-handers, but they've got a right and a left-hander at the moment. So it's a fair old trek across there, isn't it? What would you be looking at? Sort of 50 yards from one side to the other? Got to be something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, these days the umpires stay quite a long way away. I think it's probably because of the quality of the bats these days that
Yeah.
there's a fear of getting struck at square leg, so they're staying 40 yards away from the bat.
And then you've got to cross over to the other side. You've got one of those Fitbits counting your steps. You do well. They've done well yesterday, I think. A few singles being run. And keeps them warm on a cold day. It's not quite as cold as it was about half an hour ago. Roland Jones' first ball is played down into the gully by Godalming. And there is no run there. Similar field again to Bamber's with the extra cover mid-off, deep point or sweeper on the boundary. gully, 2 slips, and then the orthodox
Yeah.
rule on the onside.
David, just a bit of an observation. I just find the Middlesex attacks just a little bit samey.
Yes, can't disagree with that. Roland Jones bowling, and again that's pushed down. Samey on a pitch like this, though, is not necessarily a bad thing because it's.
You say that, but you know, it scores 81 for 1. So I would have liked to have seen perhaps this morning a little bit of a change in the thinking and perhaps try the spinner a bit early. Because it's, you know, to just go medium pace.
Roland Jones bowls and pushed into the onside. Ball still hard, bit of movement, bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, but try it, you know, give him a couple of overs if it doesn't work. But
you're one of those easily bored blokes, aren't you? You know,
I just like to. But you know, when they change the bowling, it's like the two I've seen before. You know, I want to see something
a little bit different.
A little bit different.
Here's Roland Jones bowling, and that's pushed firmly back down the wicket. It's the sort of pitch, though, this one, that's admittedly spin we saw yesterday, so a fair bit of turn. But it is suiting, isn't it, the fast medium bowlers rather than the out-and-out quicks or whatever.
But in saying that,
how do we know?
How many balls have gone past the bat?
That's true. That's true. Good point.
Not many.
Roland Jones bowls again, and that's pushed into the covers. Roland Butcher sitting to my right. He wants to see something different.
Get the spinners on.
Get the spinners.
Get the spinners on.
A fair bit of bowling to do today. How early did we see spinners yesterday? Probably after about an hour, something like that.
Yeah, certainly bowled before lunch, the off spinner.
Maybe we'll see that change when Bamber has finished his spell. I think maybe one more over for Ethan Bamber. Roland Jones bowls, and again pushed into the offside, and again no run. That's the end of Toby Roland Jones' first over. Middlesex with plenty of options, of course. With the spinner, Waller-Witter, and Luke Holman, of course, who can. Kevin Hand was saying yes, he doesn't quite know whether he's a spin bowler or a batsman at this stage. He's pretty handy at both.
Well, hopefully Middlesex can utilise that ability. If he can bat and bowl.
This could be Bamber's last over, this one. Let's see what he does as Guest pushes that into the offside. And there's no run. And there, as we see, Waller-Witter warming up, left armour. Lots of talent. Exciting young bowler. I think he'll be the first change. He got that one over last night, didn't he? Yes, a ball down the leg side again from Bam. Maybe just getting a little bit tired. A couple of balls down the leg side, his last 3 deliveries.
Yeah, that one, a little bit of extra effort in that delivery, not getting the direction quite right. Question, David, within the club at Middlesex now, do they possess any young players coming through with genuine pace, or is it just this type of bowlers that they have?
Well, Kevin Hand would be a better man to ask that because he sees far more than I do. Ethan Bamber bowls, and that's through. Of course, you know, obviously Tom Helm has been around for a couple of years, probably longer than that. We've got great excitement about him a few years back. I mean, I think he was called into some of the England groups before really he played a full season for Middlesex. Such was his potential, but he's had a few injuries. Bamber bowls and driven, and I'm not quite sure what happened there. He's looking for sort of firm push into the offside. Got a thickish inside edge and popped into the air towards mid-wicket. Didn't carry.
Yeah, a slight inward movement on that delivery. He was pushing into the offside. Fortunately, didn't get enough bat on it to take it all the way to the field at square leg.
Runs away. Bowls and just pulls the bat inside that. Does Brooke guess? There certainly wouldn't be anyone as quick on the Middlesex staff as you played with in your day, Butch.
It's a great asset to have someone with great pace in your lineup.
Hard work bowling quick, isn't it? Hard work. Bamber bowls and oh my word, that one seemed to take off from a length.
Yeah, just occasionally a delivery outside the off stump, that sort of length takes off. Fortunately for the batsman, it's usually a little bit too wide to have any concern. But you've seen that happen once or twice, even yesterday. Ball just suddenly take off and make extraordinary height off a foolish length. I'm not sure if there's a bit of a ridge in that area, but it probably could be a little bit of a problem if that happens with a left-hander, especially if the ball is coming across him.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be Roland Jones to continue from the Lake End. Bowls and sort of oohs and ahs there as that one comes back in. Godleman leaves it alone. Almost one of those you could leave on length, that one, because it was gone over the stumps, possibly over the top of a fourth stump, just coming back in.
Yeah, good leave. Obviously trusting the bunks of the pitch. Came back into the left-handed batsman, but judgment was pretty good on that occasion.
As they do say, Butch, there are only two sorts of leaves. Roland Jones to Godleman. That one is edged and it drops short of Eskenazi at first slip. He's done well actually to get his hands down on a cold day and stop that one. Robson tidying up from second slip, making sure there's no runs to be had. But again, that ball just leaving the batsman, just getting a false shot there. And Billy's head snapped around rather quickly. Well, we were worried that one might have just carried, but wasn't going to happen. Encouragement for Roland Jones, who seems to be bowling off a slightly shorter run. I don't know. Again, I would have had to ask Kevin Hand about that. That's whipped away through a mid-wicket out to the boundary. That was a nice shot. Yeah, it's finding the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, way down to the less populated side of the ground. By definition, the less popular side of the ground, I suppose.
Yeah, fine shot there by Godman, just using the length of that delivery and just clipping it between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's very good timing, so it certainly looked a little bit better, Godman, as his innings has progressed. His timing has improved.
Yes, he's on 34, 85 for one. And that is going to be leg buys around down to fine leg. It's going to be four of them just in front of us. That ball he got a long way across. There's a shout for LBW from behind the stumps, probably because it would have clipped leg stump, but of course pitching well outside leg and bowler not bothering to appeal. 89 there for one.
David, I've been watching over the last 2 days in terms of where the fine leg fielder positions himself these days.
Next ball is pushed towards
And
The cover fielder, no run.
and in many cases, he generally is in the position of almost behind square. Is it because of the lack of pace in the bowlers these days, or is it more of a strategic move to have the fielder squarer?
Good question. We'll get back to that shortly. We've done an update to BBC Radio Derby with Billy Goldman on 34, Brooke Guest on 2 at the end of the over there. 89 for 1, which means they trail by 162 now, Derbyshire, having lost Shan Masood for a runner ball 49 caught by Stevie Eskenazi. It'd slip off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. See Bamber continue 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 in this opening hour of day 2. Bowling nicely, the young man. Roland Jones, just a couple of overs from the lake end so far. As I said, they were talking about a decent crowd in. Wallaluita warming up. Bamber is in, and that's 4 more. Derbyshire are 93 for 1 here, Wesley. The man out, Shan Masood, caught by Stevie Eskenazi after bowling of Ethan Bamber for a runner ball 49. Billy Goldman is starting to get into his stride. He's had a 4 seasons so far. He's on 34. Brooke Guest has 2. Derbyshire 93 for 1, trailing by 158.
So, Bamber bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW there. It's a length ball. The batsman thought might have been a bit of inside edge on that. He didn't.
Yes, the initial appeal by the bowler, but suddenly he turned around and marched back to his mark, obviously recognizing that there must have been a bit of inside edge. You're absolutely right.
So I've been reminded as well by one of our listeners that Middlesex do have Blake Cullen, who's a pretty sharp bowler, youngster. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. This has surely got to be Bamber's final over. 34 to Godalming. Are you sure they weren't signalled as leg byes? Because he hasn't moved off 2, has he? There's Brooke Guest. So maybe we both missed that signal, or maybe the scorers missed it. Next delivery is down leg side. Again the effort ball, and again just straight down leg side. 4 runs to the total either way anyway.
Yeah. Bring on the spin, David. Let's get some spin.
Were you playing?
Don't be traditional and give the spinner an over before lunch.
Lunch is a long way away, although I can smell something quite nice cooking away.
Yeah.
Just wafting across it. It's going to be Fletcher's turn to come back in a minute as Bamber bowls, and that's defended into the offside. Leg byes, or runs signalled as leg byes, doesn't normally matter greatly, does it? But were you ever playing? Did you play in that game where the poor Colin Metzen was missed out on 100? Were you playing in that one for Middlesex when he got 96 at Uxbridge? Tickled a leg glance to boundary for 4, held his bat up, and they gave leg byes, and he got out next ball. Were you in that? You didn't play for that one?
I can't remember the game, but unfortunate that would be for Colin.
Next ball was through outside the off stump, no run, particularly unfortunate because great batsman, a great wicket keeper. 8 or 9 batsmen, wasn't he, Colin Metzen? Never made a first class.
I was just going to say he wouldn't have got into that region too often.
No,
but unfortunate that he didn't get the correct result on that one.
And to end your career without a first class 100 because 4 runs has been signalled as leg byes. I'm sure he and the umpire exchange Christmas cards every year. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. Highest score 96. That will stick with Colin forever.
What was your highest score then?
My highest score was 197.
Oh, so yeah, I thought you mentioned that one yesterday against Yorkshire.
Yeah, and you would
so
not.
that you were that
would
bit
not
short of the 200.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how I got out.
Stumped.
Run out.
Run out.
Run out.
Who was at the other end? Not Gat, was it?
Embers.
Oh,
Embers.
dear.
It called me for a suicidal single. And direct hit by Raymond Illingworth.
Oh, well.
But to be honest, to be fair, we were chasing a declaration. I think Briz was looking to declare, so I had been chasing the double 100, and it was coming close to the time where we were going to declare, and Embers called me for a single, and that was it.
So now we have got a bowling change. Roland Jones out to the attack fairly quickly. I suspect he'll swap ends. And Walala Wheater is on. Left arm over the wicket. And takes a wicket first ball. Would you believe it?
Yes, I do believe it.
Chipped straight back to him, chest height. I'm thinking, well, Billy Godalmann's played that into the ground. It's a bump ball and whatever. And caught and bowled Walalawita for, what's he moving off on? 34. And Roland Butcher, who's been suggesting that the spinner should have been on much earlier, is sitting there with a very smug look on his face. 93 for 2.
Yeah, David, get the spin on. Didn't take long. One ball.
Talking of soft dismissals, though.
It was soft, but you're just writing in your book, caught and bowl.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're going to put soft next to it, but you'll put caught and bowl. So he is actually out. And yes, I mean, because it's overcast, you don't have to keep bowling seamers all the time, particularly if they're all the same. I mean, if there is somebody who's a little bit different, who swings the ball or extra pace, I can understand that. But the three seamers for Middlesex they're all very much the same. They're people who look to move the ball off the pitch. Get some variation in, get the spinner in. He's done his job and picked up a wicket with the first ball. And for the first time this morning that I'll be with Dave. And Dave, great to see you again. And you come in.
And you, Roland, and what were you saying? Where's the spin? Get the spin on. Get the spin on. First delivery with the spin. Caught and bowled, Billy Godalmann. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And his high score of the season remains 38, I think. Bless him. He's not having a very good time of it, Billy Godalmann. Remarkable. Bring the spin on. All the old captaincy nows coming out there. Do a lot of captaining?
I did a fair amount. I think you can think too much about this game, Dave. I don't think the game has changed a lot.
Well, Aloita bowls to Wayne Madsen, the new batsman who defends the first delivery he faces. Good player of spin, Wayne Madsen. Don't be surprised to see the reverse sweep. There is a man there at it's a backward a square on the 45 on the offside. He does like a reverse sweep, Wayne Madsen. He pushes this next delivery down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Shan Masood's dismissal was hugely disappointing. It was a poor shot as well, in fairness, I thought. Billy Godalmann, well, it's a sort of continuation of a tale of woe for him this season. 93 for 2, Derbyshire trailing by 158, ball pushed out by Madsen into the offside this time. And good for Walalawita because he's into the game straight away, isn't he? He's now contributing, he's happy, he's settled. As a spinner, it's the perfect start.
Absolutely. I mean, he would have been standing around this morning watching Masood to start with. And now he's got his chance and he's broken the partnership.
Bowls again, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. Again, there's no run. He'd have probably been happy to be watching Shan Masood, in all honesty. I think, as a bowler, I think I'd rather watch him than bowl to him. He has been exceptional this season. Unfortunately, couldn't go on to get to his half-century or better. Wallaluita around the wicket again, bowls to Madsen. Squares him up a little bit. And it's a wicket maiden to start with for Tilan Wallaluita. We saw a couple of those yesterday, I think. We certainly saw Lewis Rees bowl a wicket maiden, and I think we saw Mark Watt bowl one as well. So potentially the third wicket maiden of the match. But well done to him. 93 for 2 to Brooke Guest, who I think is a very fine cricketer. And Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, very good first over by the left arm spinner, doing just what the captain wanted, to get that breakthrough. Weddleman, after Masood went, played a few good shots, and would be very disappointed that having got in the 30s again, that he's got out, especially in that fashion.
Did I hear you say you were an Arsenal supporter?
Yes, they're my number 2 team.
Number 2 team.
I don't like the way you said that.
No. I've just got the fascinating new over. Fascinating. New over begins from Toby Rowland-Jones. Ball is defended by Brooke Guest. John Lukic, the
keeper.
Yeah, born in Chesterfield. He's in the VIP area.
Is he?
I'm sure he is. Yeah, somebody pointed him out and we looked him up. Just in the back of my mind, Chesterfield has produced a myriad of amazing goalkeepers over the years. It's bizarre. Gordon Banks and Bob Wilson from Chesterfield, John Lukic. And I thought, I'm sure John Lukic is from Chesterfield. Yes, he is. This next delivery from Rowland-Jones is pushed up to Ethan Bamber at mid-on. He's in his early 60s, and the man who has been pointed out to us as potentially being John Lukic looks exactly what you would expect John Lukic to look like in his early 60s. So I think he's
fit and lean.
Oh, tall, slim, athletic. I think he's still a goalkeeping coach, consultant, that kind of thing. Had a terrific career. We looked him up. I think it was 600 or thereabouts with Leeds and Arsenal. 600 first-team appearances, which is a terrific career. Rowland-Jones in again, and that one is defended off the back foot this time by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. So yeah, John Lukic, we think, is in with the VIPs today.
It'd be great to see him. I just wonder what he makes of the modern game.
Well, yes. Got to be able to play football as a goalkeeper these days, haven't you, as well as do all the goalkeeping things. So you said that they're your second team. What's your first team?
Yeah, my first team. I'll come to that in a minute. So.
Stand by. Toby Rowland-Jones bowls to Guest, who pushes it out into the onside again.
I think I must give you the context as well. I mean, when I came to England in 1967, obviously before that I had no knowledge really of football, but having got into the game, the team then was Manchester United, so I became a Man United fan. Obviously that was the George Best, Bobby Charlton era. So, but Arsenal came later when I was actually working at the club as a soccer school coach.
Rowland-Jones in again, bowls to Guest, who guides this off a thickish outside edge down towards third man. It's racing away. There's a fielder after it. The fielder gets there. They're going to come back for a third run. Good running by the Derbyshire pair. 96 for 2 now, and Guest moves on to 5.
Yes, and good delivery there. Just taking the outer half of the bat. Fortunately for the batsman, stayed along the ground. But yes, after working at Arsenal over a 10-year period with the soccer schools, I got to love and appreciate the club. A very community-minded club who did a lot of work, particularly under Arsene Wenger. And that really they've stayed with me as the number 2 club. I actually played a lot for their ex-professional team as well.
Rowland-Jones in, and ball strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen. Not out, says Hassan Adnan, the umpire at our end. Too high. Potentially hitting him outside off stump. Either way, Rowland-Jones doesn't get the verdict from the umpire, and it remains 96 for 2 at the end of the over. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. Every batsman likes to get off the mark.
Yeah, last delivery there, good one. I think coming back into the right-handed batsman, as you said, call that one correctly, perhaps a little bit high. Madsen rubbing above the flap of the pad.
Always good to do that when
when there's a decision pending.
There's a big shout for LB Dodd. And oh no, that's it. Be right up here, umpire.
And the quicker you do it, the better.
Yeah, no question. Oh, it's a shame. So both of your teams are no good anymore then.
No, it's a dying shame, really. I mean, the worst part is Man United right now. Really, that's hurtful.
Full delivery from Wallaluita for his first one of the over to Brooke Guest. He just clips it into the leg side on the full for a couple of runs. And move on to 7. It's 98-4-2. Yes, the country's not quite divided in two, but it's certainly divided into those who love Manchester United not doing very well and those who are very disappointed that they're not doing very well. I refuse to tell you which half I fall into, but I am enjoying their misery.
You must be a Liverpool supporter.
No, goodness me, no. There's no room from that delivery. I support Tranmere Rovers, so I've never known glory. Never known glory. Currently in League 2. Wallaluita bowls to Guest, who gets a long way forward to this one, pushes it back to the bowler.
That's a long time since John Aldridge.
Yeah, indeed. And they were the years I missed, really, through work. I was covering other football teams for a living, so I didn't really see much of them live when they were on the brink of the Premier League. This delivery is defended by Guest. So I saw them when they were hopeless. And then I just really recently started going back whenever I had the opportunity. My daughter and her boyfriend have season tickets there, so I go with them occasionally. So it's good. Guest pushes this next delivery back to Wallaluita, who defends again, picks up again, moving away to his right-hand side. A couple of deliveries. Potentially one delivery left of the over. Tim Robinson has just told Wallaluita how many balls there are left, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. So just 2 runs off the first ball of the over, and then 5 successive dot balls. He's bowling nicely, is Tilan Wallaluita. That's 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3 since he began his spell from the Lake End. And of course, by this time yesterday, I think Derbyshire had introduced both of their spinners, hadn't they? The left arm of Mark Watt and the orthodox off spin of Alex Thompson. So no surprise that Middlesex have got spin on now.
Yeah, another tight over by the left armour. Not really tempted to spin the ball, just getting the flight and control.
It's Tubby Roland Jones to continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Wayne Mountain, who's still to get off the mark, and he doesn't. From that delivery, it's pushed out into the covers where it's fielded by Mark Stoneman.
But these days, Dave, I don't really get a chance, obviously, living in the Caribbean, to obviously come to live football, but I do watch lots of football in the Caribbean. If you want to watch every league in the Caribbean, every night you can see a different league. You can watch Premier League, you can watch La Liga, Serie A, etc., etc.
Roland Jones to Madsen, who's getting a ball that spits on him a little bit, and he does well to keep it down in the end. Goes out just backward a square on the offside. Well, that could have been a very nasty delivery. It was a very good delivery from Roland Jones. Could have been nasty for Madsen.
Yeah, we've just seen that odd delivery from that sort of length. That one's a bit straighter, but that sort of length, the odd delivery just spits at the batsman and the bat. And Marsden did well to control it, keep it down.
He's having another very good season, Wayne Madsen, at the age of 38. Pushes this into the leg side and gets off the mark with a single down to long leg. He turns and threatens to run back for a second, but it wouldn't have been there. So they settle for a single. 99-4-2. So England have been dismissed for 539. That's a good fight back by New Zealand. New Zealand lead by 14 at the innings break.
Right, Joe Root made. He
wasn't the last man out. That was Jimmy Anderson. So get the scoreboard up. As Roland Jones comes in 176. Joe Root. Roland Jones bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. 56 to Ben Foakes, who was run out. Speaking of run outs, and then they pretty much folded like a pack of cards after that. Broad, Potts, and Anderson all out for single figures, and Jack Leach with his regular naught not out at the finish. So England trailed by 14 just down the road. I say just down the road, it's not that far from here, is it? Trent Bridge, close enough to be just down the road. Here's Roland Jones again, 99 for 2. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who guides this backward of square on the offside, and there's the Derbyshire 100 as they get through for the single. Warm applause from a decent crowd inside Queen's Park. The members area right to our left, just to the left of the pavilion, is pretty packed. That's good to see, and there's a fair old sprinkling in the half to our left. And even the other seats, the seats to the right, are just starting to fill up a little bit more now. It was a little sparse to start with this morning, but a few more people have arrived and meeting up with old friends. As Roland Jones is in again, and Madsen pushes it out into the offside. And again, there is no run. So elsewhere in the second division, Leicestershire 427 for 9 against Nottinghamshire. Bless them, still languishing in the wilderness of the second division. That's at Grace Road. Sussex 343 for 8 against Glamorgan at Cardiff, and Durham 433 for 7 against Worcestershire at Chesterfield Street. So some big scores elsewhere in the second division. They're all, of course, at headquarters grounds, which does make a difference. It does make a difference. Clearly, we're here at Derbyshire's outground at Chesterfield. And that's why after Middlesex made 251, Derbyshire are 100 for 2. But it's no poorer for it. It's a good game of cricket, this. Good game of cricket.
Yeah, some runs being scored certainly this season has seen the batters having the upper hand at this stage of the season.
Well, that's what the ECB wanted. As Wallaluita begins a new over, but Guest uses his feet and then plays a defensive shot out into the offside. And there's no run. Wanted it to be tough for bowlers to take wickets, and it certainly has been. Yeah, you'd rather be a batsman than a bowler this year. Again, using his feet, Brooke Guest clips this one into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, who immediately points and says, "I want somebody backing up." There was somebody backing up. I think that's Ethan Bamber, who holds his hands up and said, "I was ready." Roland Jones with the fielding. In comes Wallaluita again. That one is pushed up to Tim Murter at mid-on. And there's no run. The wind seems to have died down. The flag on the top of the council building is still blowing, but you look at the trees, they're not moving that much, not as much as yesterday, I don't think. Just dying down a little bit, which is a shame, because as Guest defends this one a little aerially off the bat initially. Back to Wallaluita. Yes, a bit more wind might blow these clouds away, and we could get a bit of sun on our backs at lunchtime. That'd be pleasant. See about getting a heater inside here. End of the week, glorious, apparently. This one is cut by Brooke Guest for 4. That's a great shot. Really nice shot from Brooke Guest. Down towards the backward point boundary, all the way along the floor as well, and Guest moves on to 12, 104 for 2. This kid, Brooke Guest, started he was born in Manchester. He was brought up in Perth, Western Australia, and played for Australia under 19s while he was out there. Then came back, was on the books at Old Trafford, didn't really get an opportunity, as he uses his feet and clips this into the leg side for a single to move on to 13, 105 for 2 at the end of the over. Then came to Derbyshire, not necessarily as the number 1, Harvey Hussain, who's also here today in the VIP area. Good to see Harv. And then Harvey Hussain had a few bangs on the head and couldn't sort these concussion problems out, and has actually retired from the professional game at the age of 25, which is a real shame. Brooke Guest, number 1 wicketkeeper now, no question about it, and earlier this season got a century in each innings of a match. The first wicketkeeper for Derbyshire to do so since 1896. And they've had some good keepers. Bernie Mayer and, of course, Bob Taylor,
Yeah,
both here yesterday.
Yeah. Well, that must be encouraging for Derby. That last shot was a good shot. It wasn't that bad a delivery, just slightly offline, but he gave himself a bit of room. And cut it behind square for 4.
I do like him. I do like him. Here is Roland Jones in from the pavilion end and bowls to Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. The ball goes through to wicketkeeper Simpson. I will have another update to do at 12:30, and then when I complicated changeover this one, DT will replace me, Roland, and then I'll come in and replace you, and we'll speak to you again after lunch on day 2 here at Queen's Park. Roland Jones is in and bowls that one. It's just pushed out into the offside, backward of square, and again there's no run. 105 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 146. Guest has 13. Madsen just the one so far. And even at this stage, you would think that these batsmen would just have little thoughts of lunch on their minds. Half an hour or so to go to lunch, and then a whole afternoon ahead of them. They'll certainly both want to be there in half an hour's time when the players leave the field. As Roland Jones is in, and that one is driven square on the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, full half volley. I think Guest would be very annoyed with himself that he missed out on that. It was in the slot. Picked the man out at point.
In comes Roland Jones again. That one's wide of the off stump, left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. A couple of deliveries left in the over. By Madsen doing a bit of gardening from the non-strikers, and they're just picked up a bit of something and batted it away with his bat. Guest turns around, looks at his stumps, now waits as Roland Jones comes in and bowls to him, and this one comes off a thick inside edge. I think it was a half-hearted appeal for leg before wicket, but didn't stand much of a chance because it definitely came off an inside edge. No signal from the umpire. 14 to Brooke Guest. 106 for 2 now. Quite sure what they were appealing for.
Yeah, decent delivery, just angling into the right-handed batsman who was pushing defensively on the front foot. Just got enough on it to avoid going onto his pad.
The final ball of the Roland Jones over in bowls to Madsen, and almost has trapped him. Now then, they're appealing for a catch as well, having not appealed for the leg before wicket, and in the end get neither. It is the end of the over. Half an hour until lunch. The state of the game then, Roland, as you said, Derbyshire 106 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 251, and then Dave Townsend will replace me, and then I'll come and replace you.
Yes, I think Derbyshire should be quite happy with this score at the moment. Having lost Masood this morning, who was in prime form, and really for the short period he was in this morning, played some beautiful shots to go along with the ones he played yesterday. In absolute prime form, but since his departure, Godman played a few shots before he lost his wicket, and no, it's a case now, David.
Soft
Townsend, as you said, yeah, soft dismissal. It was a soft dismissal, but now obviously looking towards lunch.
Yeah.
So, Derbyshire 106 for 2, trailing by 145. And Walla Luita bowls to Brooke Guest, who clips it into the leg side. There's no run. And Ian, I've had an email from Ian, which I'll read out when we're back on the all together on the stream. As Wallaluita bowls, that's pushed out into the offside. And again, there's no run. These two clearly seem to have lunch on their minds at the moment. Wallaluita in again from the lake end. That's cut away by Brooke Guest. A good shot. It's running towards the boundary. It will be hauled in before it gets there. He picks up 2 more. Moves on to 16. Derbyshire 108 for 2. Next delivery is pushed into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Wallaluita's in, and that's pushed out into the offside again by Brooke Guest. End of the over. Guest has 16. Madsen has won the partnership, just 15 off 40 balls. Till Wallaluita, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. Really good figures for the left arm spinner, Toby Rowland-Jones. It's going to continue from the pavilion end. Derbyshire trailing by 143. Here is Rowland-Jones on his way in. Bowls, that one is pushed straight back to Rowland-Jones by Wayne Madsen. There's no run. Here comes Rowland-Jones once again. In and bowls to Madsen, who guides this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Here's Rowland-Jones. Madsen on strike. He's in and bowls to him. That's left alone by Madsen outside the off stump. It's another one of those moments where they all dash about in all directions. After the ball has gone through, making everybody, especially me, think that there might actually be the end of the over. But it isn't. And here is Rowland-Jones. In fact, there have only been 3 deliveries bowled so far. He's on his way in now to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Madsen again leaves it alone outside the off stump. Just to let you know on the stream, we will be returning to the full commentary, but after an update into Radio Derby's FM programme, they're currently speaking to Matthew Parris. It's absolutely fascinating. And I can hear the interview. I'm not sure they're coming. In comes Rowland-Jones, and that one is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. Final ball of the over. The Roland Jones over. He's looking for a maiden here. In and balls played into the ground by Wayne Manson, out into the offside. It is the end of the over. Derbyshire 108 for 2, trailing by 143. The men out today. Shan Masood for 49, Billy Godleman for 34. Wickets for Ethan Bamber, and Tilan Walalawita with his first ball of the match. Started off with a wicket maiden. Walalawita is going to continue from the lake end. This one, first delivery of the Walalawita over, is clipped up towards long on. They've run one. They think about a second on a misfield, but decide against it. And they're to 142. And I'm now going to pass you back to the rest of the commentary team because they're clearly not coming.
Not too sure about this field, David. I'm not too sure. Why would you be
short
looking
leg?
to...
Well, is he trying to tempt him just to push one on the onside? Which he doesn't with that. He pushes it back to the bowler. So on the leg side, and it is worth pointing out because it's an unusual field. You've got a man on the 45, deep backward square, short leg, and then no fielder all the way around to Murtagh mid-on. Bowls again outside the off stump, driven straight back. That's a missed chance, a very hard missed chance, but a missed chance all the same. Fierce shot back to the bowler, roughly head height above his right shoulder. He got his hands up there. He saved 4 runs. The batsmen have scampered through for a single, but that could have been held.
Yeah, that was your chance for the 3rd wicket, and it was struck powerfully, albeit went quite high and away to his weaker side, which is the right-hand side. Couldn't hold on.
Struck very, very hard. Fierce chance, but that could have been the second caught and bowled of the morning. The next delivery is pushed by Guest because they took a single, pushed through the offside out to the sweeper for 1 run. And the score moves on to 111 for 2. And Butch about to leave us. Done sterling work this morning. He'd liked a 3rd wicket in this spell, but it's not going to happen now as that ball's worked into the onside for 2 runs. But Derbyshire just on top at the moment, you two.
Yeah, just in front, but I've noticed of late the modern day captain, David, they seem to be almost very defensive-minded. Now he's deciding to bring the fielder into mid-wicket. He should have been he should have been there all the time. Marsden, he's what? He's on 4.
Next to ball, he's swept out to deep square leg, where the fielder had been previously, and it's gone to the boundary.
But it's a good shot. Can't set a field for a bad ball. If you Marsden, obviously that delivery was pretty straight and swept it powerfully. But if you also look on the other side, again the batsman was able to pick up an easy single on the offside to a ball that would have gone straight to cover because the man is back. I find these days, not just in England, West Indies, everywhere, the captains, they seem quite happy to give up those singles. But how can you build pressure if you're allowing batsmen to pick up easy singles? Absolutely. I'm going to leave you now as...
you've got to learn to turn your mic off. Oh, that's it. Is it off? No, is it still on? Oh, he's getting there. He's getting heckled from behind now. Thanks, Butch. Great, we'll see you after lunch. As Roland Butcher moves out, David Fletcher will move in. Roland Jones runs down the hill, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. And there's no run.
He's got a really small head as well. He's got a really small head as well.
Has he?
Or I've got a very large head because I have to really extend the headphones when I take over from Roland. A little bit of colour there for you on BBC Radio Derby and BBC London. Summariser has small head.
117 for 2. Roland Jones down the hill, bowls, and that's driven firmly up to mid-off.
I think Derby should be relatively pleased despite losing the 2 wickets. The 2 wickets that they've lost, they've been sort of given away, haven't they, really? And Billy Godwin caught and bowled to the first ball that Tilam Walalawita bowled. Shan Masood with a very poor shot, I thought, by his very high standards.
Well, it just chipped straight back, didn't it? It was I didn't think it was a catch immediately.
No.
It's just so surprising. The next delivery outside the off stump through to Simpson at no run. Don't think they bowled particularly well this morning, Middlesex.
No.
You know, they've bowled tidily, but they haven't sort of found those areas that Derbyshire were yesterday.
Yeah, no, I thought Derbyshire bowled really well yesterday. 3 wickets for Petman on his debut, 2 each for Dahl, Rees and Watt.
Roland Jones bowls, and that's Guest playing firmly into the offside. Guest who survived a very loud shout for LBW. I think the first ball he faced, he just thrust a pad at it from Murtagh, and it didn't look out, but it was one of those where the umpire almost sort of, well, if you're not going to play a shot at it, it's suddenly on your way. You know? So it was close enough that I think they might have been giving it a look on the if we'd have had DRS here. Roland Jones bowls to Guest, who allows that one through outside the off stump.
Can you imagine the logistics of getting DRS at Chesterfield?
Fantastic.
Everybody just got hot and cold running water. Good grief.
How do they get the water hot then? Or have they got electricity here as well?
Oh, yeah. No, I think the electricity's arrived now in these parts. I think DRS at Outgrounds would be a challenge.
Yes.
Youngsters are on the move, look.
Oh.
Where are they going? Oh, I know where they're going.
Are they going home, are they?
No, they're going into those big green things, which I believe, or are they going on the railway? Anyway, they're doing something over there. They can't be going home yet. They barely arrived. They did the Guard of Honour. They can't be going home, surely.
Resplendent in their red tops.
Yes, I did.
I'm not a big fan of all these school kids coming into grounds. As they do. They have sort of at Lords. They have one day a year when there's 2,000 kids screaming and wailing and whatever they do.
Screaming and wailing.
Noisy so and so's. But that lot have been particularly well behaved.
They have been exceptionally well behaved. Yes, and they're from Brampton Primary School. And Spire Junior School. So well done to them, the Spire Junior School here in Chesterfield and Brampton Primary School. They formed a Guard of Honour for the players and umpires at the start of play. Here's Max Holden for the first time today. Sweep by Wayne Madsen. 4 runs first delivery. Just like a sweep. That's why he loves a sweep, Wayne Madsen. He loves a reverse sweep as well. They've got the man backward of square still on the 45 on the offside. And it's Luke Holman, in fact. Thank you. Excellent work. Where's Max Holden when you need him? He is out there. I should have looked at my computer screen, though. That would have told me. Or listened to the announcement. Anything to give me a clue. Holman's tossing himself a couple of catches. He's in and bowls, and there's an attempted sweep by Madsen. This time the ball dribbles out into the offside And there's no run. So is he a leggy?
He is indeed.
I thought he was, even with my poor eyesight. No idea who he is, but he's a leg spinner. He's having a word with Tim Murter at the moment, his skipper, to see where he might want the field. He's just suggesting that Wayne Madsen will sweep and sweep and sweep. So
you see, that's your thing. That's your thing, Fletch. You're so honest. You know, you initially call it as Max Holden. I very subtly opened
You
my
did.
book and
No, you
pointed
did.
to Luke Holman, so that the listener who can't see us didn't know.
but I'm too polite,
But
so I
then
had
you
to say
said,
thank you.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
I didn't realise, David.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
rather than just carrying on like 90% of your colleagues would.
Honesty is the best policy. Another sweep, this time in front of square out to the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for a single. Madsen moves on to 13.
Lack of ego helps as well.
Yes, that's never been one of my things, really. I can't think of any others either. This next one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. Tim Murta's warming up again. Perhaps see one final burst from him, although we are very close to lunch now, 13 minutes away.
Might have a quiet trundle down the hill.
We get a couple of overs in. Yeah, could do. Holman bowls and it's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. They scamper through for a quick single. Guest moves on to 19 and Derbyshire to 123 for 2. Means they trail by 128. It's almost halfway there. And they've lost the 2 wickets, but they still probably think it's been their morning.
Definitely their morning.
Holman in again. Another sweep from Wayne Madsen. This one's square and hit ferociously, and a really fine tumbling stop out there in the far distance by Ethan Bamber. Really good stop. Really, really good stop, because that was hit very hard indeed by Wayne Madsen all the way along the floor. He's moved on to 19. No, he hasn't. He's moved on to 14. Brooke Guest has 19 at the end of the over. Derbyshire 124 for 2. That was a good piece of fielding. These fast bowlers have to field now. Sam Connor's one of the pick of the fielders for the Derbyshire T20 side and the first class side at the moment. Quite often fields patrolling a boundary, and it's quite a responsibility out there.
Yes, and the dive and the tumble and the slides, they all do it these days. So
Returning to bowl,
Just got to make sure you don't do what Jack Leach did in the first test and end up damaging yourself in some way and out of the game, which he tumbled over and his head got in an awkward position, and it was a bit of a mess, really.
you can chuckle about those things after it's all turned out.
Yes, now that we know he's okay and he's playing
Yeah,
again,
he's
but
okay.
it was horrible at the time, wasn't it? But he did make a mess of it.
Tim Murta then into bowl, and that's outside the off stump and driven fiercely to the right of extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. So a bit of a loosener from Murta, and Madsen wasn't going to miss out on that, and there it goes. So fast bowlers throwing themselves around on boundaries. It's a brief commentary stint with the great Jonty Rhodes. who's
Oh, yes.
one of the great fielders.
Yeah.
He was talking about coaching various sides in the IPL, and there's only one thing that he insists on as a fielding coach: you don't use your feet.
I've seen a few of those at Derbyshire in the past few years.
Murta to Madsen, bowls, and that must have cut back because he's looked for the drive, and I assume that beat the bat on the inside edge. Has come back, and Simpson's taken it to his left, going down the leg side. So a bit of exaggerated movement there.
Yeah, nice
from
delivery.
Murta. No,
Ravi Rampal rarely used his hands for anything apart from to bowl.
Yeah, Rhodes's logic was that it just wasn't worth risking your foot as the fast bowler. Next delivery pushed into the offside, no run, because he said, well, you might save a run, 2 runs, but if you're going to be out of action for 2 or 3 weeks, no point in it at all. Of course, the famous one with that, although he wasn't fielding, was Glenn McGrath playing football, treading on a ball that had been left where it shouldn't have been left, and Probably cost Australia that 2005 Ashes series.
Lewis Rees fielded a ball with his foot when he was bowling and had to leave the field and was out for a while.
Murtagh bowls to Madsen. Madsen looking for singles. He pushes that wide and mid-off, won't get one. No run.
A couple of seasons ago, that. Lewis injured, injured himself.
You know me, Fletcher, always an eye for an opportunity. And commented, I said, well, have you ever written a book on fielding?
I know a good ghostwriter.
I said, yeah, I could. We were thinking about it. And he said, well, it'd be a very short book. He said, it would just say, don't use your feet. Which was rather good. Murtagh bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. The other very difficult one, he said, was when you've got a clear blue sky. Obviously, this won't affect you in Derbyshire much, Fletch, but the ball coming out of the clear blue sky, very difficult to get perception. Perspective.
Yeah.
He said, therefore,
I'll do the ghostwriting.
You should hold your hand up above your head like that to get an idea of where the ball's coming with. So I did learn something.
Yeah.
Which,
and when it hits the hand that you hold it up, then you try and catch it.
Murtagh bowls, and that's outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run there. So yes, hold your hand above your head to give yourself some perspective. Most of us who've played in club cricket have sort of embarrassed ourselves for one time or another with the skyer that comes down. Now, yeah, I've got it, and it sort of lands 2 or 3 yards away from you because you haven't got that perspective, little perception. I don't know. It's all part of the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it's got the same root, certainly. Did when I went to school all those years ago.
Back in the day.
Somebody wandering around with an old Tony Palladino top on the far side of the ground. Number 28 on the back. Saw Tony yesterday.
Well, it's perhaps him, is it?
No, that isn't Tony. No, that's not Tony.
Short of a shirt to wear today, I go, oh, get me one of my old Derbyshire ones.
Can you imagine doing that? Luke Holman continuing from the lake end, bowls a flighted delivery to Brooke Guest, who pushes it back towards him. He's bowling in a sleeveless sweater. Dear, oh dear. Next delivery is now striking the pad. He's a long way down the track. He didn't play that particularly well, I think it's fair to say. As a result, ball bounces out into the offside. I'm disappointed to say that Mark Stoneman, who clearly would be one of the players born furthest north, wouldn't he, has now got some kind of sweater on. Ethan Bamber hasn't. Good for him. This one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest.
Yeah, but previously we just had John Simpson, didn't we? And Mark Stoneman without a sweater on. The 2 northern lads.
Yeah. Well, Stoneman's now got one on, which is hugely disappointing. This next delivery is fiddled out into the offside by Brooke Guest.
Bounced a little bit, that one. Got the glasses on.
Yeah.
Seemed to just pop up. Not alarmingly, but bounce a little bit more than we'd expect it to.
83 for 3 at lunch yesterday. Middlesex, Derbyshire 128 for 2 at the moment. Having bowled faced 8 overs last night. Another single added to the total here as Brooke Guest just clips it back on a square on the leg side and moves on to 20. Derbyshire 229 for 2. So more than halfway towards Middlesex's score now as Holman bowls. Oh, look at that, a sweep from Wayne Madsen down towards the square leg boundary. And he picks up another single. Hasn't got the reverse out yet, 130 for 2. But he will. That's the end of the over.
I'm sure he will, but Middlesex have got a man sort of covering the reverse. That's always surprises me, that one, especially early in an innings. You know, reversing when you've got a man covering it. I can understand it. It's a risk-laden shot, but it needs. Why would you play it earlier in your innings when there's a fielder covering it? I mean,
he's a particularly good exponent of it. I think it's fair to say, but you're right. there are less risky shots, aren't there?
Yeah, and especially if it's going to go straight to the field.
Yes.
Murta, second over in this spell from the pavilion end bowls, and that's through to the keeper. And there's no run. 130 for 2. Derbyshire very much in control of the game at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They'd say they've been more than pleased with the way things have gone this morning, despite the loss of Masood for 49 and Godleman for 34. Somebody's lost in front of us here, clearly. Just wandering about. Excellent.
I've had my dinner. Murta bowls, and that's crash square for 4. No messing about there for Madsen. Short ball outside the off stump, just short of a length, got what it deserved away to the boundary. And he now moves in front of Guest. He's got a 23 to Guest's 20. Oh, it smells.
It does smell nice, doesn't it? I don't know what it is.
Beef bourguignon.
Yeah.
Or as we were saying earlier, bourguignon beef.
Yes. Yeah. No, it does smell nice.
Got a text on that subject of
All right.
nouns and adjectives first or whatever from not Fred Titmus. Murta bowls defended no run. He was saying that other languages actually put the adjective after the noun, and Fred Titmus said, "Behind the door, green, is a piano old." Yes, very good, Fred. Yeah. He's in the ground today, Fred.
He is, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the great and the good are here. Ali Che from County Matters is still here.
Yes, she's threatening to come on and have a chat this afternoon if we've got time for it, which I'm sure we will have.
Absolutely.
Murta bowls and defended up to mid-off. She's taken Butch out for lunch, or they've wandered off somewhere anyway, probably have a chat. Will this be the last over, do you think?
How many deliveries left? That's the question.
Just get another one
2. Yeah, we might get another one in,
I
might
think
we?
Middlesex will probably want to get one in, have another over of Holman.
Yeah. This is the engine room for Derbyshire, though. These batsmen, Manson averaging 73, Guest averaging 55, Deploy next in averaging 48.5.
Murta. And defended to extra cover. No run there. Ooh, running.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
Might have to go off his short run. It's 12:59.
Yeah, it's tight. It's going to be tight. They did start now. I don't know which clock they're on, but they started about 2 minutes to 11.
Oh.
So if that clock is the one that they're working from, then I would suggest that this could be the last delivery of the morning session.
And taking a while as Roland Jones elaborately polishes the ball.
Yeah, they don't look like they're busting a gut to get this ball bowled, do they?
No, he did come off his shorter run for one delivery last night. Hasn't done so today, bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. There is no run there. The umpires have decided that will be lunch, gentlemen. Let's go and have a bite to eat. We'll no doubt have a bite to eat next door after an excellent morning for Derbyshire. They've moved on to 134 for 2 off 38 overs, so we've had 30 overs in the morning session. The not-out batsman at lunch, 23, Wayne Madsen, put Guest on 20. And the 2 to go this morning, without looking at my book, the first one was Shan Masood, who again started off magnificently, then got one that bounced a little bit outside the off stump, and was caught at first slip by Stevie Eskenazi off the bowling of Ethan Bamber for 49. Billy Godleman, surprisingly, he just started to look good, Billy Godleman.
He was.
First ball from the left armer, Walala Wita, just drove it straight back to him at chest height. Thank you very much. On your way, Billy. And it was
a strange old dismissal.
What's happened there then?
Yeah.
So that was the second wicket. That was 93 for 2. And now these two have added 41 runs without looking particularly troubled. And Middlesex will have to have a good think about their tactics at lunchtime. We'll have a good think about all sorts of various things at lunchtime, but probably not the tactics of this game.
Not of anything of any consequence. Yeah, we'll be back on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Derbyshire stream in around about 35-40 minutes' time. for the afternoon session with Derbyshire. 134 for 2, trailing by 117.
This is more pressing. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to make a phone call. And it all falls off. So he does it again. And it all falls off. And you're like... Sorry about that. See you later.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. Just get Fletch to have a look to see whether Fletch, have we got the effects mic on? I don't know which one to press there. Which is that one? Right, I'll know that in future. Thank you very much. We're about to resume with Luke Holman, leg spin, bowl the first ball of the afternoon, and it's a full bunger, full toss. It's just eased out through the offside for a single to Brooke. Yes, team moves on to 21. Madson's got 23, 135 for 2. And Roland Butcher's back alongside us, and he's...
Yes, David, good afternoon, and definitely that first session, I think, belonged to Derbyshire. Middlesex will be hoping to certainly change that in this.
Yeah, they need a couple of quick wickets, the visitors, but Derbyshire will just be looking to press on. Madsen on straight to Holman, drives that one very sweetly through the offside away to the boundary. And down there on the sparsely populated side of the ground. Oh, it's gone down the steps somewhere. It's gone down the hill and then ended up in the lake.
Yes, perfect shot. Perfect way to start the afternoon there for Madsen. Over-pitch delivery by the leg spinner. Beautifully driven through the offside. And nice start for Derby.
Ball's back now. Well, Wheatat has retrieved it. So 5 runs off the first 2 balls. What are we going to see this time? Is a better delivery there and through to the keeper, John Simpson. And no run to be had there. Flicking the ball from hand to hand. Luke Holman. He bowls again and good judgment there from Madsen. He let that one go and it's been taken by Simpson, probably the top of the 5th stump, something like that, pretty close to the timber work. Holman again and driven through the offside. Just going to be 1, or should just be 1. No, they've come back for a second there. Tumbling stop out there in the deep, and the score moves on to 141 for 2. Runs immediately flowing, and that's what the visitors don't want. Great for Derbyshire. Next delivery is tries to work on the onside, but doesn't do very much other than play it down into his crease. Does Madsen, he's got 29, 141 for 2. Batting to come for Derbyshire as well. Very strongly placed in this. If they were to get a lead, you'd think of, well, obviously they're still behind, they're 110 runs behind, but if they were to push on and get 350, 375, that would be very, very difficult to come back from Middlesex. A lot of scoreboard pressure that second innings.
Yes, if they were able to push on and get 100 lead, I think that would be a significant milestone in the game. Middlesex would have to play some exceptional cricket to get a result out of this. And right now things going nicely for Derbyshire. 2 set batsmen at the crease. Obviously the restart after lunch.
Yes, one of them, Brooke Guest on strike, as that first ball of a new spell from Ethan Bamber is outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Kept a little bit low. John Simpson taking that down around his ankles. He might even have been taking it just on the second bounce.
Yes, that one actually ran along the ground. No great pace, and it just died on the pitch.
Bamber bowling to the right-hander with a couple of slips. Gully point extra cover mid-off as he bowls, and that's defended, and it goes to the extra cover. So no run there. The leg side field, as I always say, Butch, is the standard 3-person leg side field. So we don't have to explain what that is. Everybody knows that.
Yes, yeah, that's been around for a very long time.
That used to be.
So it's only in exceptional cases where you've got a very, very accurate bowler who you can guarantee will bowl one side of the pitch that you'll maybe go to a 7-2 feel.
Next ball is outside the off stump, a drive at that one from Guest, and it's through to keeper. A bit of excitement there from the Middlesex slip cordon.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Drew him into the drive, just nipping off the pitch, really just slightly short of what the batsman thought was a full length. And, unfortunately, didn't get an edge.
Or unfortunately, depending on how you're looking at it. You always look at you batsmen, always look at it from the batting point of view.
Of course, of course.
Bamber again bowls, and we'll give a Guest the benefit of the doubt there and say he just pulled the bat inside the line.
Well, David, but you can understand why we do that, because you bowlers have everything in your favour. You have a brand new ball, you have the pitch, you have the umpire, you've got 11 fielders.
Well, you haven't got the umpire, he's not in your favour.
Well, he gives you out. You've got all of those things in your favour, and all I've got is a bat which is about 4 inches or so wide.
Bamber bowls, and no shot that time from Guest.
And I just need to make one mistake.
Yeah, that's the thing,
and,
isn't it?
and it's all over. You can bowl 5 of the worst deliveries.
Yep.
And still get a wicket on the last delivery.
Yeah, bowlers do.
It's a bowler's game.
Bowlers do get more chance with that situation. That's why I always played on the golf course. I always used to prefer playing Stapleford rather than strokes, because you can have a disastrous hole at Stapleford and still get a good points total. Next ball, well bowled. There's excitement from the various fielders there, as that one again bounces a little bit, and again I think Guest just played inside that, but a good over that from Ethan Bamber starting his second spell.
Yeah, I think Bamber would be quite pleased with that final delivery. Good area, bounced, went past the outside edge. If he can hit that area more often, obviously it'd create a lot more problems for the batsman, but Derbyshire moving nicely on.
141 for 2, so trailing by 110. Holman starts his second over with a full toss again, so that one's eased out into the offside for a single. He's not landing them as the leg spinners or the spinners say at the moment. He's hasn't quite got his lengths right in these few deliveries after lunch, and that gives one more run to Madsen, takes him on to 30. Bowls again, tossed up again, and that's hit high and handsome down over extra cover, and couple of bounces and 4 runs. So, in fact, over extra cover, it went over long off. I just spotted it in the air. I thought it was going in a wider direction than that. But he needs to sort himself out. You look at it. You look at the shape of Luke Holman, big lad, and the way he moves around in the field. He reminds me of an old Yorkshire player, which I'll quiz you on in a minute. Bowls again there and driven this time just past extra cover and a single there. Do you reckon he looks a lot like sort of way he moves around in his demeanour or whatever? He reminds me a lot of Jim Love.
Jim Love. He moves quicker than Jim.
That's a better delivery this time from Holman, but he's still going to concede a run as Madsen just plays it through the offside. Do you see what I mean about him? He's got that sort of little bit of a Jim Love look about him.
Yeah, the build is similar. I don't think Jim was that agile.
Yeah, but he's also got that sort of grumpy demeanour about him a bit that Jim Love had in bucketfuls and probably still does have. Next ball squeezed out through the offside for a single. Involved with Scotland for a long time, of course, after his retirement from Yorkshire. Played a few games for England, I think. Jim Love, did he not?
Yeah, he played some wonders, yeah. He did, yeah.
Attacking batter in his day. 149 now for 2. Holman bowls and again looking for that gap in the offside, but doesn't find it. There's no run to be had there, and you wonder in a relatively low-scoring game how many overs or more overs Middlesex can afford to give to Holman at this stage, because if Derbyshire move quickly on to 180 odd for 2, then they really are behind.
Yeah, it must be quite difficult for Holman. I mean, the wrist spinner in these cool conditions, not easy to, much easier for a finger spinner. But it'd be difficult for him. I think Middlesex would have been better served. I think start him in the left armour.
There's Ethan Bamber, who hasn't conceded a run since lunch. Mind you, he's only bowled 7 deliveries, but started off with a maiden, and that one's pushed quietly out for another dot ball.
Yeah, because what the left armour would give you is a degree of control. I think you know, starting after lunch, you're a bit behind the 8 ball. You want to keep it tight for a couple of overs. But what they've done is really released a bit of pressure with the leg spinner.
Bowls and just offers the pad to that one. Does Guest and through to Simpson. You can see the temptation to have Holman on, as he's very much a wicket-taking bowler, but can be expensive as well, as he's proved in this couple of overs. Will Murtagh give him a third? Well, we'll find out shortly. Tim Murtagh, the Middlesex captain, is prowling around at mid-on as Bamber bowls, and that's eased down into the gully. No run there. 149 for 2. My money, I think, would be on no third over. What about yourself?
You could well be right on that, David. If you're going to bowl a spinner, I think I'd go for the left armour. Just pack the offside field, look for a couple of tight overs.
Yeah, just get the pressure back on. Bamber bowls and edged. Didn't quite carry.
No, along the ground, just bounced in front of the slip. Good delivery by Bamber.
Half stop by Robson, and the ball runs away behind Simpson, and they cross for a single. But again, encouragement there for the fielding side. And for Bamber, Madsen on strike. open stance as Bamber bowls to him, and that was an attempted Yorker, but it was certainly a very well pitched up delivery. He looked to work through the onside. .150 came up with that rather fortuitous single, or certainly not planned single. Bamber again, just making the batsman correct his shot late there.
I mean, that's what you need.
Testing over.
That's what you need, David. Just straight after the luncheon period, where, as I said, the team batting pretty much in the ascendancy. You want 5 or 6 overs of steady bowling. Bamber's doing just that. He's bowling one side of the wicket, not giving up easy runs, no half volleys, just back of a length, keeping the batsman watchful. And if you can do that for a few overs, that in itself would create some pressure. Then you might be able to pick a wicket up. You've got to be careful with the leg spinner, because he could leak a couple of runs and suddenly the game gets away from you.
And he's going to get a third over, and he starts it as he did with his previous 2 overs, with a full toss. And that was dispatched down the ground over towards long on for another boundary.
Yeah, that's the danger, really. As I said, it must be so difficult for the leg spinner, because it is quite chilly. And he's asked to bowl his leg spin against 2 men who are in their 30s.
Bowls again, and that's outside the off stump, and Guest has nothing to do with that one. Guest on 32, and Madsen 31. Tossing the ball from hand to hand is Holman, and bowls, and Guest forward pushes into the offside. Madsen wanted a single. It's probably a single there, actually, if they'd have both gone. But extra cover comes round to do the fielding. It's the get out single, square of the wicket on the offside. Didn't take it. Holman bowls again, and again they're looking for it, and this time they do get it, as that's pushed out towards deep cover, deep point, comes running in, does the fielding. 1 more to Guest, he moves to 33.
Yeah, runs coming too easily at the moment. Maybe difficult to stop the floor if it continues like this.
Holman bowls, and that's where he should be bowling, and Madsen forward defends with no great confidence, pushes into the offside.
Well, he's almost bowling with a very defensive feel. There's just the one slip in place.
Comes in again to Madsen, drops that one a little bit short. Madsen's waited for that one, and away down to third man, beats short third man, and once the short third man was beaten, there was only one place that was going. Ethan Bamber goes down and completes the fielding. He could have held on to the ball, actually, because that's the end of the over, and assume that he's going to bowl the next one. Another boundary though, 35 now to Madsen. That's got to be the last over from Holman in this particular spell, surely. 159 for 2. 33 to Guest.
That delivery kept a little bit low, but Marsden, obviously in good touch, was able to play it very, very late and down to the third man boundary for 4. And really, Middlesex, they've got a bit of a problem at this moment. They're just not being able to stem the flow of runs.
So, man who's not giving away runs is Ethan Bamber, and that ball again on the money. He gets no run there. Pushed into the offside. All these championship games into day 2 now. Have a look at some of the other scores in Division 1. Durham 491 for 7 against Worcestershire up there at Chesterfield Street. Glamorgan 19 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 376 all out. Bamber again through to the keeper, no run. Leicester 440 all out, Notts 30 for no wicket. So of course Notts the going well this season. Just do have a look at, I suppose we could mention the test match with England bowled out for 539. You trailed, 14 runs on the first innings. New Zealand 32 for 1 in reply in their second innings. Up on his toes goes Guest, plays that one through the offside. They've got one coming back for a cheeky second, get it comfortably enough there. So 2 more to Guest. He now is on to 35 as well. And in Division 1, Hampshire 8 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 428 all out. Kent 53 for 1, replying to Gloucester's 438 all out. Surrey 159 for 2, in reply to Somerset's 180 all out. One more to do after this ball from Bamboo Bowls, and that's defended by Guest, no run. Warwickshire, the champions of course, 292 all out. Lancashire 80 for 3. So round up the scores on the doors. As my good friend John Gwynn would have said. Well, Gwynny up there, not in the best of health at the moment, but I'm sure he may be listening. I'm sure he'll be listening to his beloved Lancashire. But if you are listening, Gwynny, you know, we're all be all behind you, and wishing you good health. You ever run into the great John Gwynn as a Lancashire commentator back in the day?
I can't.
Darts commentator as well.
Yeah,
Used to work with Sidwood.
I can't remember him actually. It's,
Well, you've obviously never met him then, because you would have remembered him if you'd met him. 161 for 2. A drive outside the off stump by Guest, and that's definitely beaten the bat. Bamber puts his head down and curses his luck, takes his cap from the umpire, gets a little tap from Roland Jones, as if to say, keep going. And another good over from the youngster. 161 for 2.
Yeah, Bamber continues to do a good job from this pavilion end, really keeping things nice and tight. And now it looks as if the left arm spinner is going to come into the attack. And perhaps, as I said, Middlesex might have missed a trick early on not to have started after lunch with the left armer. Yeah. But he's in the attack now, and really it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him now, because the batsmen have got to start after lunch.
Yes, he was first on this morning, Walala Wheater, and he's. You would have thought, well, I suppose Holman finished before lunch, didn't he, with his...
David, I have a question for you.
Go on. I'll see if I can help.
With this field, right, where do you think he's trying to get the batsman up? Or will be trying to get the batsman up?
Well, as you said, it's a defensive field at the moment, isn't it? With 2 men out at deep backward square and deep mid wicket. As he bowls, and that's driven back to him. I could be flippant and say he's probably trying to get the batsman out where he should have had 2 wickets this morning. One he did get caught and bowled, and the other one he dropped caught and bowled, which is a fierce chance. But
update for BBC Radio Derby listeners coming up fairly shortly. Manson pushes this next delivery from Wallalawita out into the onside, and there's no run. Slip, the only really attacking player, as Wallalawita bowls, and it's cut away out to the boundary by Wayne Manson. 89 the deficit now. Derbyshire move on to 162 for 2. Manson on to 36. Broadcast has 35. Aloita. 1 for 20 from 6.5 overs. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. They go through for another single. In comes Walla Aloita again. That one's pushed out into the offside. No run. 163 for 2. They've made good progress in the first 20 minutes of the afternoon session as well, Sally. They've moved on to 163 for 2, 29 runs added since the lunch interval, and the deficit now just 88 runs. Brooke Guest is on 36, the same score that Wayne Madsen has in the current partnership for the third wicket rather, is 70 runs off 124 balls. Derbyshire going nicely and will want to bat probably until lunchtime tomorrow if they can. They're 164 for 2 now. That means that they trail by 87.
Taking field. So where does the bowler bowl after that?
It's a boundary saving field.
Which cannot be the idea because, you know...
No, but that's
you
the
need. But you need at this moment in time. It is not necessarily about trying to save boundaries. What Middlesex need to get back in this game is they must find a way of getting a wicket.
Yes.
So that should be first and foremost in their mind.
And that certainly wasn't the case there. Bamba bowls and is pushed back to him. If the bowling from the Lake End had been as tight and as probing as Bamba has been since lunch, I think Derbyshire would have been under a lot more pressure. But there's been easy boundaries at that end, and then in that last over, there's just almost a single square, single on the onside, moving the ball around.
Yeah, well, Bamba's doing a good job. I mean, he's been very tight since the luncheon interval.
164 for 2. That's through outside the off stump. No run. 36 to Guest. 37 to Madsen. These two going along nicely. So the scores very much in Derbyshire's favour at the moment. A couple of wickets could change all that. Get the feeling there are wickets in this pitch as that ball's pushed into the offside. Cheeky single as Harman comes in to do the fielding. Was unable to stop them. It was just dropped. Wow. 8 or 10 yards into the offside. Good running.
Yeah, good cricket there, Marsden, using his experience, just dropping the ball in the offside and immediate response from his partner. Again, single much too easily had.
Bamba bowls and through to the keeper, no run. Even a few overs of, although he's been more probing than that, a few overs of just outside the off stump from the seam bowlers to build up a little bit of pressure and put a stem on the run scoring.
Yeah, I mean, what you need to do is, you know, you need some dot balls. Just try and dry those singles up. I think Bamba's doing a good job. He's not bowling any 4 balls, so you know he's keeping the batsman very honest.
Oh, commentator's curse, Butch. Comes in here, bowls. Oh no, it's not. It's through to the keeper. Usually, when you say that, the next ball's smacked through the offside for 4.
Yes, but he's in a good spell. Really, he's done his team proud. The only thing that he hasn't done is actually picked up a wicket, but I think he's done everything right. He's bowled one side of the pitch.
Given that he is bowling that accurately, would you be tempted to bring fine leg out of it, put him on the offside as well?
Perhaps not. I think this field perhaps can save the singles.
Next delivery again is through outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. And that's the end of my stint for a little bit. I'll be back later on. I'll leave you in the hands of Mr. Roland Butcher as David Fletcher comes back in.
Yes, and Derbyshire continue where they left off before the luncheon interval. The score now has moved on to 165, so they're doing exceptionally well. 2 set players at the crease, Guest and Marsden. Marsden, a very experienced player at the first-class level, now really getting to grips for that wicket went with the score at 93. So this partnership, Dave, is moving on nicely.
Certainly is. The partnership with 72 off 131 balls now between these two. The man I feel sorry for, and I've got a question for you as well about Brooke Guest, but the man I feel sorry for is Lewis Deploy, who's spent an awful lot of time padded up this season while he's been watching either Madsen, Guest or Masood, or a combination of those three batting. In fact, he missed out on a century at Leicester. She might be over-egging it, but he had his pads on for so long at Grace Road earlier this season in the only innings that Derbyshire batted as Walla Luita begins a new over. The way Madsen just pushes it into the leg side, that Mickey Arthur said to him, look, you've had your pads on so much over the past, just take them off and have a bit of relax, and of course a wicket falls. Matty McKinnon went into bat, got a century. Unfortunately for Matty, he played in the next game and hasn't played since, but Walla Luita bowls, and that one is pushed up towards mid on, a deep mid on by Wayne Madsen for another single. He'll move on to 39, it's 166 for 2.
Question, Dave. Why is the mid-on so deep?
But I've no idea. There's a single there. Mid-on and mid-off are both very deep, and they're not on the boundary for the big hit, the miss-hit big hit, are they? And they're not close enough to stop the single from being taken. That one's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. No, it is. I heard you talking there with DT, and it is very defensive from Middlesex already. The deficit is currently 85. And any kind of lead, you would say, would be useful. But if they're still batting by the close of play, it could be quite a substantial lead, as that one is defended by Brooke Guest out into the onside. Brooke Guest, wicket-keeper. Successive coaches have marked him out as a number 3 batsman. It really is a specialist position, isn't it? Because you never know if you're going to be in the first over or the 50th over. How difficult? Walla Luita bowls 2. Guest, and he clips it. He's making it look easy. He clips it into the leg side for another single. Moves to 37. 167 for 2. How tricky is it to continue to keep wicket and bat at number 3? Because the concentration levels to keep wicket and then almost instantly perhaps have to bat. I mean, it's quite a tough gig, isn't it?
It is, but as a batter, I mean, batsmen like batting, so he's not a... I'll come back to that in a minute.
All the way to bowls to Madsen. This one squirts into the offside, backward of square, no run. End of the over, 167 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's a genuine batsman, so he's not a sort of a makeshift batter. So, you know, he would be able to juggle the two quite easily. It may become difficult if you've spent 2 days in the field and then you lose a wicket in the first over. Then that takes on a different situation. But I think generally, you know, batting 3 would not be it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly taken to it. He was down in the more traditional 6-7 kind of area when he first came into the team as the number 1 wicketkeeper, when he replaced Harvey Hussain, who we were talking about this morning. But and he says himself he absolutely loves the role, wants to be a top order batsman. He certainly bats like one. As Bamber bowls to him, and that is pushed back to the bowler by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. He said he'd be all right juggling with it. Lewis Deploy juggles before he goes out to bat. He gets 3 cricket balls and he juggles with them.
He does.
To get his eyes moving and all the rest of it.
I hope they're all the same colour.
Yes. Well, the TV companies love it, of course. In T20 matches, if Derbyshire are on television, as soon as Lewis deploys the next man in, the television cameras are zooming in on him. This is there in the dugout, juggling away. He's quite the character. Bamber's in again, and that one comes off a leading edge, up towards, along the floor, but up towards mid-off, and he wasn't aiming it there at all. So a moral victory for the bowler. So I was just going to say how it was warming up, and that wind just picks up.
Suddenly.
And it's the wind that's brought the drop in temperatures. It's one of those feels-like kind of days, and it feels a lot colder than they say it's going to be, because the air temperature is quite warm, but that breeze is chilly. very chilly. Here's Bamber again bowling, and that's defended beautifully by Brooke Guest back to the bowler. Both good runners between the wickets as well, these two quite quick, so that obviously helps them pick up those singles and keep rotating the strike, which is important. Both right-handers. Coming up next, a couple of left-handers in Leas Deploy and Lewis Rees. And Anuj Dal after that. Alex Thompson, who we know can bat. We've no idea about Toby Petman. I've never seen him. I think he does have a first-class half-century. That's playing for the universities. As Bamber is in, and that was pushed out into the offside. And again, just scampering through for a fairly comfortable single on this occasion. And Guest moves to 38, 168 for 2. Mark Watt and Sam Connors, the other 2 remaining batsmen. Sam's got... Sam's probably... I think he's got a new shot, but he hasn't... That might only be 2 that he's got. And Mark Watt pretty much bats as you would expect him. He's a big man, and he can hit the ball a long way. Struck a very nice 6 down at Worcester on Friday. So plenty of batting to come for Derbyshire. Just 2 down at the moment. 167 for 2 as Bamber bowls, and that one is driven, but straight to the man at mid-on. It's Tim Murter, and there is no run.
Yeah, once again, Bamber very, very consistent in his line in length and not giving anything up at all, doing a good job. Questions and the problem will arise for Middlesex when his spell is completed. They will certainly need someone who can come on and do a similar job. Also in the process, pick up a wicket, because the Derbyshire total moving along nicely.
Well, the strange thing about this match is, I mean, we've seen some really good batting. Luke Holman, 48. Shan Masood, 49. We haven't had a half-century yet for many of the batsmen in the match. These two are closing in on that. And when I said earlier, I was actually over on BBC Radio Derby, telling them that Shan Masood was moving towards yet another half-century for Derbyshire, and he's just been caught at first slip. So these two have got to be careful not to play any rash shots. Ethan Bamber in to bowl to Madsen, who guides it backward a square on the offside. And there's no run. That is the end of the over. The 12th man keeping himself amused by running on in a strange fashion with his light blue bib. He's collected something from one of the fielders, and now he's making his way off again. I think it's Robbie White, who he collected. No, it was Max Holden, I beg your pardon. He collected something from Max Holden. And he's popped it in his pocket. 168 for 2. And Tilan Walalawita is going to continue from the lake end. Probably on the evidence of today, a slightly better bet than Luke Holman, who sent down a couple of full tosses, didn't he, after lunch, and was punished for them. I know it's difficult for the leg spinner, or it can be.
Yeah, the left arm has been much more conservative in his bowling.
He's coming in around the wicket to bowl to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. All the fielders again, though, just slightly too deep, and if you don't hit the ball hard, there's a single just about everywhere, isn't there? Really, you can push it into the offside as Brooke Guest did there. You can try and get it down towards third man. You can push it back down the ground to the mid-on and mid-off who are deep. Even the man at mid-wicket would be on the edge of a 30-yard circle if there were one. As Walalawita bowls, and Madsen tries to steer this down towards third man, picks out Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, I mean, how many balls has the man at deep point fielded?
That was about the first time I've mentioned him, I think. Oh, the one on the boundary.
The one on the boundary.
The one on the boundary.
Yeah.
He's having a rest, isn't he, out there? This one is pushed into into cover.
He's there for a bad ball.
Yeah. Yeah. No question. But quite often with the spinner, you see the 2 men back or bring them forward, but they're sort of in no man's land as Walalawita aborts his run up for the next delivery. 169 for 2, the score. Both batsmen out there have 39. Walalawita bowls at Madsen, sweeps. He sweeps backward of square, and it goes for 4 runs. And Well, Wayne Manson is such a good sweeper of the ball, and we're all convinced it's because before he became a full-time cricketer in South Africa, as a youngster, he was a South African hockey international, and he's sweeping, and of course he's a very good white ball player as well, but in red ball cricket he loves a sweep.
Yes, and obviously most hockey players got good hand-eye coordination. Obviously the likes of A.B. de Villiers.
A lot of South Africans, isn't it? They seem to play both sports, more hockey in the winter than football and cricket in the summer. The next delivery is defended back. 2-1 on Awita by Madsen. He moved on to 43 with that boundary. 173 for 2. Partnership up to 80. Madsen pushes this one to point where Ethan Bamber does the fielding, and that's the end of another over. 173 for 2. 39 to Guest, 43 to Madsen, and no real alarms since lunch. They're just picking up the runs nicely. Yes, they're not racing away. They've picked up 12 runs in the last 5 overs, but the current run rate's 3.5. That's perfectly acceptable in first-class cricket. And it seems like, I hesitate to say it from a Derbyshire perspective, but it seems like fairly plain sailing at the moment.
It does, and I think Derbyshire have been allowed to really dictate the pace of how things happen. I think Middlesex have been just a little bit too negative in their approach. I'm not sure that they're really searching for wickets, and really that's the only thing that's going to slow Derbyshire down is to get wickets. And there's been no invention in terms of field placing, etc., to try and get a wicket. It's been more of let's see what happens, and not a lot is happening.
Ethan Bamber to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who clips this nicely into the leg side. Wide mid-on, comes around to do the fielding. Tim Murtagh, Toby Roland Jones starting to warm up, and the batsmen go through for a comfortable single. Guest moves on to 40 now, and it's 174 for 2.
Yeah, easy single again. Just rotating the strike. Both batsmen now in their 40s. And you're absolutely right. We've seen some good starts from batsmen in this game, but nobody's gone on to get a half century today.
I can barely see Wayne Madsen now because they've got a man on the drive quite close in. Madsen drives into the offside. That's a good stop. They do get through for a single because it wasn't fielded cleanly. I think that's, I'm going to guess who that is. I think that might be Max Holden there, but I could be wrong.
He certainly saved 4 runs. That was nicely timed and full dive to the right. Certainly saved 4.
And the man is not in there for Brooke Guest. The man who's on the onside, on the drive, really quite close in, just on the edge of the cut strip. He's now been removed for Brooke Guest. He's got 2 slips. There's Bamber as he's in and bowls to him, and he drives it straight to the man at extra cover, and there's no run. What would that man, would he just be there to get into Madsen's eye line when he's in there on the straight? I mean, he's obviously there for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Bamber's looking to pitch the ball up. Hopefully, you'll hope that one perhaps stopping the pitch as he's driving and just spoon to that man at extra cover. I haven't got a problem with that feel. At least it's showing a little bit of invention. You're trying to get a wicket.
No, absolutely. Bamber's in again, and Madsen defends it straight back to him. 175 for 2. Yet to have full confirmation that it was John Lukic in the VIP tent. I'd be staggered if it wasn't him. Absolutely staggered.
When my stint is over, I will speak with the Derbyshire CEO and establish whether that's the case.
See if we can find out. Chief Executive Ryan Duckett was giving a little bit of a talk in there at lunchtime. There's lots of applause. It obviously went well. Oh, now then, he's bowled him. Well, how on earth has that got through Brooke Guest? Ethan Bamber has deserved it, and Brooke Guest has gone, and yet another player falls without reaching a half century. He's gone for 40, and Derbyshire are 175 for 3 now.
Yeah, good reward for some good bowling by Bamber. He's toiled hard from this pavilion end, and really has been the best of the Middlesex bowlers after this lunch and interval. And he's got his just rewards there when he's broached the defence of Guess, who went forward to a delivery that nipped back at him, and over went the Stumps. So the breakthrough finally comes for Middlesex. It's now 175 for 4, and he goes Guess goes for 44.
The juggler is coming out now. It's Leas Deploy. He's a good bat. Leas Deploy, when he gets going, he sometimes takes a little while to get into his stride, Leas Deploy, but once he does, he can be a very destructive batsman indeed, the South African. A good winter in South Africa. He's just starting to get a bit of red ball form, and of course it all stopped for the T20, but he's an exceptional white ball player, and hopefully he can take the confidence that he's gained from his white ball cricket and continue it in the county championship. Go back to a left-right combination. Next batsman in Lewis Rees is also left-handed. Couple of righties before Mark Watt comes in. Partnership was worth 82 for the third wicket between Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen. A decent partnership. Haven't had an awful lot of partnerships throughout the course of the game of any particular note. Bamba races in, buoyed by the wicket of Brooke Guest, and gets one to bounce a little bit, a bit of extra bounce there for the first delivery to Leas Deploy, who defends it comfortably out into the offside. It's the end of the over, 175 for 3.
Yeah, reward for some excellent bowling by Bamba. He's really bent his back after lunch. He's had to, because Middlesex really, from the other hand, has been fairly disappointing. He has held his hand up, and he's got the reward, finally prizing the wicket out of Guess for 44. And all 4 batsmen to date for Derbyshire have got starts. Godman got 34, Masood got 49, and now Guess 44, and sorry, Guess 40, and you've got Masden there on 44. So it suggests to me that the pitch is not as some of the players thought it was going to be, that it's but you're able to bat on it, you're able to, accumulate runs, and that's what Derbyshire are doing right now.
There was a suggestion yesterday when Kevin Hand did the post-match interview that the pitch was already starting to deteriorate, but it didn't look like it when Shan Masood was batting. Certainly, there's a comfortable single there out to the man, comfortable single for Wayne Madsen out to the man on the cover boundary. He moves on to 45, 176 for 3. I've got to go and do an update in a minute or two. Not quite just yet. But Ian Crooks has sent an email. Ian, a regular contributor. Yeah, it's really sad not to be able to join us at one of his favourite cricket grounds in the country. Looks like the weather should get warmer as the week goes on, he says, so I'll be able to leave my coat in the car. That is good news. He's just wondering if it looks as though Middlesex's first innings total might be a little light, although the pitch does appear to be taking some spin. Hopefully, from a Derbyshire point of view, they can be up or around Middlesex's first innings score sometime during the final session. Well, absolutely. They're currently trailing by 75. So soon after tea, they would be hoping, I would suggest, to get in and around the Middlesex score. Hopefully with wickets in hand as Leas Deploy goes dancing down the track. Then there's a bit of hesitation. There's a shot at the stumps at the end to which Deploy was running. That was all very unpleasant. And Deploy's off the mark, 177 for 5. He looked a bit jittery there, didn't he?
Yeah, yes, no, let's go. And he got there. And young Peter Such.
Well, when was the last time he was called that? Well, he's always been called Peter Such. It's the young bit. Here he comes around the wicket. Well, Aloita bowling to Madsen, pushes it back up towards the bowler, no run. He'll be enjoying seeing a pitch that's taking a bit of spin, a bit of turn, won't he? Peter Such. So I'm chatting with the Chesterfield groundsman before, and I'm fairly sure it was a pleasant conversation because I don't think there's anything wrong with the pitch. Good cricket wicket. 177 for 3. Wallaluita bowls to Madsen, who pushes it out into the offside. And again, there's no run. Quite often in the afternoon, Peter Spencer, who's the producer, sends me a little message to say that I'm on. So unless he sends me one, I'll wait till 2:30. This one's turned into the leg side by Madsen. No run. Numbers 76 and 77 batting together as the youngsters in their red school tops return from wherever they've been, presumably having their lunch. Pretty decent day for the to come and watch the cricket. This next delivery's turned in backward, turned very fine, in fact, and that's going to be 4 runs. Roland Butcher was signalling 4 way before it reached the boundary. 4 more to Madsen. He moves on to 49, the joint highest score of the match so far by an individual batsman. Derbyshire up to 181 for 3 now, with Pierce deployed on 1.
Just a little tickle around the corner by Marsden, just helping it on its way. And with the pace of the delivery, just ran away from the man at 45 degrees on the leg side who couldn't get across. Gets himself a boundary and also gets himself within 1 run of what would be a very, very well played half century, as DT will come back into the commentary position. And David, breakthrough finally coming for Middlesex. I think you'll be very happy with that.
So an update for BBC Radio Derby listeners over on FM coming up fairly shortly. And it looks like Ethan Bamber's going to carry on here. I know he wants something, Ethan Bamber. What's he want? He wants a drink. Or does he want something else? It seems unlikely that he would just want a drink. 12th man's gone to fetch something, or the ball. The ball's gone out of shape, of course. The ball's gone out of shape. Yeah. No worries, Pete. Thank you. So the ball, I'm not sure. I think it's been changed. Yeah, the ball changed. Bamber on his way, and then bowling to Lears deploy. A couple of slips in the gully in place, and Bamber bowls to him. Oh, and he gets a ball on the pad, drills out into the leg side. They'll go through for a leg by 182 for 3. Yeah. Good afternoon, Sally. Yeah, decent progress, absolutely, since lunch. They have lost a wicket, though. Brooke Guest, bowled by Ethan Bamber for 40. We're yet to see a half-century in the match, but Wayne Madsen's currently on 49, and a big appeal in the background for a leg before wicket, which he survives. Yet to see a half-century in the match, which is quite remarkable, seeing as we're almost halfway through the second day now of this game at Queen's Park. Wayne Madsen, as I say, on 49. Lears deploys joined him. He's on 1, and after that 82-run partnership for the 3rd wicket, they'll be looking to add more runs as Derbyshire now trailing by 69 are 182 for 3.
It's Bamber bowls and Madsen taking a pace down the pitch, trying to just break up the length a little bit there. I know that that Gus reckons that if DRS had been around in his day, he'd have had probably twice as many Test match wickets as he got, because he never got an LBW.
He might have had a few turned down as well after review.
Shame the big man isn't here to defend himself. 182 for 3. Bamber bowls, and that's driven through the offside, and there is Madsen's 50. Crashed away to the extra cover boundary. Raises his bat. Good applause from the spectators in the ground. Good crowd in today on what a blazer pitch, enjoying themselves. Tim Murter warming up as I speak, so he looks as though he'll probably be on for Bamber shortly.
Yeah, first 50 of the match, and a very good one by Marsden. He's been busy the moment he's come to the crease, and puts Derby very much in front.
Bamber bowls, and again beats the batsman outside the off stump. Good spell, even this over, bowling to a man who's there on 49 not out. He's well, he's 53 now because he's hit the boundary, but had the ball jagging back. A big shout for LBW, and that ball passing the outside edge, and giving Middlesex some hope of, well, if not a first innings lead, certainly of limiting Derbyshire's first innings lead. Here he comes again. Could be the last ball of his spell, this one, as he bowls. And Madsen, well, that ball pitched and left him, and Simpson was taking that in front of first slip, almost going towards second slip.
Yeah, we've spoken about that occasional delivery that's outside the off stump that just bounces off a length, and that was one, and it moved considerably away from the batsman as well. From her position here behind the bowlers, it looked as if you could almost think as if it was an edge, the way the keeper went across to take it.
Yeah,
but then you realise that
he'd
missed it by a long way.
So Bamber, I would suggest, is coming off, because he's taken his sweater, but rather than taking his sweater from the umpire, he's taken it. He's had it brought onto the field for him, so probably take a blow after a very good spell. And talking about taking a blow and a good spell, Butch, I think it's time for you to now. Come on, now, what do you do with the button, the green button? Now, come on.
Yes, I'm aware of the green button, and I'm standing before I actually do anything about it.
Good man, good man. Mr. Roland Butcher, he'll be back later. And David Fletcher will be into the commentary position shortly. We'll allow Wheat to continue bowls, and just playing back there to Pluie, and defensive, guarding his stumps.
You keep nagging him, he's not going to come back, you know.
Oh, he'll be back. He'll be back. Got to teach him that button. Flo.
Yeah, well, no, it is an important button. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Oh, he's next delivery down the pitch, hit hard, high and handsome down the ground by Lewis de Pluie, and he has hit that for 6 runs, straight just to the onside of those 4 sight screens down at the far end of the ground. And well, I hope it hasn't gone all the way down to the lake. No, it hasn't. It's been retrieved down there by.
Quite a good hit into the lake. There's a very large fence there as well, isn't there? That's,
well, there's a bridge as well.
I don't know where it goes, though.
Well, Kevin Hand was inquiring yesterday whether it went all the way over.
Yeah. Remarkable question. They got the response it deserves from you. Goes into the town centre. That's where it ends up.
Here we go. Bowls again, and driven nicely. Throws going to get more runs here. That's a chase back for Tim Murphy. He's going to pull it up inside the boundary to deep extra cover. And 2 more runs to deploy. So Derbyshire very much on top here, 194 for 3.
They changed the ball, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. How many times have we seen that this season? These balls have been hopeless. We saw one changed after 3 deliveries.
Next ball has deployed down the pitch, playing that up to mid-on. Again, quickly through for a single. Again, the field changes over, this time for the right-hander.
We are told that a new batch of balls has been sent out. I don't know whether we're using the balls from the new batch already or whether we've got to wait until the next round of county championship matches in a couple of weeks' time.
Bowles and Madsen just across his stumps, eases that into the vacant mid-wicket and jogs through for a single. Thank you very much. He moves under 54, 10 to already to Dublouis and 196 for 3.
I spoke to Wayne Madsen on Friday night specifically about coming to Chesterfield because he's been coming here as well longer than any member of the current Derbyshire squad, certainly. My lack of...
Balls once more down the pitch, driving to Walla.
That's him.
I shall get that one right one day. Walla, the left arm spinner.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to give him a shorter name than that. 196 for 3.
We could call him Tillan.
Well, I suppose so.
That's a bit familiar, isn't it? I've never met the lad. So my lack of research let me down badly, really, because we were just chatting. He said what a wonderful place it is to come. The crowd's always nice, close to it, and all the rest of it. And how he loves coming here. I said, well, good memories of it. He said, well, I got a century in each innings against Surrey once. Well, that's not bad then. Yeah, fair play. He said, unfortunately, Derbyshire lost. But he got a century in each innings against Surrey a few years ago here at Chesterfield. So a place that he knows and loves. Wayne Madsen, and what's not to love? We could just do with a few less grey clouds as Toby Rowland-Jones replaces Ethan Bamber. 7 overs, 1 for 11. Bamber, and this was a short delivery first up. It's pulled into the leg side, but not with any kind of conviction. Sadly for Wayne Madsen, right off the toe end of the bat. He's now looking at the toe end of his bat, but it looks like it's survived. And there is no run. 196 for 3 means that Derbyshire trail by just 55 now. 3 wickets down. They will want to be batting till lunchtime tomorrow. Rowland-Jones goes in again and bowls, and that one is defended. It's a strange old defensive shot because his bat was a little way away from his body, and he almost looked like he really wanted to leave the ball, but just couldn't resist touching it with the bat. Pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run. If you are coming to Chesterfield at any time, the Friends of Queen's Park have got a bookstall away to our left-hand side, which is right next to a whole load of beer pumps. It's almost like the ideal. Pulled by Wayne Madsen into the leg side. 1 bounce, 4 runs, just backward of square, and he gets applause from Lias Deploy and a handshake as well. As Derbyshire move up to 200. 203 Madsen up to 58.
It's batting point. The home side. Has it got my book around there? Or is it only second-hand books? Is it?
Oh, it's second-hand book. Yeah, no, people don't give yours away, do they? They tend to sort of be the centrepiece of any home library. I would have thought. I haven't got one. It's Rowland-Jones in again, and Madsen pushes it up to mid-on.
Did I not bully you into buying ones? I didn't.
You might have tried. I very rarely buy.
You don't
bullied into buying.
You don't like good reads, good entertaining.
I very rarely read books, if I'm entirely honest. I like statistical books and things like that. But yeah,
not too many statistics. So always say statistics are for people who don't understand the game, Fletcher.
Oh, It's like open warfare in the commentary box. 200 for 3. Roland Jones bowls, and it's clipped again for 4 more. That's a poor ball from Roland Jones. He'd already been hitting in that exact same area. This one was slightly further in front of square, really. And he moves on to 62 now, Madsen. 204 for 3, but you can't really bowl there to him. You can't really bowl there to any batsman.
I'll tell you, not good bowling. He's not, just struggling a little bit for his rhythm. Toby Roland Jones at the moment.
He's such a high-class operator, Wayne Madsen. Has been for a number of years. Already this season, 2 centuries and now 5 half-centuries. That may well have been the 70th boundary that he struck this season. Roland Jones is in and beats Madsen. That's terrific. That's a great comeback from Toby Roland Jones. The ball goes past the edge of the bat through to the wicket-keeper, Simpson. But it is the final ball of the over from Toby Roland Jones. 62 to Madsen, 10 to deploy. Derbyshire had 204 for 3 now. And that means that they trail by just 47 runs.
Very much in the driving seat on a cold, blustery sort of day here.
Yeah, it could be warmer, couldn't it? I don't think it didn't get cold enough for me to go and get my coat from the car, and I'm told it's warming up as the week goes on. So come Thursday, when I'm sitting on my couch at home, I won't need a coat, which is good news, because I'm not putting the heating on. That's not coming on until December, when I've saved up. So I've got the big guns on now, trying to find a wicket here, Middlesex.
Yes, Tim Murtagh back into the attack, running up the hill, and a little bit of excitement there as from the slips, who thought the batsman was going to miss that one and there would have been an LBW appeal. He didn't, he pushed it into the onside deploy. 204 for 3.
Deploy has got 3 half-centuries this season, but nothing more than that. So big innings for him, really. He's a good bat, really good batsman.
Oh, careful, Fletch. Yeah. Murtagh bowls to him.
No, he is.
Down the leg side, through to the keeper. So 2 slips in a gully for the left-hander. Extra cover mid-off. Leg side field, the orthodox three-man leg side field. 204 for 3. No, I let the listeners work that out themselves.
Well, it keeps the brain active, doesn't it?
Well, it does. It does. I only tell them if there's a deviation from the mid-wicket and long leg. Murtagh to deploy, who's sort of streakily got that one away for a couple down past the diving gully. And comes back for a second run, moves on to 12.
What are we getting Annie on? When's Annie coming on anyway?
Well, she's coming on at some point.
Yeah. Whenever we want, she says.
Very agreeable.
Yeah. County cricket matters.
It does indeed.
Absolutely.
Murtagh bowls and less than convincing from deploy. He's forward and striking him on the pad, but must have got a bit of bat as well, I think. 207 for 3. You want Annie to come in and have a chat with you?
Well, what we'll do is, I'll tell you what we'll do. If we go to 3 o'clock, you stay there, I'll just hop off and then hop back on, and then Annie can take over your microphone at just gone 3 o'clock.
Well, if you want to, or if you want to do...
We'll do it before lunch, before 3 o'clock.
On for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I can slip back in.
Yeah, well, we'll do that then.
Murtagh to the right-hander bowls, and that's played to short extra cover, and there's no runs. Well, I'll just ease myself out, so to speak.
Yes.
Which is not as easy as it used to be.
No. There's a lot of creaking going on.
The old knees these days.
Yeah, we apologise for the noise.
Thank
Thank you to DT. We'll get Annie Chave in from County Cricket Matters. I have to ask her what she is at County Cricket Matters. She's certainly something at County Cricket Matters, whether she's the editor or what, I'm not entirely certain, but she'll tell us. Here's Tim Murtagh, 207 for 3, Derbyshire. Bowls, and that's left alone, but yelp, he left it alone. Wayne Madsen, ball goes, well, nothing yet, because I'm switched you on. There you go. Annie, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Annie Chave, County Cricket Matters, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
First impressions, is it your first impressions of Chesterfield, or have you been before?
It's my first impression.
What do you make of it?
Yeah.
It's all right, isn't it?
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Came down on the night before the first day and had a look round at all the chairs, sat round in the sun, and it was looked beautiful. And yeah, it's a good crowd and lots of good atmosphere and quite a lot of Middlesex fans I see around as well.
David Griffin, who's a statistician, photographer, everybody at Derbyshire knows him, of course, was saying that when he was wandering around yesterday, there was some fans who'd come down from Durham just to come to a different venue. Durham have played here in the recent times. I distinctly remember sitting next to Martin Emerson at some point over the last 4 or 5
Can't
years.
forget that.
No, you never forget that. As Roland Jones begins a new over, wide of the off stump, allowed to go through by Leas Deploy. County Cricket Matters, then, you'd see the double meaning is magnificent. I don't know who came up with it, but well done, everybody. It's a magazine.
Yep.
Are you the editor?
I'm the editor.
You're the editor.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right, we've established what you are. What in between balls? Let us know what County Cricket Matters does. People out there, a lot of people will know already, but some won't. After this delivery from, I've waffled on that long, I haven't given you time to answer. Here's Roland Jones into deploy, pushes this one out into the offside, no run.
It was a magazine set up in November 2019 because we were feared what the 100 would do to county cricket, and we were a little bit concerned about the impact on county cricket, and so we wanted to give a little bit of a platform for county cricket and say that, you know, that we wanted to champion it a little bit. And that was when it was set up, and this is edition 11 we're on now.
Excellent, excellent. Here's Roland Jones. Bowling to deploy, the left-handed deployer leaves alone outside the off stump. You've mentioned that competition that takes place in August that I never mentioned the name of.
Yeah.
We won't mention it again, I promise. My listeners generally don't
the
like...
16.4, as we call it. Yeah.
My listeners have got no interest in it at all, because the team that play next to the River Trent don't have any players from Derbyshire. They haven't picked any. I mean, it's nonsensical, but that isn't what we're here to talk about.
You try being a Somerset fan.
Oh, well, absolutely. No, it's ridiculous. Don't start me. You've started me now.
I've started
yours. I can rant with the best of them.
Excellent.
Roland Jones bowls, and this one is defended by Deploy. And there is no run. And there are genuine fears, aren't there? We hear all the time whispers, they're going to get rid of this many counties, they're going to get rid of that many counties. And then you start working out which counties they might be. And supporters of the smaller grounds, the non-test grounds, immediately start to worry.
Well, of course. You can see by the 8 teams that are in that competition that we won't mention, you know, of course the other 10 are going to be concerned that it's... going to be them.
Deploy waits as Roland Jones is in and bowls to him, and he drives up towards wide mid-off. They scamper through for a quick single. Deploy moves on to 13, 208 for 3. Now, I spoke to the Derbyshire chairman, Ian Morgan, a couple of weeks ago before we did the Notts Outlaws game in the T20, and I've heard the Sussex chairman say the same thing, and they're adamant that there is nothing on the table to reduce the number of counties. Do we believe that? I mean, we should believe it on face value, but it shouldn't stop us from still making sure that the county cricket's voice is heard.
Make our feelings known.
Yeah. Roland Jones bowling to Wayne Madsen now. Madsen is edging this one to Gully, and he has gone. Madsen goes for 62. The breakthrough to Roland Jones. A comfortable catch in the end for Gully. It's 208 for 4. That is a big breakthrough because Madsen looked in pretty good nick. And that is the highest score of the match. It's remarkable, the high score of the match, 62 from 89 deliveries with 11 fours. is the only half-century of the game so far, and a real shame. But the game is moving on apace, which is, again, good for an outground because it means that we're almost certainly going to see a result in this game. So that is good news. So inside the magazine, regular contributors, or do you have, people can send stuff into you and you'll have a look at it and that kind of stuff?
Basically, people send it in, but I always have an interview, for example. So I've had Barry Richards and David Gower, had Angus Fraser, and this edition is Paul Nixon. Such a wonderful enthusiast is Paul Nixon, and I think it comes across in the interview.
Mad as a box of frogs, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, excellent.
Absolutely.
Good. No, I always got that
Yeah,
impression.
no, he totally is. But he's he's wonderful. We've got from a Somerset BBC, Anthony Gibson's written an article in this one.
Yeah, excellent.
About the various commentary boxes that that he's worked in at Somerset. So basically, it's a kind of a magazine that has lots of good writers and established writers, and then it also is has springboxed for new writers. So I got quite a mixture, and so there's always an interview, and we've always got a crossword as well. So what can I say?
Well, no, absolutely, yeah, no, I can't remember the last time, but is it a cricket crossword?
It is.
New over begins to Tim Mertz, left it out outside the stump.
It's a cryptic cricket crossword. I know that scares a lot of people. Yeah.
Too tricky. The Void, is it? Did I read?
The Void,
he's a famous. Is he not?
He writes for the Independent. He does ones for the Independent.
I thought I'd recognise the. Is the Void the same person who contacted me on Twitter yesterday? There's somebody called the Void. It was a music thing that he sent me. Anyway, it might be a completely different person.
I'm sorry, I can't help you with that.
No, 208 for 5. I'm just waffling now, really, as Merton bowls. Oh, and he's edged and caught, and it's 2 in quick succession. And Leas Deploy has gone now, and Derbyshire are 208 for 5. And from a position where they were in complete control of this match, they've lost 2 quick wickets. Deploy goes for 13, and at 208 for 5 now, Middlesex will think that they're right back in this one. They lead still by 43.
The Derbyshire fans will be wanting me straight off comms, won't they? Because
well, I didn't like to say.
I really didn't mean to do this, because part of the reason I came all the way to Chesterfield was to see Wayne Madsen.
Yes.
Because he's had a great season, hasn't he? And I've wanted to watch him for a while, so I was very disappointed to see him go.
That's 2 wickets in 3 balls as well, which is a bit of a blow for the home supporters, but terrific for Middlesex.
And for a neutral, it's quite interesting. It's keeping the game quite alive.
Yeah. I'd love to call myself a neutral, but
well, I'm definitely a neutral, being a Somerset fan.
I am sort of. I am sort of. Blimey, we've been surrounded.
I know. I think Roland wants to have a look at that particular dismissal.
Yeah. Now, Anuj Dal comes out to join Lewis Rees, so 2 fresh batsmen, neither of whom have faced a delivery out in the middle. Nudge hasn't played in the T20 for whatever reason. He's a magnificent fielder. We saw how good a bowler he is in the first innings, but he can bat as well. Shedding a record stand with Brooke Guest last season against Leicestershire for the 6th wicket, I think it was. And, of course, Lewis Rees, by trade, is an opening batsman. So no cause for alarm yet from a Derbyshire perspective, I would suggest. But that's just me trying to be upbeat from a Derbyshire point of view, I think. The Middlesex tales will be. How do we get hold of a copy of this then? If Tim Mertz, see, I always ask the question at the wrong time. He's in and bowls to Anuj Dal, push it out into the offside.
You're not very good at this, are you? You need to start learning about when to start talking.
Yeah.
Actually, quite interestingly, I've got an article by Andrew Merter in this one, and it's about Tim Merter. So that's very apt, isn't it?
Is it a relative?
Yeah, it's his uncle. He played. He played as well. So So there's but to get a copy, you just need to go onto my website.
Excellent. We'll get that in a moment. 208 for 5. Merter on his way in. Ball's left alone by Anuj Dal outside the off stump. and through to the keeper.
Yeah, the website's just www.countycricketmatters.com.
I noticed you've got something by Dan Norcross in there.
Yep.
How did you manage to keep Dan down to the requisite number of words?
It was quite tricky,
God,
actually.
Bennett, the bloke can talk forever.
Well, he did keep contacting me saying, I've got it done a little bit, I've got it done a little bit.
Yeah,
but it's actually, it's a wonderful, wonderful article. It's really, really lovely. So, yeah.
Andrew Rad as well, our friend from Northampton. 208. 4-5. I'm getting pushed and pulled all over the place here. Dal plays that into the leg side. That's your book, is it? Yeah, nobody cares, DT.
Is he trying to get...
Apparently there was a nice review of his book in County Cricket Matters, I know. And now somebody's tweeted about it.
Yes, there was.
Not Fred Titmus has tweeted about it, and now Dave's showing me the tweet. Apparently it's called, I don't know if anybody knows this, but it's called Do They Play Cricket in Ireland?
And it was by not Fred Titmus as well.
Yeah, so, not Fred Titmus did the review?
Yes.
Oh, blimey. This was pushed out nicely by Anusdal back at a square on the outside. They're going to run 2. They might come back for a 3rd as well. Anusdal is the fastest thing on 2 legs, but he's turned down a 3rd run. I think Lewis Rees turned down the 3rd run. 2 taken, end of the over, 210 for 5. So it's people pick the subject that they want to write about then, rather than you commissioning somebody to do something.
No, I do contact people and I say I'd really like you to write an article on this. I've got a really good one from Andy Nash in here about it's quite a powerful one about counties and the situation at the moment, and so I asked him to write that one. You know, basically I said to Dan Norcross, please could you write me something? And he said, what? And I said, you choose. So yeah, it's a bit like that. And then I get a lot of articles in and then I have a look at them all, and it's a bit like a jigsaw trying to fit them all in, and what you know, we don't want to do a whole load of articles on one county because that would, well, obviously, you understand that. You'd get, hell. And then also, I'll break off.
So you're good at it. Roland Jones in and bowls to Lewis Rees. Strikes him on the pad. I'm not sure if there was any bat involved there. The ball's gone down a fine leg. We're going to see a signal from the umpire. No, we're not. So there was some bat in it. And Lewis Rees is off the mark, 211 for 5.
Yeah, and obviously I try and get a selection of sort of vaguely modern. You know, county cricket is quite modern at times.
Yeah, can be. Can be. Yeah,
and,
we're all doing our best to try and be modern here.
Absolutely.
Anybody under the age of 50, under the age of 60 in the commentary box, but we're doing our best to stay modern.
Yeah. Well, I fit into that category.
Dear, oh dear.
No, I haven't.
It's Roland Jones in and Paul's left alone outside the off stump by Anusdal. Wow. Listen, it's going to get complicated now, Annie, so just give us the website again. What's the website?
www.countycricketmatters.com, and you can just subscribe. It's £13 for the year, and that's including post, and it's 4 editions a year, so they're out quarterly. So the next one's September, but this one's fresh out June. And the reason I'm here is because Derbyshire have taken 20 copies to sell for me. So.
Oh, excellent. Have they sold them?
I have no idea.
Oh, excellent. Well, hopefully they will have done soon. Toby Roland, Jones, Falls to Anusdal. Thank you very much. Annie Chave, everybody, who's the editor of County Cricket Matters, has been with us at Chesterfield for the last couple of days. We won't mention how lightweight she was last night. On the night of terrible, shocking. I've never seen so much salad in all my life. I've got a nip off and yes, exactly. Yeah, there's all this green stuff on the side of a plane. I have no idea what it was.
Oh dear. And drinking as well. It's not a good combination.
Half a Guinness and a glass of water.
You need to stodge, don't you, with it if you're drinking?
What on earth is that all about? But there we go. Supporting county cricket, so well, that is true. At least he managed to turn up. That one is a nice shot from Anusdal. It's just chopped away down to backward point for 4 runs. His first boundary, he moves on to 6. And Derbyshire are 215 for 5 now, which means they trail by 36 runs.
Yeah, those 2 wickets have really...
Well, it's got Middlesex right back in it, hasn't it, really?
Yes. Very kind of you to mention my book as well.
Without prompting.
Very good.
What was it calling it?
Do they play cricket
that
in
was
Ireland?
it.
was
Yeah,
it?
I've forgotten. Available at all good charity shops now. Is Roland Jones bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Dahl to go through to Simpson.
If only it was. If only it was.
Yeah, no, well, rare. They rare copies.
Rare copies. The rare unsigned copies. Actually, I've only signed 3 or 4.
Have you?
Yeah. It's quite a. It's quite a. Oh, you want me to sign the book? Oh, you don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, big West End launch and everything.
I wish there was no launch or anything. I was away.
No fanfare. Roland Jones is in again, balls, and Dahl leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. 58 overs down now. We've got 46 left today, so another 14 until tea, which is the thick end of an hour, which means it'll probably be close to 4 o'clock when we get to have tea. I'm going to stay on but nip off, if you know what I mean, and we'll do half an hour and then see where we are.
Does Butch come back on?
I have no idea. I can't work out what's happening anymore.
Okay, I'm sure we'll work something.
Yeah, we will.
Interesting developments in that little 10 minutes when you were on there with nattering away with Annie, because 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls.
Yeah, Derbyshire have suffered a bit of a blow here, Sally. They've lost 2 wickets in quick succession in the last few minutes. They've lost Wayne Madsen for 62 and Lewis Deploy for 13. They've gone from 208 for 3 to 208 for 5, and at the moment they're still behind. They're trailing by 36. Anuj Dahl and Lewis Rees are out in the middle. Derbyshire 215 for 5. That was an absolute mess. Thank you.
This is all round, as does Anuj Dahl. And Dave Fletcher, who it seems you were barely off. You missed one delivery.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it in a minute.
Merter bowls, and that's through outside the off stump, no run.
Put my headphones on here, and Dave Fletcher can update us with it, with the latest. And you were still talking, which you were perfectly entitled to do, because the feed goes through that up to the stream. So I'm pressing buttons and trying to work out what I'm going to say. Oh, it was a terrible mess, but I didn't miss it, so it doesn't count as a miss. It was a near miss.
How many would you miss in a season?
I've missed 2 this season.
Oh dear.
Which I don't think is bad. Every half hour.
So Merter to Rees, and Rees plays that one firmly up to mid-on. There's no run to be had there. So that partnership, which was the good one really, I suppose, was between Brooke Guest and Madsen.
Yeah, 82.
That was the meaty one, wasn't it?
Yeah, 82 for the 3rd wicket. They're still trailing. They would have been hoping to be batting late into the evening session and into tomorrow morning, but they'll do well to do that now.
Merter bowls, and again just pushed up towards mid-on. No run there. Yeah, so 175 for 3 when the 3rd wicket fell, and then 2 wickets falling on, in the space of three balls,
yeah.
On 208.
Yeah, it was a big blow for big blow struck by Middlesex and a big blow for Derbyshire. Pied Wagtail's back.
Can you have your what back?
Pied Wagtail's back.
Next ball of thickish edge down into the gully. What are you whittering about over there?
The Pied Wagtail.
Oh, okay.
I love a Pied Wagtail. See them on a lot of cricket outfields.
Where is it?
It's gone now. See, poor old Nottingham, she's still languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd division, 134 for 2, trailing Leicestershire by 306, bless them.
Yeah, Leicestershire made a decent total there.
That's as many as they've scored all season.
Merter bowls outside the off stump, doesn't tempt Rees. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, Leicestershire's batting has been a real problem this season. Durham are batting on, believe it or not. They've gone up to 601 for 7 now against Worcestershire at Chesterfield. And Glamorgan 117 for 1. They trail Sussex by 259. That game being played in Sophia Gardens in the Welsh capital. So runs around in the second division. Leicester should really have struggled this season with the bat. So good to see them doing well against Nottingham. Good to see anybody doing well against Nottinghamshire, quite frankly. But good to see Leicestershire doing well. Toby Rowland-Jones is in and bowls. Oh, and that's bowled him. Anuj Dal has gone. He turns around to see the leg stump leaning back.
Yeah.
So that one has either taken an inside edge or it's come back quite a long way. And Anuj Dal goes, and Derbyshire are in danger of not even having a lead here. 215 for 6 now. As Anuj Dal goes for 6. And, well, they're still behind Middlesex here. And Toby Rowland-Jones has picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall in pretty quick succession.
He suddenly sort of seems to have found his rhythm, doesn't he? And when he is one of those bowlers that once he gets in the groove, then you know, he can have a devastating half an hour or 40 minutes or whatever. So
36 behind as well. It should be Alex Thompson who can hold a bat. You know, he's okay. He's Alex Thompson. I think he's got a half-century this season. I'm fairly sure he's got it is Alex Thompson. It would have been a surprise had it not been. Yeah, 2 half-centuries this season. I do him a disservice, averaging 32 with the bat, so he can bat. We know he can.
Useful man coming in at number 8, averaging 32.
Yeah.
So that's another blow for Middlesex, and to go from 208 for 3 to 215 for 6, all of a sudden the game's, if not back in the balance, no, Derbyshire is still in a strong position, because if these two, say, put on 35, 40, then they're up level, and they've got another 4 wickets in the hatch. But one stage you were looking at a lead of maybe 80, 100,
yeah,
something like that.
Absolutely.
And now you'd think, if you offered Derbyshire a lead of 40 now, they'd probably say, yes, thanks, we'll take that.
Take that and see if we can get a couple of wickets out before they get parity. So Rowland-Jones, who picked up 2 wickets in this spell, 2 for 14 in 3 overs and 1 ball. Going to be bowling to the new man, Alex Thompson. Tall man, the off-spinner. And Rowland-Jones is in and bowls to him, and it's a very correct defensive shot out into the offside from Thompson. The Middlesex players who'd stopped doing all that throwing nonsense have started doing it again now. They're all excited out there. They're like little children.
Noisy children.
Well, yeah. Did notice the 12th man went on with the drinks, because you have to go on with the drinks after the fall of every wicket. I mean, half of them will be nipping off. I've just seen one player suggesting he might need to be subbed off for a few minutes as Rowland-Jones is in and bowls to Thompson. Ball goes up to Murtagh at mid-on, and there's no run. The weight of the drinks was weighing him down. He was struggling to move with them. The young man just about managed to get off the pitch. .215 for 6. Who'd have thought? Still 12 overs after this until tea. A lot of cricket to be played. Game's moving on. Thompson defends into the onside. There's no run. It's always been a bit in it for the bowlers out there. 62 from Madsen, 49 from Masood, 40 from Brooke Guest, 34 from Billy Godleman. Suggest that you can get in, but you can't necessarily go on. 48 from Luke Holman, the highest score in the Middlesex first innings. You'd have thought somebody would potentially better that second time around, although, again, talking last night, that the pitch was starting to deteriorate. Well, day 3, it probably should. This is pushed out into the offside by Alex Thompson, straight back to the bowler, in fact. Fields in his follow-through. The run rate is, the runs have dried up. In the last 5 overs, Derbyshire at 8 for 3. That's not great. Not great at all. Somebody's got some sun cream in it in the medical bag. Here's Roland Jones once again. In arm balls, and that one is up a bit of a leading edge out into the offside off the bat of Alex Thompson. A wicket maiden for Toby Roland Jones. 2 for 45 from his 14 overs now. 2 for 14 in this current 4-over spell. Lewis Rees has one. Alex Thompson yet to get off the mark. 215 for 6. Derbyshire trail by 36.
So how the game can change in just almost the blink of an eye, wasn't it? There's 2 wickets in 3 balls, very well set. Madsen batted well for his 62. He did give a chance early on to Wallala Wheater, who
was on one, wasn't he?
smashed it back at him, and it would have been a good catch if he'd taken it. Murta bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Oh, they're doing this running in again stuff, aren't they?
Yeah, it's nonsensical.
Very excitable. I thought it was a good catch by Eskenazi to get rid of Deploy. Low down.
It was quite low, wasn't it?
Made it look easy, didn't he? Made it look easy.
Like the mad someone in the first innings, in the Middlesex innings, when he took it down by his bootstraps.
Murta bowls to Rees, so that's outside the off stump. A little bit of bounce there. Goes through to the keeper. No run. Yes, right by his boot. So it is also good of, I suppose, of Simpson actually to not go for it and not put him off, because it was to the wicket-keeper's side of first slip. To his right, but it's a left-hander on strike. So just to muddy the waters. Murta bowls and smashed, but straight towards cover. Good looking shot that. Oh dear.
Come off his knee, I think. And he's hobbling around out there. The fielder, his hands on knees now. The ball bounced a long way away from him as well. After smacking into his knees, getting no sympathy whatsoever from his teammates.
It's Mark Stoneman. Oh. He's a northerner. He shouldn't show pain.
No, we don't. We don't.
Murta bowls again, and that's outside the off stump. Just tempting Rees, but he wasn't going to have any of that.
Of course,
Simpson.
He could be too far north to not show pain.
Oh, right.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Bamber just warming up away to our right. I doubt he's going to be back on any time soon, because he had a long spell after lunch, but he's just making sure he doesn't stiffen up, I'm sure. Good probing spell. Murta bowls, and that's on the line of the stumps, and work to mid-wicket. No run there.
There's a proper rebuilding job here for these two. Lewis Rees, an opening batsman by trade. Alex Thompson, a bowler who bats. And then after these, it's Mark Watt, Toby Petman and Sam Connors. Connors has just added a second shot to his repertoire.
Murta. Pitch is up, and that's delightfully flicked wide of mid-on, but it doesn't beat a tumbling mid-on there. Wallala Wheater diving to his left and picking the ball up.
Because we don't know what Petman can do
Maiden over.
as a batsman. Because we've never seen him. And we've only ever seen Mark Watt in white ball cricket. So Middlesex can sense a potential first innings lead here. They're ahead by 36 at the moment.
That would be asking a lot, because that would mean that they would have had to take the last 7 wickets for less than 42 runs, 43 runs.
Quite the collapse.
Well, 7 for 43 on this pitch, I'm not sure.
Toby Roland Jones is into. Thompson strikes the pad.
Bit high.
half-hearted appeal. Not much of an appeal from Roland Jones himself either, which is always a bit of a giveaway. Made it easy for Hassan Adnan, who he has a brief chat with on the way past. I do like the Middlesex tops. I liked them down at Lords, and they're the same ones, so I still like them. I like the V across the front of the chest. You can't see it on most of the players out there because they're wearing sweaters. And something I noticed about the sweaters today, I want to ask you about, is that Roland Jones bowls. That's a better appeal. He's gone. Trap leg before. Alex Thompson's gone now. Roland Jones has a third wicket in this spell. 3 for 14 in this spell. Alex Thompson, well, it was just too good for him. 6 deliveries, I think he faced, possibly 7. He's out for a duck. And well, I still maintain Middlesex will fancy a first innings lead. 2-1-5 for 7 now, having not too long ago been 208 for 3.
Yes, that first innings lead more likely now, and if you're going to play expansive shots through the leg side off straight deliveries, yes, you do have to connect with some part of the bat, otherwise you're in a lot of trouble. I had the glasses on that one, and it's a smallish ground here anyway, and when you've got a really sharp pair of binoculars, I was almost I was almost sort of fielding at silly mid-on when I was able to go up and appeal for that one myself, and that was yes, plum, I think is the word.
It's the big man, Mark Watt, striding out to the middle for his first bat in first-class cricket for many, many, many years. I was talking to Kevin yesterday about these sweaters, and I love the cable knit sweaters, but obviously there's no numbers on the backs. He said, oh, well, they've got to be woven in. Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, weave the things in then. Then on the front of the sweaters, the sponsor's name's been woven in. Get numbers on the backs, for goodness sake. Thank you very much. 215 for 7. I didn't notice them until this morning when I saw them warming up, and I'm thinking, well, if they've got the sponsor's name on the front, they could put a number on the back. It's not beyond the wit of a human being to do that, surely.
No, but they do look quite classy, though, don't they, without the numbers on the back?
Well, yeah, but the whole point is that people who come to county cricket can identify who's doing what.
Some people might come along and just like the aesthetics of a white kid.
3 slips for Mark Watt now, defends the first ball bowled to him by Toby Roland Jones. Seems unlikely. It remains 215 for 7.
Well, you know, traditionalists, old people.
The non-modern cricket supporter. Still 10 overs to go until tea here.
Talking of old people, I've got the glasses on Tim Murter at the moment. He's looking quite happy with life.
I bet he is. Roland Jones in a balls to Mark Watt, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Spoke to Mark Watt at the close of play last night and asked him how he'd had to adapt. And of course, being a left-arm spinner in T20 cricket to being a left-arm spinner in the Championship, he said it was. He had to keep sort of reminding himself he wasn't trying to dart one in and get it underneath the bat and that kind of thing, or bowl his 24-yarders. He was a proper left-arm spinner. Batting will also be slightly different for him because quite often he'll come down very, very late in a T20 innings. He waits down, Roland Jones bowls to him and defends up towards mid-off when Murta does the fielding and there's no run.
Nice high elbow there.
I think he's got the attributes to succeed at county cricket. I don't think there's any question about that. But having not played first-class cricket since 2017, there'll be no muscle memory there for it, will there?
That's true.
So, learning on the job. Derbyshire 36 runs behind. As Roland Jones is in again, and this one, that's a good lead.
Whee.
Yeah. This is bat high out of the way. Ball goes through. It's a second wicket maiden in this spell, I fancy. Just going to double check on that. No, it isn't. But it is a wicket maiden. 3 for 14 in the 5-over spell that Roland Jones has bowled. 3 for 45 in total. Derbyshire 215 for 7 now, and they trail by 36.
Yeah, might be having a chat to him later for the Middlesex website, I think it is. Murtagh be looking to add to his solitary wicket, and that ball played back to him. He deflects it into the stumps, but Watt hadn't left his crease. No run. 215 for 7. Remember, Derbyshire were 208 for 3. If you just popped out to post a letter, if people still do that sort of thing and come back, you might have wondered what's happened. Well, very good tight spell of probing spell of bowling from Toby Roland Jones, well backed up by this man, the Middlesex skipper, Murtagh, who bowls, and that has been whipped away through mid-wicket. There was premeditated intent there from Lewis Rees, who actually took a pace down the pitch and whipped that one away for 4. I don't think Murtagh will be too disappointed to see that, but they'd got bogged down, hadn't they? Derbyshire. It needed something like that just to break the shackles.
There's no point just defending and defending, because eventually you're going to get dismissed. See, somebody's got to score the runs to get them close. 2
slips in a gully. Murtagh bowls, and that's a swung high and handsome away on the, well, it's swung high, just about handsome. Mildly good looking, perhaps, as it staggers its way over the ropes and into the tarpaulin that
average height, average hair. No distinguishing features. That kind of shot, really.
Yeah, yes. High and averagely good looking. So 223 at successive boundaries. We've now got Gully going out to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket himself going back to deep backward square to perhaps do something about these aggressive shots. Murtagh rolls again, and this time it's just pushed back past him for a no run. So that's reduced the arrears a good bit anyway, down to 28 now, with 3 wickets in hand. So what was looking to be at one stage to be a handsome lead for the home side, you'd still fancy it to be a decent enough lead. Still fancy them to get to 280 from here. But, well, if another wicket goes, who knows? A lot depending on this man, Lewis Rees, as Murtagh bowls to him. He's down the pitch again and having a bit of a slog up to mid-on. No run.
I'm suggesting at this early stage that Toby Petman can't bat.
Oh, yeah.
Well, only because of the way Lewis Rees has suddenly started acting on the arrival in the middle of Mark Watt, and we've still got Petman and Connors to come, and he's gone from being reasonably defensive to suddenly attacking Tim Murtagh as though his life depended on it.
Connors, as you said, has gone from 1 shot to 2 in recent weeks. We'll see. Murtagh bowls again and swung and just short there of backward point. Max Holden got down to it, but pitch just in front of him stopped it. And that could so easily have been the 8th wicket, 223 for 7.
You know, you're not going to get the ball out of Toby Roland Jones's hands at the moment, are you? So
no.
He will continue.
He is one of those bowlers that when he gets in the groove, things happen. And in the groove he is at the moment.
Certainly is. 5 overs of the current spell, 3 for 14. Dismissing Wayne Madsen, Anuj Dahl and Alex Thompson. Is that a catch? Is that an LBW? He's hit the stumps. Mark Watt waits. Roland Jones bowls to him and he leaves alone outside the off stump. There's no run, a couple of ducks fly over. The lake is over there. They've overshot it. It's warming up. Or am I just getting used to it now?
might be just marginally wrong. I remember in the old days when I used to commentate on Roland Butcher at Lords, I actually had a fan heater.
Oh gosh. Oh, an inside edge onto his pad there from Mark Watt.
Be quite handy here, wouldn't it? Just going under the
absolutely.
going onto the feet.
See that round about the football grounds in the middle of winter when I'm doing my other job covering Burton Albion. One or two commentators have brought heaters in. There was one game and the heater was terrific because it was actually blowing onto our row. It completely misjudged which way to push it, and we were really warm. Not too sure whether the reporter in question was that. Roland Jones in bowls to Mark Watt, who gets the bat down quite late on that one. Ball pushed it out into the offside. No run. 223 for 7. The deficit, 28 runs. If they could get another 20 runs, then it's neither here nor there. Watt waits. Bat almost parallel with the ground as he brings it down and pushes it out into the offside. A big puff of dust as Roland Jones delivered that one.
Get another 28 runs. Well, the last
Whoop
day and a half will have been pointless, won't it?
Yes, yeah. But the next 2.5 be very exciting indeed. A one innings shootout. Or something like that. It's not been entirely pointless. Here comes Roland Jones again, balls to Watt, leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. So we're seeing nothing from one end and all-out aggression from the other at the moment. Lewis Rees determined to hit the ball at every opportunity. A couple of boundaries off Tim Murtagh in the previous over. And now Middlesex is pushing one or two players back. More than happy to give Mark Watt his first-class run for Derbyshire from the final 2 deliveries of this Toby Roland Jones over. And Watt pushes this one up towards mid-off. At least he's put bat on ball. It was the final delivery of the over, in fact, not the penultimate one. And it's another maiden. Roland Jones, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 14 in this spell. Derbyshire with Rees on 9 and Watt yet to get off the mark at 223 for 7.
You're going to have to go up and update the good folk of
I don't think they'll enjoy this, will they? They won't enjoy this one.
Oh dear,
Back in Radio Derby land.
So what was the score when you were last on? Had they lost 3? Lost 4 and 5?
No, they just lost Madsen and Deploy actually.
Oh, right. So they lost 2 in the last half hour. So. Now, are we going to see some more aggression?
I think so. Your mate's disappeared now. Where's he gone?
Lewis Rees bowls and driven handsomely. Lewis Rees bowls. Lewis Rees was facing Murtagh and eases that one away to the cover boundary for 4. Butcher's possibly just gone off to the little boy's room behind somewhere. We'll be back on commentary shortly. Through to the tea interval, which will be... Can't quite work out what it will be, I'll tell you in a minute. 10 overs away. Murtagh bowls. Driven down the ground, but only up to mid-off. No run to be had there. So the tea interval would normally be... Well, it would be now, wouldn't it? It would be after... 32 after 64 overs, 32 left in the day.
Yeah, so 7 overs to go until tea. 227 for 7. This one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. He's run the first one quickly. He's only going to get 1. 228. 228 for 7. The Deficit down to 23 now as Reese onto 14 from 22 deliveries. Here comes Merter bowling to Mark Watt. I think for the first time bowls a full delivery, and he does well to keep that one out, the big man. Roland Butcher is back. Mark Watt's off the mark. Last ball of the over, though. I'm not sure that was wise. Picks up a single. The deficit is 22. Toby Rowland-Jones beginning a new over from the pavilion end. Mark Watts edged it and been caught at first slip. And another wicket goes. And Derbyshire are subsiding here, I'm afraid. 22 runs behind still. They are 229 for 8 now. Got caught by Eskenazi of Toby Rowland-Jones. Rowland-Jones has got 4 for 14 in this spell. Watt's gone for 1 off 14 deliveries. And here is Sam Connors, who's only got 2 shots. Bless him. No, he's probably got more than that. And he can hang around, but he's coming ahead of Toby Petman. Single off the last ball of the over. I know he got off the mark, but it now seems Sam Connors then. Rowland-Jones in and bowls took me wide at the off stump, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. No such thing as a brilliant song from Phil Collins, in my opinion. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries, mate. Thank you. Roland Jones in and bowls to Connor, strikes him in the pad, and he's gone. Leg before wicket. It looked pretty good from here, and Toby Roland Jones has a fifer, and they're all in this spell. 6 overs and 3 balls, 5 for 14 for Toby Roland Jones. And Derbyshire, well, they're not going to have a first innings lead at all. They're 229 for 9, trailing by 22. Look pretty good from here. Sam Connors, second ball, Duck. Remarkable spell of bowling from Roland Jones. They lost 4 wickets for the addition of 7 runs. They've actually lost 6 wickets for 21 by my reckoning. 6 for 21. And out comes Toby Petman. Good luck, Toby. No number on his back. Ill-fitting shirt. Fiddling with his pads. He gets a punch of the gloves from Lewis Rees and a bit of probably a message of good luck. When we do the update, they could be all out. What a collapse it's been from Derbyshire, from 208 for 3 to 222 for 9. 6 wickets for 21, and Roland Jones has got 5 for 14 in 6.5 overs in this spell from the pavilion end, and he's going to go in now to bowl to number 11 batsman Toby Petman, who's pushing this out into the offside, and there is no run. Bat on ball though. Roland Jones is in. That's left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Six overs after this delivery until tea. It just looks like being a double wicket maiden as the ball is pushed out into the offside by Petman. So what can Lewis Rees do now? He's on 14 from 22 balls with the 3 fours, 2 of them coming. Oh, in fact, all 3 of them coming off Tim Murtagh, who's going to be bowling from the Lake End here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. No sun, but bright. Middlesex have, in the way that the Derbyshire bowlers got Derbyshire back into the game, dismissing Middlesex for 251, have got the Middlesex bowlers have done the same. Some way away from being a Phil Collins fan, in all honesty. I think, yes, it's a good job I wasn't on air when that song came on. Yeah, it's a calamitous collapse. The ball was changed with the score round about 200. They lost Wayne Madsen for 62, Lewis Deploy for 13, Anuj Dahl for 6, Alex Thompson without scoring, Mark Watt for 1, and Sam Connors for 0. They've lost 6 wickets for the addition of 21 runs. The last pair are now out in the middle, and it's Lewis Rees and Toby Petman on his Derbyshire debut and his county championship debut when he arrived at the weekend on loan from Nottinghamshire for this match. And Lewis Rees is trying to get as many runs as he possibly can. He's just turned down a single there, which is the right thing to do, because Derbyshire is still trailing by 22 runs, and the man who's done the damage is Toby Rowland-Jones. Once an England Test player, he's bowled 7 overs in his current spell. 4 of them have been maidens, and he's taken 5 wickets for just 14 runs. A terrific spell of bowling from Toby Rowland-Jones. And in the same way that the Derbyshire bowlers got Derbyshire back into the game yesterday, well, the Middlesex bowlers have done exactly the same. Toby Rowland-Jones, the main man. Tim Murtagh picked up one of the wickets as well. And Derbyshire were hoping for a first innings lead, but it looks as though they're not going to get one now because they're still trailing by 22. Sally, they're 229 for 9. Yes, yes, absolutely. I would love to have seen Iron Maiden on Saturday night. I would, yeah. No, rather like that. There's a weight limit, isn't there? Rather like the donkeys. I don't think I'm allowed to crowd surf. I think I'm too tall. We'll put it like that, shall we? I'm too tall and too wide. Yeah. Was there? Oh, brilliant. I was going to say you've got to have a lot of faith, haven't you, in the people who are doing it? Really, that's the other thing as well. And the chances of them dropping may be fairly high, I would have thought. No, never too old for anything. Never too old for anything.
I believe that a while ago. In fact, it's Max Holden who's taken the catch out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And a good catch. That ball was in the air a long time. It was swirling around. Derbyshire have been bowled out for 229. And they were at one stage 208 for 3. So a second wicket there for Timothy Murtagh. And in actual fact, I've written that in the wrong place on my scorebook. It was Lewis Rees who was out, the left-hander, hitting that one out to square leg. And Toby Petman, the man who couldn't bat, of course, manages to record a red ink, which will give him a bit of confidence, no doubt. Rowland-Jones is going to get applauded off. 5 for 14 in that spell. Excellent bowling from the Middlesex man. He's as cheerful as anything. Big smile. Probably knows he's going to be interviewed by me tonight. That's why. 229 all out.
Yeah, and
he
deserves to be interviewed by you, DT. Sterling effort this afternoon, really. He's dragged his team back into this game with some good penetrative seam bowling when Middlesex seemed to be completely out of the game.
So Derbyshire 229 all out. Middlesex first innings lead of 22. I would assume that is now the tea interval. And we will be back in 20 minutes or so. Do check in 10 minutes in case I've got that wrong. And there are
it's the what's it one, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was. They are now returning after tea. The batsmen are walking out there as we speak. They took tea after Derbyshire lost their 7th wicket for the addition of 21 runs. Well, interesting. Yeah, it was good bowling, really good bowling. But yeah, he's a top operator. But they changed the ball before Madsen was out. Once he was out, they just crumbled. There's a strawberry supermoon tonight. I don't know. I've no idea. It's just popped up on this laptop for some reason. Yes, a huge collapse. 7 wickets for just the addition of 21 runs meant that Derbyshire were dismissed for 229. That was a deficit of 22 after Middlesex had made 251 in their first innings. Toby Rowland-Jones, the former England Test player, 5 for 14 in a 7-over spell that saw him dismiss Wayne Madsen, Anuj Dal, Alex Thompson, Mark Watt and Sam Connors. Terrific spell of bowling from Rowland-Jones. Middlesex are batting again now. We just started after tea. The first ball bowled by Sam Connors was struck for 4 by Mark Stoneman. So Middlesex 4 without loss in their second innings and leading by 26.
Trying to say, while Lala Wheater's name too quickly, I stumble over it and I fall in a horrible, ugly mess. Well, I got it right that time, so one wicket to the left armour. He bowled tidily before lunch, didn't quite get it right after lunch, and Holman's 5 overs for 33 runs for the leg spinner. So I'll just see to the end of this over, and then we'll let David Fletcher back in. Connors bowls driven by Stoneman, but he won't get a run. That indeed is the end of the over, so A few words from Butch. Oh no, where Fletcher did Fletcher? Oh no, he's behind me. He's the other side. He blindsided me then.
Yes, and at the end of the first over, Middlesex are now 4 without loss. That 4 coming to Storman off the first delivery of the innings. Short delivery that he pulled away from Connors out to deep square leg for 4. So looks like that 36 overs remaining in the day's plays. Dave Fletcher comes a call in. And, Dave, what a remarkable afternoon we've had.
Absolutely bizarre, Roland. Absolutely bizarre. Terrific bowling from Toby Rowland-Jones. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 14 in that spell that ripped Derbyshire apart and gave Middlesex a 22-run advantage, which has now been extended to 26. And here's Toby Petman, who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. Sam Connors, the only bowler who didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, and his first ball was dispatched for 4. He must have been dreading it. So here is Petman in balls, and that one is turned into the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. It is out towards backward square leg. Nice shot from Sam Robson, and he's off the mark with a boundary as well. And Middlesex 8 without loss, leading by 30.
Yeah, really a replay of first delivery from the previous over. That also went for a boundary. Robson is not to be undone. He decided really that he should start the over in similar fashion.
Yes, Derbyshire can't afford to give runs away. It's not a huge deficit, but it's a deficit, and it's already up to 30. Here comes Petman again, bowling from the lake end here at Queen's Park. In and bowls to Robson, who gets it tickled down the leg side. Does he? No, says the umpire. Derbyshire seemed fairly convinced. Umpire Hassan Adnan, the umpires have swapped ends, of course, less convinced.
I'd like to see that on the replay, because I'm not sure whether the batsman started to walk in that direction, so which really, if he'd been given out, then he couldn't, he couldn't blame anyone, because he walked away from the stumps. Almost to that short leg position.
It does happen, doesn't it? We had that a couple of years ago with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's now moved back to Sussex. He actually, no, I'll tell you who it was Mikey Cohen. In comes Petman again and bowls, and that one is again down the leg side, and this time no appeal. He's a little bit frustrated at not getting his line right. Toby Petman. It was Mikey Cohen who's got this habit. Whenever he plays a shot, he walks to square leg. If he doesn't play, if he leaves it or whatever. And there was a big appeal, and he turned around and walked to square leg, and the umpire thought, oh, he's off. So he just fired him off, and he hadn't touched it, he said.
Well, I have seen that happen before, and you can't blame the umpire. If he's thinking about it, he's not sure.
He's gone, well, he's given himself up. Petman bowling to Robson. That one is pushed into the onside. It'll be fielded there by Lewis Rees, the last of the Derbyshire batsmen to be dismissed. There was a blur of wickets after the ball had been changed. Didn't make an exact note of the time the ball was changed, but Madsen and Deploy were together.
And David Townsend is not too sure whether the ball made a difference. I think it made a difference, because suddenly the ball has looked a little bit more threatening than before.
Perhaps a little harder, a little more spherical. Petman is in and bowls. Now again he's down the leg side, and again he's throwing his head back in frustration. Toby Petman not happy with the line that he's bowling, nor should he be.
Yeah, just really outside the leg stump, not going to threaten the batsman. If anything, he's likely to leak runs. He's just got just a one man down on.
Yeah, I think Sam Connors away to our left, isn't he?
It's not really in a traditional fang leg position, much squarer.
3 slips and walking in at backward point as Petman bowls. Again, it's down the leg side. And again, he's unhappy with himself, and the over comes to an end. So a boundary off each of the first 2 overs of the Middlesex second innings means they're 8 without loss. Both batsmen, Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson, have 4, and their lead is up to 30.
Yeah, and it really has been a interesting day. Started off with Masood in prime form, Godderman fighting it out. Really, Derbyshire fought themselves into a very good position. No all of a sudden, total collapse.
Not in a good position at all as Connors around the wicket bowls to Stoneman, who clips that one away down towards square leg. They're coming back for the second. Petman picks up and throws in. Batsmen get back comfortably for 2. Stoneman moves on to 6. It's 10 without loss.
A good positive run in there by Stoneman. Took one on one hand off the bat as he played it down to that flying leg position. Ran hard for the first, which allowed him to be able to come back for the second.
I think Petman was still thinking about the over he just bowled as well. He's just taking a drink down there in the distance. This next delivery just pops a little bit on Stoneman, and he plays it down into the ground. It's a bit of encouragement. Sam Connors from Wayne Madsen, who's at second slip. Mark Watt at first slip. He's only got the 2 slips, and Lewis Rees is already warming up quite vigorously. The left arm seamer, a man who had some joy yesterday. Picked up the first wicket, that of Sam Robson. Also dismissed Toby Rowland-Jones. Connors is on his way in again. Balls. This is driven, but not really timed. It'll be a dive from Lewis Rees to stop the ball. I hope he's all right. He's had shoulder and knee problems. He looks okay. They go through for a single. 11 without loss.
I didn't quite time that drive, but almost got past the fielder there at mid-on, who made a tumbling stop. And really, this session is going to be a very, very interesting one for both teams.
Well, yes, and 34 overs after this one, so a slightly extended session, but this will decide the game, won't it, really, you would have thought. Effectively, we'll know where the game's going once we get to the close of play tonight. Connors in and bowls. That's left alone. It's a good leave. The ball just seemed to nip back a little bit there. And Robson didn't cannon into the stumps, though. Goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. The man down at third man's being moved finer by the width of an advertising board. Down at the far end, near the bridge. In goes Connors again, bowls to Robson, who clips this away for 4 runs. Out to mid-wicket, nice shot, over-pitched on leg stump, and clipped away by Robson, who moves on to 8. It's 15 without loss.
A nice timing ball coming into the legs, and Robson holding his balance. Just clipped it through mid-wicket. Dealing in boundaries at the moment. Middlesex. Robson hits his second boundary.
Well, Derbyshire skipper Billy Goldman can't hang around too long with his opening bowlers, can he? When he's got Lewis Rees, who picked up the first wicket yesterday, and he's got Anuj Dal, who bowled that terrific, ended with terrific figures yesterday. Lots and lots of maidens. Next delivery from Connors is played off the back foot into the ground to Anuj Dal, who does the fielding at backward point. And there's no run. Anuj Dal's figures in the Middlesex first innings were absolutely absurd. 15 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 13, which in anybody's money is good going. So these are the things that Billy Godalming have to be thinking about, right? The successful bowlers from the first innings. Yes, Petman bowled well. Sam Connors didn't bowl as well, and you rather feel that Sam Connors' spell will be a very short one.
Yeah, what he's got to guard against is really Middlesex getting off to a quick start and also a good start, because they've got to bat last. They don't want to be chasing any score. I think 250 is going to give them a real problem to get. It will come down again to how Masood can play.
Yeah. As it so often does with Derbyshire, though, with this season with Derbyshire. Here's Toby Petman bowling to Stoneman, who leaves alone outside the off-stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Yeah, he's been a major influence, Shan Masood, this season for Derbyshire. No question about it. He currently stands on 893 runs from 10 innings, which is not bad. And he hasn't had any not out, so therefore his average is 89.3. Next best, Wayne Madsen on 631. comes Petman and bowls a full delivery that is lifted down to third man, where Shan Masood finds himself fielding. It was in the air for a long time. Full delivery and lifted away. He was trying to play it a lot squarer than that, I fancy. So the moral victory column as another addition, but you don't get anything for moral victories in this game or in any sport, in all honesty. 16 without loss. And as Dahl's warming up now, Billy Godleman keeping his options open. Here comes Petman from the Lake End in arm balls. That one is pushed into the onside by Sam Robson, fielded there by Alex Thompson, who finds himself a lot closer to the action than he was for much of the first Middlesex innings, when he was down at third man a lot. He's one of just 3 fielders in the leg side. 3 slips, point, backward point-ish, cover and a mid-off. And there's the mid-on, the mid-wicket and the long leg. Petman is in and bowls. That's clipped down towards Shan Masood, who picks up comfortably enough to go through for another single. 17 without loss now. 8 to Stoneman and 9 to Robson.
Yes, and Petman's struggling somewhat with his line against the right-handed batsman. He's got most of his deliveries have been down the leg side. Really, that's the line you want to bowl now to the left-handed batsman.
You watch this go down the leg side. Always the way. Mark Watt at first slip, Wayne Manson at second slip. Petman bowls and it's pushed out into the offside by Stoneman. That one was on off stump. Foolish delivery. Picked up in the offside by Liz Deploy. At the moment, I was going to say somebody else was warming up, but it was Billy Godleman doing his stretches that he does after each break in play. Here comes Petman again. Over the wicket, bowls, driven straight back down the ground over the head of mid-off for 4 runs. That was a glorious shot by Mark Stoneman, who ends an over on this occasion with a boundary. He moves on to 12. Middlesex are 21 without loss after just 4 overs.
Yeah, length delivery just lifted straight back over the bowler's head and the mid-on area. 1 bounce and then into the boundary. So positive shot to finish the over from Stoneman, and signs at the moment looking good for Middlesex. They've now moved on to 21 without loss. So things are going nicely for them.
Yeah, they need a wicket, don't they, Derbyshire? They need a wicket and they need to start making inroads into this Middlesex batting lineup. Middlesex top of the table going into this round of matches, of course. Unbeaten this season in the Championship. Connors bowls and Robson pushes up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. Godwin hurls the ball almost over the head of the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, who does well to hold on to it. Never really understood why they have to do that. Hurl the ball at the keeper when he's standing no more than 5 yards away from the bowler.
It's a very modern thing. Very modern.
Just slows everything down. Here's Connors again. Pavilion end. That's a full delivery that's clipped away for 4 more out to the square leg boundary this time. Bounces into and over the tarpaulin sheets away to our right-hand side. Again, over pitching. And Robson moves into double figures now. He's on to 13. It's 25 without loss.
Yeah, poor delivery that. Leg stump half volley, really asking to be hit. Robson's not going to miss out on that. He's just got 2 fielders in front of the bat. On the onside is a mid-wicket of the mid-on. Made perfect contact. 4 runs the moment it left the bat.
Billy Godleman is having a conversation here with Sam Connors while he cleans the ball. It's quite a lengthy conversation. What that was all about. Sam, you've got 4 deliveries. He's in now and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump and dies before it reaches the wicket keeper. We're definitely going to see Lewis Rees soon. I'd be surprised if we didn't be exhausted. So a couple of wickets in the first innings. In his first proper bowl, really, of the campaign, due to those operations he had in the close season. Here comes Connors again in arm balls, left alone outside the off stump by Robson. And there's a no run. Stephen Eskenazi is sitting on one of the chairs just away to our right hand side. He's just done a bit of shadow batting. I know he's taking a drink and having a bit of a relax before he's called upon. No sign of him being called upon yet, though, as Connors is in a bowls, and that one is driven, nicely fielded by Shan Masood in the covers. And the throw was absolutely appalling, and sends Brooke Guest tumbling away to his right-hand side to make sure that there are no overthrows. Bizarre. They hurl it as hard as they can. And can never quite work out why the poor old wicketkeeper's rolling around on the floor. Connors in again and bowls. That one is defended by Robson out into the offside. Godleman does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 5 gone now. 3 overs for 15. Sam Connors. A little expensive. But then again, so is Toby Petman. 2 overs for 10. It's 25 without loss, Middlesex, which means that they lead by 47 already. Soon mounts up, doesn't it? The old leads soon mount up.
Yes, and looks as if the captain is going to ring the changes early on. Not happy with the way.
They're not happy with the ball. Hassan Adnan, the umpire, is showing the ball, or taking the ball to Tim Robinson. I think it's been damaged by one of the boundaries that's been hit. Now, whether something needs taking off it. No, they're already putting it through the calipers. It's passed through the caliper okay at the first attempt. So the ball will be tossed to Lewis Rees. But that must be some kind of record. 5 overs for the ball to go out of shape. They haven't been good this season, the Championship cricket balls. Not good at all.
At the lake end, Lewis Rees.
So Rees, who had all of his joy from the pavilion end from memory in the first innings, is bowling to Mark Stoneman and strikes the pad. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. It will be a leg by. Lewis Rees has got his hands on his head. Mark Watt has removed his cap to put his hands on his head. Stoneman's gone through for a leg by, 26 without loss.
Yeah, probably didn't do enough. Stoneman was into his stumps, trying to turn it on the onside. Got the benefit of any doubt from the umpire.
Rees was convinced. Bowler's off an hour, of course. Brooke Guest didn't really join in the appeal because he was busy running after the ball. The Derbyshire wicket-keeper, Mark Watt, thought it was a good shout. Here comes Rees over the wicket, bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Sam Robson, no run. You know how to get in touch with us all the various ways. Adam New says that felt like I'd been sent back in time to 2021. Very disappointing from such a strong position, Derbyshire. And the void confirms that he is indeed the man who does the independence crosswords. That's a good delivery from Lewis Rees. An involuntary fiddle at it from Robson, but the ball hits the ground before it gets through to the slips. So Lewis Rees already making things happen.
Nice delivery from the left armour. Just coming back into the right-handed batsman. Didn't quite carry to the slip area.
An email from Nick Buxton that I want to read out, I think. I haven't read it properly yet. This next one is pushed out into the offside. And there's no one. He says fingers will be pointed at some of the batting in the last couple of hours, but this Middlesex bowling attack is high quality, especially in these conditions. It's way too good for Division 2, as we were saying about the Notts bowling attack a couple of weeks ago. That's Nick Buxton from Nottingham. It is, no question, a high quality bowling attack with Tim Murtagh and Toby Rowland-Jones. Ethan Bamber is a very fine bowler as well. But it was still a fairly alarming collapse by the Derbyshire batsman. Rees bowls, and it's pushed back to him this time by Sam Robson. I know sometimes supporters of a particular side don't like to give credit to the opposition. They're too busy looking for the problems amongst their own ranks, but no question, it is a very good bowling attack. The bonus points, incidentally, finished with Derbyshire on 4 and Middlesex on 5. Here comes Rees and bowls. That one is defended into the onside by Sam Robson. A good first over from Lewis Rees. The leg by off the first ball, and then pretty accurate after that. And we're going to see a change at both ends because Anuj Dal is going to bowl for the first time in the Middlesex second innings.
Yes, he had a very good spell in the first innings. Really, he started things off. He was apt to come in and bowl when things were not going particularly well. Pulled it back, picked up some wickets as well. So he's got a big role to play. I mean, Middlesex have got off to quite a comfortable start. And Derbyshire will be hoping to pick up a wicket.
I think Billy Odleman's right just to mix things up a little bit. At the moment, the physiotherapist, Julian, is just attending to Lewis Rees, who's kneeling down. Looks like he's got a problem with his hand. He's had it sorted out by the look of it. Is it his hand or is it... I can't tell from here what it is. Oh no, he's had something put in his boot, I think. Bit of cushioning for the toe. Oh, goodness knows. Yeah, he's going to field with one boot on. No, he's not. He hasn't got his sweater on yet, so Anuj Dal just waiting. And now we're ready as Dal goes in and bowls, and the first delivery he bowls is played straight back to him by Mark Stoneman, no run. It's quite a heated discussion going on over on the far side. It's all sorted out now. There was lots of arms waving around, lots of gesturing. Nanook of the North has returned with his hood up. Yeah. Here we go. This next delivery is pushed back by Dal to pushed back by Stoneman to Dal. What are we doing, David?
Yes,
I have. I'll come in there. So, quick word from you, Roland, and DT will be in.
Yes, and come on, he's been brought on now to try and break this opening partnership. He's immediately around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman as DT comes back fully hooded. That ball played into the onside and Masood fields no run.
Oh, I don't know. One good thing you can say about this colder weather, it does cut down on the hay fever, doesn't it? So.
Yeah, is that a good thing, David?
Don't get that pollen thing.
There's nothing good about cold weather.
Nothing good about hay fever, but if one sort of cancels the other one out a bit, it's not the worst thing in the world. So down the hill bowls and whipped away for 4 runs by Mark Stoneman, who likes that shot, just short of a length, and Dal is dismissed really through square leg 4-4. So 30 for no wicket. What a turnaround victory.
It's been quite remarkable. But Stoneman's been very, very quick on these short pitch deliveries. He's had a couple. They haven't been threatening deliveries, but the fact that he's been prepared to play the pull shot is commendable.
Dahl again, right arm round the wicket, bless you, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. Dahl intercepts himself and does the fielding. So 16 to Stoneman, 13 to Robson. Middlesex now with a lead of 52, which is starting to look a little bit worrying for Derbyshire. What do you reckon a chase would be? Middlesex would want a 250 to defend?
I think they'd be quite happy and comfortable with that.
Next delivery is pushed back down the pitch. No run. So if they themselves were to get somewhere around, well, about the same score again, they want the 251 in the first innings, Derbyshire 229, somewhere around that. It's a good game of cricket, this, isn't it? There's just enough in the pitch for the bowlers. Batsmen, if they get in, as we saw today with Madsen, as we saw with, to a lesser extent, with the Guest, and of course, I suppose any run chase, if Shan Masood gets going, then it's you could chase 350, but unlikely. Start of a new over, running up the hill, Connors, and that's just pushed into the offside. No run there.
Yes, and obviously there's a lot of time left in the game. You know, we're
so it's Reece bowling, not Connors.
We're into the third innings of the match, just after tea. So really, this game is set up for someone to win. If Middlesex can bat well and set that target.
Reece to Robson, and Robson plays that shot that he does outside off stump. He doesn't move his feet a lot, and the bat sort of he's looking for the ball, finds the middle of it there.
He tends to feel for that ball just outside the off stump. If only Reece could get one from that line to just tail away from him, slips might be in business.
Reece, left arm over, bowls, and Robson plays that down into his foot, and it runs out on the offside. And again, there's no run. Couple of slips in place. Third man, 3 saving, 1 on the off. And the usual leg side field, although mid wicket's a bit more. Bit closer to mid-on. Well, you're trying to get some circulation going. This next delivery is pushed to that mid-wicket position. Well, you're still cold, are you? How warm was it in Barbados when you left?
I would say 29, probably.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, around 29 and rising.
How do the seasons go over there? It's a particularly hot season? And Reece bowls, Robson gets the ball coming back into him, defends.
You can say this time of the year, probably 29 is about warm. I don't think you're going to really get beyond 30. It's
temperature go down around sort of November, December time, is it?
Yeah, leading into Christmas, it's
never gets really cold.
Could be 25.
Sleeveless sweater on in the evenings, maybe. Reece bowls, that's pushed back towards him. I was lucky enough to spend.
Update coming up for listeners to BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. Derbyshire trailing by 52. Well, they need some wickets here, Sally. They need some wickets quite quickly, I think, Derbyshire. They were bowled out today for 229, having started the day on 28 without loss. That was a deficit of 22. That deficit has now gone up to 52 because Middlesex have got off to a decent start. 30 without loss. We're in the 9th over. Earlier on today, Shan Masood fell one shy of a half century. Wayne Madsen did get past 50 but was dismissed for 62. But they lost their last 7 wickets for 21 runs. Toby Rowland-Jones picking up 5 of them for just 14. That meant they were dismissed with that deficit of 22. And now Middlesex are batting for the second time. 29 overs left in the day's play. And Middlesex, who've just struck another boundary, lead by 56.
Bit of millionaires shortbread. Fortunately, they didn't ask for any proof of my financial circumstances, otherwise they would have probably refused to sell it to me. But, 34 for no wicket.
Yeah, short and wide. Stillman's not going to miss out on that. Just thumped it through the offside for 4.
Tomorrow morning, if you get here early, get over there.
Get over there.
Nice cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and
okay. Can I use the name?
Some very good selection of cakes for around £1.40. For really nice. Excellent. You know, when you're used to playing big sums, and they sort of look properly homemade up there.
Can I use your name?
Well, I've only been there once, so I shall be going back tomorrow. Maybe I'll turn up early and take you along there and buy you a cup of tea, but. Maybe warm you up, get you warmer later in the day.
Shall look forward to that, David.
Field changing here, you haven't missed anything. 2 slips gully. Extra cover out there on the boundary. Sweeping, stopping the easy 4 runs. Still the... and that's short and helped away. He's only going to get 1 for that, but again, not a good ball from Dull. You'll now be bowling to Robson because the batsman across. 35 for no wicket. In fact, Butcher, you'll be off in a minute, so you'll be able to go and warm up somewhere. You see,
I'll have to just go outside the tent.
It is a little bit of a wind tunnel in here, isn't it? Foul balls, and that's just eased down into the gully by Robson. No run to him. He's on 13. Stoneman has been very positive in his innings. Is on 21. So 20. Well, it's quite a lot of overs remaining, aren't there? 29 including this one, so 28 overs. Might do the calculation in a minute. Bowls, and that's pushed. Oh, to mid-wicket. Bit of a misfield. They thought of taking a cheeky little run there, but in the end, never run for a misfield, or certainly not a bad misfield like that.
Yeah, and some of the best weather today right now, DT. Sun's appeared.
Yeah, still not much blue sky up there. Dahl again. Bowls, and Robson defends. Time for you to go and warm up, I think, Butcher. We'll let Dave in there. Ah, good man. He's got the green button worked out now. And Roland Butcher will be back later. 28 overs left, so still a couple of hours play. You would think here tonight, which will take us to around 6:30 finish, something like that. But we might get the spinner on. We might finish 6:20 if we're lucky, Dave.
That'll be handy because I'm on the evening show at.
Oh dear.
6:30. No, they'll put it back, I'm sure. We'll try and get the old radio mic sorted out for that. Here's Lewis Rees in beginning a new over, and it's an attempted leave, and it was an attempted leave by Stoneman. Just got the bottom end of the bat on it, and it bounced down into the ground and through to the keeper. Brooke Guest. Derbyshire desperately needs some wickets here.
Those strange dark things are appearing under the feet of the players.
Yeah. Seems to be a rather large light in the sky. Nice.
Oh, Come toasty.
We've got to get slightly warmer first. There is Rees bowling. That was pushed into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single, which they do, as it's fielded there by Matty McKiernan, who's on the field. Who's Matty McKiernan on for? I think Patman. I can't see him out there at the moment. Toby Patman. Shan Masood away to our left. Alex Thompson away to our right. I think Toby Patman's the one who's missing. I'm not sure though. Here comes Lewis Rees and bowls. So bowled him. They've got the breakthrough. Oh my word! He's given him a send off as well. That was that was quite the send off. And Robson has gone. And once again, the first wicket of the Middlesex innings has been taken by Lewis Rees, and it's Sam Robson. Got him leg before wicket in the first innings, and he has dismissed him bowled in the second for 13 of 32 deliveries, and he was very pleased with the delivery of Lewis Rees.
He bowled him leg stump, which makes you wonder whether
get an inside edge.
Get a little nick on that one again. We were talking last over. He tends to feel for that one, doesn't he? Outside the off stump, which is one of his weak areas. As an opening batsman who's represented England in the past, as of course is his opening partner, Mark Stoneman. New batsman Stevie Eskenazi.
With a lead of 58 to try to build on. I'm sure he'll be able to.
28 overs left tonight.
A lot of time.
Match could be well advanced.
Yes, the 4-day Chesterfield Festival might be 3 days. You don't know though. You never can tell, can you?
It could always rain tomorrow.
It's going to be 30 degrees in these parts on Friday.
Oh, of course, it'll be the day after I've gone home.
Which is one of two days in which we don't have cricket this week. And of course, if it gets to 30 degrees, the law is that it has to chuck it down the day after, which is Saturday. And that's when Yorkshire are here, so we've got our fingers crossed. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Stevie Eskenazi. In and bowls to him, and he pushes it out into the offside. Rees is convinced he's going to get a wicket with just about every delivery that he sends down.
I like a bit of enthusiasm.
Well, he's a very enthusiastic, wholehearted cricketer. There's Lewis Rees. I don't think he's entirely happy batting down at 6 where he's batting, because he ends up having to try to marshal the tail, which he was unable to do with any great success in the first innings. Now he's got the ball and he's in and bowls, and that one is defended by Eskenazi out into the offside. It's just raised the volume a little bit out there amongst the Derbyshire fielders. It's not Toby Petman who's not on the field. It's Lias Deploy who's not on the field at the moment. Whether or not he's gone off to put the fielding pads on or not, I'm not entirely certain. I can't see him away to the left in front of the pavilion, but I can't see much to our left anyway. Next delivery from Rees. Turned into the leg side.
He's taken a wicket every ball this one, isn't he?
He thought he'd got through again. It's the end of a successful over, 1 run from it, but also a wicket, that of Sam Robson, bowled for 13. Derbyshire needed that. Boy, oh boy, did they need that. Middlesex's lead is 58. So effectively 58 for 1. That's nothing to write home about. Derbyshire have to just keep going here.
That's one of those old sayings that'll die out, isn't it? Right home. People say, what do you mean right home? What's that all about?
Yes, that's nothing to send an email about.
An email to your mother about. Old sayings rewritten by Fletch and DT.
For the 21st century, because that's where we live.
Yes,
Talbot begins a new over. That's clipped nicely by Stoneman for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. And somebody rather foolishly tries to bend down to get the ball, not realising that the rope will mean it will bounce up. And he almost wore one there, the gentleman in the white top. got away with that. And it's 40 for 1 now. 62 the lead.
It's an old saying, isn't it? That wasn't out. Look on the scorer's computer.
Yes. Yeah. Just have a look on your laptop in the morning or immediately.
Yeah.
And there's Dahl and Billy Godalming deep in conversation now. Godalming, the Derbyshire Red Bull skipper, of course, fielding at mid-off, where he always fields. Dahl is in around the wicket, and that one's off an inside edge into the leg side, fielded by Masood. And there's no run. He can't just be fielding pads, otherwise...
He's been gone a long time.
He's been gone a long time now, yeah. That's not necessarily good. And he's not going to bowl Leas deploy. Because if he doesn't field, he can't bat until about number 7, I think it is, in the... according to the laws. As Dahl is in again, bowls. That's down the leg side, and it's not taken by...
I'll tell you what, though,
yes, he's hit it, hasn't he? Yes, he's hit it, and he dived away to his right-hand side. It's gone down as runs, and well, perhaps a half-life for Mark Stoneman, who moves on to 30 not out now from the 44 runs that have been scored. It's a bit like the Derbyshire start, this with Shan Masood.
Yeah, I think if you said that a bit louder, Mark Stoneman would be very pleased to be compared with Masood.
Both left-handed. Both opened the batting for their country in the past. Stoneman waits. Dahl bowls to him, and he's driven it straight to Lewis Rees at mid-on. There is no run. I think most people would quite like to be compared to Shan Masood. I certainly wouldn't mind it. There's precious little chance of being compared to Shan Masood in anything.
No, I was just briefly trying to think of something that...
There's nothing, no, there's nothing. Dahl bowls, and that's off an edge down towards the backward point boundary. Around the boundary comes Sam Connors, gets there quickly, hurls the ball in. Good throw. Good fielder, Sam Connors. He's not had the greatest of matches, it's fair to say. He hasn't picked up a wicket. He didn't get a run either. But apart from that, he's had a good game. I don't know where I've put the... must have blown away. Oh, it's down there. DT, don't let it blow away.
Oh, there's your notes.
Don't let it
Careful.
Don't let it blow away.
Oh, dear.
I've nearly got it. There it is. Here's Anish Dahl. Hidden bowls, that strikes the pad and goes into the leg side. And there's no run. Shan Masood nips in, swoops on the ball. 10 off the over, though. 26 overs left today. 46 for 1. Middlesex leading by 68 runs now. And here's Leas deploy. He's back. Doesn't appear to be limping. Matty McKiernan. The big smile on his face. He's always got a smile on his face, McKiernan. Very happy lather.
Yeah, just trying to work out. We got, what, 26 overs left in the day. Middlesex say 3.5 runs an over, something like that. Maybe get close to 100 more runs tonight.
Yes, could do, couldn't they? That one is driven gloriously down the ground by Stevie Eskenazi to get off the mark. That was a beautiful shot. Rees didn't have his hands up for a... Ooh, I nearly got a wicket that time, because that one has raced to the advertising boards at the Lake End.
That brings the 50 up.
50 for 1.
So a lead of 72. You'd think tonight they'd be, what, 150 ahead, perhaps?
Oh,
sort of
yeah,
150,
comfortably.
160
Yeah,
ahead.
comfortably. Derbyshire just got to try and chip away. This one is off an edge down to third man. Eskenazi picks up another single. The ball is hurled back in by Alex Thompson. Sure, it won't be that long before we see the spinners.
That might peg the scoring a little bit. It's one area of the game that Derbyshire have had the upper hand is in the spin department. Thought Mark Watt bowled really well yesterday. The Middlesex spinners not really causing too many problems, were they?
No, indeed. Rees is in, and that one is defended by Stoneman. Up towards mid-off. Billy Godleman is at mid-off, because he's always at mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, Mark Watt is just moving his arms gently at first slip, perhaps dropping a hint to Billy Godleman. Matty McKinnon, having done his stint out in the field, is now carrying a drink around the boundary. Why Alex Thompson needs a drink, but perhaps he'll bypass him. In comes Rees again and bowls. This one is driven down the ground. Is it going to be stopped by Godleman? Yes. Good work from the Derbyshire skipper. Moving swiftly to his left-hand side and tumbling to take the catch, to stop the ball, if only. It's like muscle memory. Some sentences just sort of flow, and you end up saying entirely the wrong thing. Well, I do. Constantly. Here is Rees again, a full delivery that's clipped away nicely into the leg side. There's a chase on for Petman, but he's not going to reach the ball before it hits the boundary rope, which it does now, and it's put down after bouncing off the rope by the gentleman in the maroon top.
He was just waiting for it to pop up into his lap.
Yeah, and
he still put it down.
It failed dismally. It was barely moving by the time it reached him. 55 for 1.
He's having a chuckle about it with his neighbours anyway, so.
He'll remember it. We're talking about it in the pub tonight.
Well, he's got shorts on, so he's probably not.
He's pushed out to the outside by Stump, not all there.
Well, either not all there or related to David Griffin. But
or both.
Griffin just wears his shorts all the time. Apparently.
Yes. Oh, no, he never wears anything but shorts. Can be alarming. That's the end of the Lewis Rees over. 4 overs, 1 for 10, his figures. 9 of those 10 runs came off that over. And here's Mark Watt. We are going to see spin nice and early. Mark Watt will be bowling with the hard new red ball. And I just wonder if, because he's a white ball specialist, and certainly in T20 cricket as well, he doesn't mind bowling with a hard-ish ball, because the white ball stays hard all the time, doesn't it? You know, a lot of people say, oh, the spinners, they don't like it when the lacquer's on, but he'll bowl in the power play in a T20. So it's not alien to him. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Spoke to him last night, thoroughly enjoyed it. He said thoroughly enjoyed his first-class match for 5 years. And why wouldn't he? I'm sure he enjoyed his batting too much today. There's deploys the hold-up as he's just putting his fielding pads on. Taking a while.
He did get a run though, didn't he? So.
Yes, but it was a poor run because it meant he pinched the strike.
Yes, and gave a bit of a catching practice to Stevie
He
Eskenazi.
was out next delivery, wasn't he, after getting off the mark? So not the greatest run. He's just bowling a couple of practice deliveries now to his white. No, it's to Alex Dahl, I beg your pardon. So here we go. Sorry, it's you, isn't it? Carry on.
55 for 1. What?
What?
What? From the pavilion end. Bowls and pushed into the onside, no run.
He was typically self-effacing last night because I said he's offering a bit for the spinners. He said, yeah, I managed to turn 1. I think he probably turned more than that.
Left arm around. Short leg and slip, both interested there, but a meaty middle of the bat, back to the bowler from Eskenazi. 3 saving 1 on both sides of the pitch, which just leaves deep backward square out. There's Eskenazi again. Classic forward defensive bat in front of pad. Pushing it out into the offside.
Oh, hello.
Butcher's done his stuff. What, no jam and... that ball just squirted past, short leg out, square of the wicket. Butcher's bought us a rock cake, but no
Oh,
jam, no jam and clotted cream.
Looks nice though, doesn't it?
Very kind of him. He's a good man. So,
way too messy, he says. Jam and clotted cream.
Left-hander taking strike now as Mark Watt will come over the wicket. Looking around the field, Stoneman. He's moved quickly on to 35, 36. As he goes back. And I think you and I were going to appeal for that one if he'd missed it.
If he'd have missed that, he'd have been gone, yeah. But he did hit it with the middle of the bat.
Yes, turned back in and the bat came down late, but in exactly the right spot. Watt again, and Stoneman again. Just gets a ball on or outside his off stump and he just pushes into the offside.
Decent start by Mark Watt.
Indeed, very impressive performance by Butch, though, turning up with these rock cakes.
Yeah. When are we going to eat them?
Oh, I don't know. Probably when we're off air.
So that would be favourite, certainly.
Some form of torture that I'm going to have to sit here for the next 45 minutes.
Are you?
Am I?
I don't know.
Or are you off? I don't know.
I've lost it completely today.
Yep.
We'll
you didn't have to add today, really, did you?
Well, but you start with the best of intentions and then it all goes south. Here's Lewis Rees beginning a new over from the Lake end. Inner bowls to Eskenazi, who drives up to mid-off. And there's no run. Billy Godman does that. At least he didn't throw the ball to the wicket-keeper this time. He does that thing where he stands up and just says, it's all right, I've got it. Points towards everybody. Palm of his hand. Nobody panic. It's all sorted. I don't know why they do that, but they do. As Rees is on his way in again, and this one is edged but wide of Wayne Madsen at second slip down towards third man. It was very low. It might have been on the ground before it got anywhere near Wayne Madsen, but he put the dive in, couldn't reach the ball as it turned out. Madsen just scratching where he should be standing, perhaps gone a little bit closer. Perhaps he thinks he's dying a touch. Another run to the total, though. 57 for 1. 7 now to Eskenazi. Stoneman back on strike. He's got 36 from 37 balls. So much like Shan Masood. As Rees bowls, that was clipped nicely into the leg side. Sam Connors will chase it. Picks up on the one of the practice strips, and they go through for another single. 58 for 1. The lead is 80.
Yeah. Well,
decent.
Big change around. Big change around.
But that ball was changed.
Well, what score was it changed at?
Well, Madsen and Deploy were batting. I didn't. It was somewhere between 175 and 208. It was changed just after Madsen had got his 50, or before. This next one is one of the other. Pushed up towards Billy Godman at mid-off. And once the ball was changed, Derbyshire lost 7 wickets for 21 runs. There was some terrific bowling from Toby Rowland-Jones, and let's take nothing away from him. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 14. These balls are so bad this year. So we had one game where a ball was changed after 3 deliveries. This next one is striking the pad and bouncing out into the offside as Eskenazi tried to turn it down leg.
Mid-wicket was up for the LBW appeal.
Yeah, he's got a great view there as Lee's deploying. That's a bit village, isn't it?
Hamlet.
How was that? Yeah. Here comes Rees again. He's bowling over the wicket, left arm to the right-handed Eskenazi, who pushes it out into the offside and straight to Sam Connors. And it's the end of the over, would you believe? Already. How did that happen?
Yeah,
58 for 1. Well, it happened because he bowled 6 deliveries. 37 to Stoneman, 7 to Eskenazi.
They're whistling through these overs.
That's good. Just 23 remain today now. Not sure what that means, but
probably means we'll be here until 6:30.
yeah.
You'd reckon they'll They'll bowl them at about 15 and over, which will take 15 an hour, which will take us through to 6:30. You've got to go off and do your 5 o'clock in a minute, haven't you?
I'd have, yes. I can do it sitting here, though.
Start of a new over, Watt bowls, and Stoneman pushes that into the onside. So you're going to do the half an hour to 5:30, or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are. Okay, well
Yeah,
I'll let Butch in at the end of this over. This next
if you can find him.
delivery is pushed into the onside.
He's trying to find his teeth after tucking into the rock cake. But yeah, I'll do this. I'll do this 5 o'clock now, and then as soon as Butch arrives, he can come on.
That next ball is just down the leg side. So Stoneman being a bit more watchful against the left arm spinner, with field set to stop him getting the singles. A couple of men out, one square of the wicket. So in fact, only one man out square of the wicket, and he's going to have to go and find that, because he's never mind watchful. He's picked that one up from outside off stump, slog sweep, and that's very nearly disappeared into the second-hand book stall over there next to the burger stand on the car park side of the ground. Really picked that up, hit it beautifully. I suppose there was a slight danger with the deep square leg out there, but hit that so well it's gone way up the grassy bank. There's a little grassy knoll on that side where people who brought their own chairs are sitting up there and enjoying the cricket, despite this is it cold weather. It's certainly not warm. Watt bowls again, and that's turned slightly in the air past short leg to the man on 45. 43 of them to Rocky Stoneman. Next ball is pushed into the offside, and he's decided he's going to have a single, just pushes that one. Gap between backward point and extra cover, sets off for his run, keeps the strike like a good old pro. You don't score any runs at the non-striker's end. That's the end of the over. Shan Masood going off now for comfort break, change of socks, make a phone call. Could be any reason. He'll be back on shortly. Have a bowling change at the bottom end with Alex Thompson coming on.
To bowl from the lake end, Alex Thompson.
Same sort of field, 3 saving 1 on one side, a slip and a short leg. Now, what am I missing now? We got Billy Godalman's directing operations. He'll go back to mid-off, so that'll be 3 saving 1 on the off, 2 on the on.
Yeah, they could do with some wickets as well, Sally, because they've only got one so far in the Middlesex second innings. They were bowled out earlier for 229. That was a deficit of 22. They have got Sam Robson out, bowled by Lewis Rees for 13, but currently Mark Stoneman's on 44 and Stevie Eskenazi is on 7. Their partnership worth 29. And Middlesex are 65 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 87.
First ball of this innings for Thompson, and Stoneman's watchfully forward, pushing that a couple of yards into the onside. 44, he hasn't hung about this innings. Mark Stoneman, that one's tossed up. He's, well, sort of a bit of excitement. He was in the air for a while. Diving stop there by Watt mid-wicket.
Shan Masood's off the pitch at the minute. You mentioned that the field.
Just wandered off.
George Grimshaw replaced him.
Shorter delivery. And comfortably negotiated by Stoneman. He's getting just a bit agitated, hasn't scored for 3 or 4 balls. It's a very quick innings of his. And make that a 5th ball, I think. With just played into the quietly into the onside.
Spin at both ends would be good, wouldn't it? Just saying.
Bowls again, and Stoneman again defence. A few maiden overs as well. Is that maiden? Oh no, he's got 1 ball to come.
But that would, when they're not fetching the ball from all parts. There was a decent 6 in the previous over from Mark Watt.
That was a great shot. And he's got a run off the final ball again, Stoneman. He's doing the old pros trick, isn't he?
Counted to 6 or 5.
That's the end of that over. I've got to go and see where Butch is.
Speaking of old pros.
Yes,
where is
the
he?
rascal? I'll go on if you switch me off.
Consider yourself switched. Make a DT. He will be back. There he is. Look, he's trying to warm himself. He's trying to warm himself up. It's not working. Oh, almost dropped something there. Mark Watt's going to continue. All sorts kicking off here. All sorts kicking off. Watt to continue. That just got a slip and a short leg. They're the 2 close catches. And in comes the Scotsman. Oh, and that turns and it's caught. Is he inside edge? No. There's a lot of excitement. Initially, I thought, well, that went through the gate, definitely. It was close to the inside edge. Initially, I thought he might have bowled him. In the end, he hadn't hit it, and it didn't hit the stumps either. So all that excitement was for nothing, Roland.
Yeah, good delivery. And, thought he had his man.
Yeah, I did. They could do with getting 1 or 2 men here, as this next one is pushed into the onside by Stoneman. Robson already out, bowled by Lewis Rees for 13. And he enjoyed that one, Lewis Rees. Here comes Watt again, a sweep shot, but he doesn't connect with it. It goes down to, that's Petman, I think. Toby Petman at short-ish, the fine leg. George Scrimshaw, the tallest substitute in the world, is out on the mid-wicket boundary. That one is defended by Stoneman, picked up by Leas Deploy. Wayne Madsen again, the cheerleader. Come on, Watty. Always hear, you can always hear Wayne Madsen's voice on a cricket field. He's got his hands on his knees initially as Watt bowls as an attempted sweep. I don't think it hit the bat, but it completely, well, he obviously completely missed the ball, and so did the keeper, Brooke Guest. What we don't want to see is a missed stumping or anything like that. Derbyshire need to take all their chances here if they're to stand any chance in this championship match. That's a horrible delivery. Dragged down and clipped away. He does have, he was telling us before the T20, oh, there's even, oh dear, I'm on till 5:30. No, don't put it in front of me, Roland. I've never seen so much cake. Where's all this cake coming from? Unbelievable.
He started a bakery.
That smells nice as well, that one, doesn't it? Anyway, end of the over. 70 for 1. The lead is 92 now. So it's effectively 92 for 1. And Alex Thompson's going to continue from the Lake End. Mark Watt, 3 overs for 12. Alex Thompson conceded just the single of his first over. You've got the short leg and the slip, the off spinner. Because that single, the boundary rather, meant that Stoneman isn't going to be on strike for the first time in an awful long time. What's happening here? Billy Godwin having a long-range conversation with Alex Thompson. This is the time at which Derbyshire can really speed up the whole process of an innings, but they tend to have long conversations. The first delivery from Thompson is pushed out into the offside, where Mark Watt does the fielding, and there's no run. Thompson's already back at his mark, comes in, bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side where Leas Deploy will do the fielding. Thompson will bend down. He'll dry his hand in the dirt. Does it between every single delivery. Alex Thompson, tall man, 6'5", 6'6". And he's in again and tosses this one up, and it's pushed out into the offside by Eskenazi. Fielded by Mark Watt. But nice and tight as Alex Thompson, midway through his second over. Only conceded the 1 run so far, and this one is another dot ball as it's fielded by Anuj Dal at mid-wicket. 70 for 1, 49 to Stoneman. He's at the non-strikers end. Eskenazi has 7. Stoneman looking to become only the second man to get to a 50 in the match after Wayne Madsen did it in the Derbyshire innings of 229. Once he and Lewis Deployer departed, it was like a procession back to the pavilion. Here's Thompson again. Eskenazi waits, and that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Mark Watt. A maiden over from Thompson. He didn't manage to get the ball past the bat, but he didn't concede any runs either. And when Madsen goes up and gives him a little low 5, having tapped Mark Watt on the back. He really is the cheerleader, the team cheerleader, Wayne Madsen. 70 for 1 at the end of the over, and Stoneman on the brink of a half-century.
Yes, and a tidy over by the off-spinner. Not a lot of spin, but just getting the ball up in front of the batsman, not allowing him any opportunity to drive or play it off the back foot. So, doing a good job. Stoneman's been very positive in this second innings.
57th delivery he's about to face as Watt bowls to him outside the off stump, leaves alone. 8 fours and that big 6 off Mark Watt a couple of overs ago. Here comes Watt again. Over the wicket, the left armour to the left-handed Stoneman, who pushes it out into the offside. Watt fields off his own bowling. Tapping the crease. The Middlesex opener. He bowls a 24-yarder. For the first time in first-class cricket, I think that's the 24-yarder. He didn't get all the way to the crease. Does that in T20 cricket quite a lot. Can occasionally surprise the batsman and often surprises his own teammates. That's a short delivery that's turned down to short fine leg when it's picked up by Petman. No run. Watt's going the long way back to his mark this time. Looks at the ball, gives it a cursory polish. A big red mark down the back of his right trouser leg. He's in now and bowls. That's clipped into the leg side, but straight to Dahl. They're starting to get a bit of control on the scoring here, Derbyshire, which is important. Not quite as important as taking wickets, but it's important. They don't want Middlesex to get away completely. Next delivery from Watt is defended again by Stoneman. Back to Watt. Successive maiden overs from the Derbyshire spinners, the left armour and the off spinner. And Middlesex remains 70 for 1.
Yeah, and Stoneman very watchful in that over, not taking any risks whatsoever. He'd be mindful of the number of batsmen who've got out. Haven't got good starts. He's close to just a single required for that half-century. And really, he'd be eyeing up a big one, so plenty of time, no need for him to worry.
Yes, we've seen batsmen get out on 48 and 49 in this match. Thompson begins a new over from the lake and it's driven up to mid-on by Stevie Eskenazi. Straight to Lewis Rees, I think that is. I'm looking through about 5 players. It is Lewis Rees. Thompson comes in again. Second delivery of the over. Bowls to Eskenazi and it's turned into the leg side. There's a cry of catch it. Of course, ball never got anywhere near the bat. It's taken nicely by Lewis Deploy, who throws it behind him to try and hit the stumps. And it was good work from Brooke Guest to cling on to it because that could have gone for overthrows. Here's Thompson in again. Bowls. Defended by Eskenazi back towards the bowler. DT's taken the. He's got his picked the right time to be off air, hasn't he? We haven't seen a run for about 10 minutes. Here's Thompson in bowls, and it's defended by Eskenazi. Thompson feels off his own bowling. Crowd has understandably thinned out. It's not warm. Let's face it, it's not. 30 degrees in these parts on Friday, Roland. You don't believe me, do you? This one is defended again by Eskenazi, picked up by Thompson. That was the forecast I heard.
Well, I hope it is. The only problem is that
was the
I will be.
I heard.
The only problem, I'll be in London at that time.
Oh, it's going to be warm here. It's going to be freezing in London. Here's Thompson bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side, and we have a run, everybody. After 2 successive maiden overs, the final ball of the Thompson over goes for a single to Eskenazi. He moves on to 8. 71 for 1 now. 93 the lead. Shan Masood is back on, which means the finest moustache in Derbyshire is leaving the field. Big George Scrimshaw is a terrific tash. People who are walking past us have got absolutely no idea at all.
And
you can turn around and point that way, but you can't go there, mate. Anyway, Mark Watt to continue. 4 overs for 12. Thompson 3 overs for 2. Here's Mark Watt bowling to Eskenazi, who defends. To take the ball away from the right-hander, Mark Watt. He's got a short leg and a slip. It's pretty much a standard field to a spinner. Watt in again around the wicket. Eskenazi plays it straight back to him. Watt shows off his football skills. I'm sure he's a football fan. Can't remember which team he supports. One of the big Scottish teams, no doubt. Won't have to worry himself about watching his national side of the World Cup, of course, this winter as this next delivery is defended. I won't tell him that until he's leaving. 71 for 1 it remains.
probably supports Cowdenbeath.
That would be great. I think they've dropped out of the league, haven't they? Which is very disappointing. The Blue Brazil. In comes this next delivery, and it spits off the surface and is taken nicely by Brooke Guest, but didn't take the edge of the bat. That was a terrific delivery from Mark Watt. But the ice cream van's here.
Surprised the batsman and the bowler.
Everybody. Took it well, Guest, didn't he, really? Because there hasn't been a delivery like that. So he's going to maintain his concentration here. Mark Watt's mopping his brow. What's making him sweat? He walks in off about 4 paces, bowls, and the ball is driven straight back to him, and then he goes as though he's going to threaten to throw the stumps down at the far end, but that would have been futile. So he doesn't. And it remains 71 for 1, and he comes again around the wicket, bowls. That's edge and caught. Wayne Madsen takes the catch. Mark Watt's got another one. And Eskenazi goes for 8. Definite turnout there for Mark Watt. He got one to spit earlier in the over, and that one was taken nicely by Wayne Madsen at slip. It's 71 for 1 Middlesex now. For 2.
And they certainly needed that wicket. He's gone for 8. Eskenazi didn't really look comfortable. It's finding the outside edge. And Marsden taking the catch. That's it. And, second wicket goes down for Middlesex, who late in the day 71 for 2, and really from their point of view they could have done without losing that wicket, because it means the new batsman's got to come in now. A little bit of pressure will be applied, as these spinners in the last couple of overs have been pretty tight. There's been a couple of maidens, and now there's a wicket. So, good period for Derbyshire. 5 runs for 1 wicket in the last 5 overs, Derbyshire. They have just reined it in a bit. The rate at one point, the run rate was up at 4.5.
which was quite alarming from a Derbyshire perspective of Mark Watt. Yeah, well done. 8, excellent. He was there for 32 deliveries. That means that Robbie White has come out to the middle to join Mark Stumps. It was the last ball of the over, so it was a wicket maiden for Mark Watt. He's now bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Excellent work from a man with little first-class experience. I think this is only his 5th game in total. So Stoneman's on 49 then. And in comes Thompson, bowls to him, and he turns it into the leg side. Wicket taker Watt does the fielding. And there's no run. Sam Connors is called up from the deep backward square leg boundary. He's going to stand in a more orthodox square leg, is he? He's still going to be backward square leg, but at least he's on the square now. In comes Thompson again, bowls a full delivery, and it's hit out into the offside, and well fielded by Anuj Dal, diving away to his left-hand side, a bump ball. He is some fielder, Dal. That's terrific work. The pressure is maintained. 71 for 2. Thompson in again. This one is pushed out into the offside. The single is there. There won't be a shot at the stumps because he can't pick the ball up cleanly, and Mark Stoneman has a half century. Only the second of the match here at Chesterfield. It's come off 64 balls with 8 fours and a 6.
A good knock by Stoneman. He'd be quite happy. Middlesex be happy with that. Said, in the context of the game, it's quite a quick 50 in a game where batsmen have been quite slow. They've made runs, but really, you know, the score 50 or 60 odd balls in the context of this game is pretty good.
It took Madsen 77 balls to get to his 50, and Masood, of course, was 49 or 49 balls. This next delivery is played out towards the leg side by White. I had my eye on that piece, actually. Dave Townsend got a receipt for the cakes, which was good. Stoneman back on strike. This next delivery is driven, but straight to the man at deep mid-off, Billy Godleman by Mark Stoneman. He's filling his face now because he's on again soon. DT in the back of the box. I say box. Next delivery from Thompson, given a bit of flight, pushed back down the track by Stoneman. Ended the over 73 for 2. The lead is 95 now, I think. Yes, it is. Stoneman has 50, and Robbie White has 1. It's not out of hand yet, is it, at 93? So if Derbyshire can chip away and get a couple more wickets before the close of play, it will be it'll be a fascinating day 3.
Well, it could easily be a situation where you get a result in day 3 because you've still got a lot of cricket to be played. You've got another 2 full days, and we've lost 2 wickets in this 3rd innings of the game. As you said, if they lose a couple more this evening, certainly by this time tomorrow, you could have a result.
And there's still 15 overs left. I can't imagine that it will be too late, because you can't see a situation where the 2 spinners won't be bowling now for the remainder of the day, really. What in conversation with Alex Thompson, Billy Godleman's in the vicinity. Umpire Tim Robinson wants something bringing onto the field. Well, Lewis Rees isn't what he wanted bringing onto the field, but it is Lewis Rees who's coming on. They want a helmet, I think, for I'm guessing, for a leg slip, because leg slips have to wear helmets these days in the county championship. Matty McKiernan was certainly suggesting that they wanted a helmet, and there's lots of people looking towards the pavilion. I think we're just going to get on with it for the time being, surely to goodness, because the game's ground to a halt here. Mark Watt's tossing himself a catch. what they could do with is just cracking on here. New Zealand 170 for 4 now, leading by 184. So still some life in the Test match, I suppose. It is day 4 today, of course. Worcestershire 88 for 2 in reply to Durham's 642 for 7 declared. So trailing by 554. Glamorgan are 240 for 1. That's at Cardiff against Sussex and trailed by 136. And Nottinghamshire are 283 for 2. That means they trail Leicestershire by 157 at Grace Road. We now appear to have the helmet that we were lacking, and it's going to be Lewis Rees fielding at... How's he going to field? He's going to field at silly mid-off. Well, he's catching on the offside. We've got one on the leg side, one on the offside, and a slip. And well, Robbie White's probably forgotten why he came. It's been that long since we had any cricket. Oh, and that one spits and hits the shoulder of the bat, and then hits his body and bounces into the ground. That's remarkable.
Very good delivery by the left arm, and just turned him around, shaping to just play the ball on the onside, having to adjust at the last minute.
Good effort. In comes Watt again and balls. When he goes back into his stumps. You don't want to be doing that to a spinner. And he manages to get some bat on it, I think, and pushes it out to the offside. But every delivery that Mark Watt sends down is an event. The big Scot, he's such a likeable character. And White suits him. He's in now and bowls. That one is well defended this time by Robbie White. Ball pushed into the ground. Shan Masood does the fielding. Shan Masood's as close to the bat in a field as he's ever likely to get, I think, at mid-wicket. There's Watt around the wicket again and turns it back to Masood. Just the three of them playing at the moment. Masood, a magnificent batsman, terrific captain. Excellent to talk to, but he's not a great fielder. And then comes Watt again around the wicket. Now he's pushed into the offside. No run was the shout as Manish Dal comes around to do the fielding. 3 runs in the last 5 overs. This is much more like it from Derbyshire. Well, Shan Masood has now moved into second slip. Not sure about that. Here comes Watt again around the wicket, bowls. That is off bat into pad. And the ball dribbles down the pitch. End of another maiden over from Mark Watt. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12 his figures now. Stoneman has 50, White is on 1. It's 73 for 2, which means the lead is 95.
Yes, and doing a good job, the left armour. Just getting the occasional ball to turn, but just generally getting it to drift into the right-handed batsman. Surprised the batsman on one occasion in that over, but pressure being applied now by Derbyshire at a very important stage of the game as we're approaching the final part of the day's play.
Just under an hour, you'd have thought. 14 overs remaining today.
And if the light holds, then obviously they'll be hoping to pick a couple of wickets up in that period.
It's like a glorious sunny day, this, Roland. If the light holds, what are you talking about? Our first delivery of a new over from Alex Thompson is defended into the onside by Mark Stoneman. When I say glorious, what I mean is murky. This one is driven, but straight to Anuj Dal. Does well.
Just really referring, Dave, to the surrounding areas, the trees, etc., etc., which makes it appear a little bit darker than it really is, as this delivery is pushed into the offside and there is no run. Stoneman stays on 50 as DT makes his way back to his commentary position, and 78 for 2, DT.
Did you commentate on a ball then, Bush?
Just the one.
Did you let the listeners know? Yeah, it's interesting state of affairs, isn't it? We got, what, 14 overs left in the day. The ball's turning, which in a sense, is advantage Derbyshire. Middlesex, though, were 95 runs ahead with 8 wickets in hand, and Derbyshire got it back last. So you'd say that's advantage Middlesex. So it's nip and tuck. These two are bowling well, though. That ball is hit backward a square by Stoneman for a single. And the other thing I've noticed that Dave Fletcher will like is that we've started off this innings with 3 left and right-handed partnerships again. So that's the 13 partnerships Middlesex have had. 12 of them have been left and right-handed, which couldn't have happened too many times. And I'm sure statisticians would find that very hard to work out. This next ball is driven, poor piece of fielding there at backward point. They're going to come back for a 3rd run, so yeah, he's not too pleased with himself there, because he's almost dived over the top of that, didn't he, Sam Connors?
Yes, really didn't get himself in a particularly good position to stop that, and as you said, ended up diving over it. Should have been a regulation stop.
Next ball this time to Stoneman is allowed to spin outside the off stump. So what I sort of refer to as a Scottish goalkeeper stop, that one is. Remember the old days, Butch, in the 70s and 80s?
But they used to punch it into the net. Not miss it completely.
Dive right over the top of it.
Yeah.
Whole sequence of great ones from the Scottish League back a few years ago for you youngsters listening. Sure they'll be on YouTube somewhere. Always used to make us chuckle. Batsman having a discussion now, I don't know quite what about. Robbie White's on 4, 51 to Stoneman. And Watt has really been asking some questions. Ball turning, spitting. He's bowled at good pace as well, though, hasn't he? That's the other thing. He's not really flighting it. He's getting it down there and allowing the pitch to do the work. White turns that one into the onside. Gets a single. 78, so that takes the lead to exactly 100. Clatter of wickets this afternoon, one of the most unexpected collapses, really, that I think I've seen for a long time. 7 wickets falling for 21 at the end of the Derbyshire innings.
Yes, it was spectacular. I don't think any of us really who had been following this game closely could have predicted what unfolded in that very short period.
And Toby Rowland-Jones 5 for 14 in that post-lunch spell of his. Just got in the groove, and when he gets in the groove, he's deadly. Watt bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, so obviously thinks there's enough spin out there to be bowling around the wicket to the left-hander as well as the right. Slip short leg as he bowls, and that's slogged away by Stoneman. He's going to get 4 runs for that. That was an ugly shot.
Certainly was, but effective. The lead 103.
Yes, Rocky!
Well, yes. Well, not great. No, you're right about the opposition. Well, Mark Stoneman's providing most of it. 56 from 77 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. He scored only the second half century of the match. The first one was Wayne Madsen this afternoon. He made 62. But when Wayne Madsen was out for 62, it sparked a collapse of 7 wickets for the addition of just 21 runs. It came soon after a ball change, which may have had an effect, but it certainly helped Toby Rowland-Jones, who finished with 5 for 45. After a spell of 7 overs in which he took 5 for 14. So when Derbyshire were dismissed for 229, they trailed by 22. They got Sam Robson out early with the score on 36, Lewis Rees bowling him. And a few moments ago, 71 for 2, as Stevie Eskenazi was caught by Wayne Madsen at slip off the bowling of Mark Watt. He's having a tremendous first-class match for 5 years. Eskenazi made 8. Stoneman, though, is batting really, really nicely for those 56 runs I told you about. He's out there with Robbie White at the moment. He's on 5. And Middlesex are 83 for 2 in their second innings. It means that with 12 overs to go today, they lead by 105.
Bit of a delay here. What's Billy Godleman just making an adjustment, I think, of some sort. He wants his square leg in a few steps. Tossed up, swung and dropped. Looking for the shot over the covers, got an edge. Madsen's, did he hit that in the ground or did it straight up?
I think it went straight up. It's
threw a hand up, didn't he, Madsen?
A much easier catch than the one he took yesterday.
Yes, that's true. Extraordinary catch that one yesterday. This next delivery is dug out.
And this one, I think perhaps why he dropped this one, it went a lot slower than the last one. The first innings, it went quick and he was just able to get the hand up. Had a bit more time.
So a let off for Stoneman. And plays defensively to the next ball. The ball was definitely there to be hit. And he was looking for that, looking to hit it over extra cover. I think he certainly gave it the kitchen sink. Pitched up again, driven this time straight to short extra, the imposing figure there of Mark Watt. Bowled very well today. Danger to Middlesex at the moment. Thompson is as well, but perhaps Thompson, he's not quite the same one. Same threat, offering the same threat as Mark Watt, the left armour. Are you getting messages in from your fan club, but you're on Twitter, aren't you? We haven't given the Twitter out much today.
I am. I haven't got any fans. DT, not like you. And
well, there was actually, I think,
Dave Fletcher.
I think there still is, believe it or not. Somebody set up a DT fans on Twitter. Yes. which was basically just kept hammering Kevin Hand for not giving me enough time on air or something like that. But it was just one of those jokey accounts, which it could be quite funny at times. And I don't know who did it. I was trying to narrow it down. I had one or two suspicions, including not Fred Titmus, but I don't think it was him. So start of a new over. Watt to White, who just turns that down to deep backward square for a single.
Is it still in existence? Or?
I don't think it's been. I was looking for it the other day, and I think it hasn't been updated for about 3. The last message was about 3 years ago, so perhaps whoever ran it is no longer around. Who knows? 84 for 2. I did have my suspicions. Stoneman, he seems to be batting a long way across, isn't he? He's covering all his stumps. Is that just my imagination?
Yeah, he looks to be
batting well.
Looks to be batting well into his stumps, yeah, for sure.
Taking guard on or outside off. Another discussion now between bowler and batsman. They've obviously got no appointments this evening. Now the umpire's coming in again saying, come on, get on. He is actually, isn't he? Get on with it. Wants his long leg around to deep backward square. And now back pad going to short fine leg to the 45. Interesting. Bowls quicker delivery on the stumps, and Stoneman defends. What's this all about, Butch? What's he trying to do here? Get him sweeping?
Oh, with the leg side field, you've got 1, 2, 3.
Two on the boundary, and bowls and push back to the bowler by Stoneman.
Deep square leg, deep wicket, and then I bring in 3 fielders from sort of fine leg, mid wicket, and mid on.
You wonder what he's trying to do, given that the ball's spinning as much as it is.
He's going around the wicket now.
Round the wicket to Stoneman. He keeps changing his line of attack too much. Just settle down, do something consistently.
A bit of cat and mouse at this moment.
Yeah. Watt again round the wicket, and again defended by Stoneman. Stoneman just meeting everything with a broad bat. Bowls that one from here. That's his 24-yarder, as described by when he lets go from alongside the umpire. It's an interesting little tactic, that. I saw your old colleague John Embry did that a few times, just let the odd one go from a couple of yards further back.
Yes, and your friend Philippe Henry would do the same thing, but sometimes he would also slip the bouncer in as well.
You have to be a strong man, don't you, to bowl a bouncer off at 2 or 3 paces?
Yeah, as you know, Philippe was a big, tall, strong guy, and he had a strong action anyway, so it made it quite easy for someone like him to do it. It'd be much more difficult for someone like that.
Yeah, that's true. So, first ball of this new over from Thompson spins past the bat. Bales are whipped off. White's foot was in place, but definitely some spin out there at the moment for these Derbyshire bowlers, and both of them bowling well. Watt particularly so. Thompson bowls again, and White comes forward, defends. There must have been a signal of some sort from Edmonds to Downton.
No, not at all. I mean, I remember Ian Gould actually ducking from one of his bouncers.
Thompson bowls, and that's squirted away, and White wants a single. He's not going to get it as Manson scampers back from slip.
Yeah, I think he took Ian Gould by surprise, and Ian Gould ducked and it went for 4 boys.
Batsman and the keeper ducking, excellent. Lead is 106 here. Thompson has now also decided he's going to change his angle. He's going to come around the wicket to the right-hander. Quicker delivery, whipped away to deep square leg or deep mid-wicket. For a single by White, he moves on to 7. 85 now. For 2. And Middlesex's fortunes very much changed around in the afternoon. They're in the ascendancy at the moment as Stoneman just carefully drives that one to short extra. Scoring rate has slowed down a fair bit since the introduction of the spin. Godalming again having a discussion with his bowler. Nothing wrong with this, I suppose, but it's does slow things down. Another 9 overs to be bowled after this one, so we'll be looking at perhaps a 6:20 finish here tonight. Little skip as he bowls that one, releases it, and Sturman just offers the pad through to the keeper, and another over ticks off. 28 have been bowled so far in this innings, 85 for 2, Stone 56-7 to Robbie White.
Game's just gone into a bit of a lull at the moment, and really through to some good bowling by the spinners. They've certainly put their brakes on. Storman had reached his 50 in quite quick time.
Yeah, 65 balls, I think, for his 50, so not quite so easy to be scoring against this spin attack there, particularly this big man. The big man from north of the border. Mark Watt, brought in for the T20 and staying on for this game. Starts a new over, White plays him defensively. Far more attacking field for White with a bat pad either side and a slip. And the other 6 fielders saving one, so nobody out as he bowls, and that's played into the ground. Short leg fields. A bit of chat going on as well, I would imagine, out there, trying to build up the pressure on these Middlesex batsmen. Another couple of wickets tonight. Derbyshire think they're right back in it. In comes Watt bowls, and White defending as if his life depends on it. He's his head right down and got the glasses on him, Butch, and he's concentrating like mad out there at the moment, as well he should, of course, because if he can be there at the end of the day, that'll be an important one for Middlesex. Oh, but two-minded there. That when he started to come forward, then went back and just played it in the crease. That's dangerous, though, isn't it? You go back and then one does just pop and turn a little bit.
Yes, it was a quicker delivery, flatter, quicker, which allowed him to actually get on the back foot.
Another little natter between mid-off and bowler. Results in a change of field and reinforcements coming in. So 2 slips now and a couple of bat paths either side. Bowls with more flight that time, or more air, didn't push that one through. And again met with a dead bat by White. Would that be White's instructions at the moment? Just see it through to Stumps, and we'll have a look overnight.
I think it's very much played by ear.
Watt bowls and goes back and defends again. So 8 overs now remaining in the day, and Middlesex 85 for 2.
Yeah, another very economical over there by the left armour. Speaking about White, obviously there's no great hurry. He would certainly be wanting to be there by close of play and come back tomorrow. If he's able to do that, and Stoneman is at the crease as well, it means that Middlesex would have finished today, and the second half of today would be a good day for them, really.
Very
Finally
good
bowling Derbyshire out, and then if they can get to
Returning to bowl at the late
at this score right now,
Lewis Rees.
I would imagine that they wouldn't get up to 100 with the frame of mind they're in at the moment. So.
Yeah, 8 overs, another 15 runs, and the quicker bowler coming back on now, Lewis Rees, the left armour from the Lake End. Lovely ground this. Anyone listening to this in driving distance with nothing to do tomorrow, if the sun's out in the morning, just treat yourself to a day at Queen's Park. Lovely place to watch cricket. Godalming having a word with Madsen as to where he wants his field, where he thinks Reese's field should be. And here comes Reese. Finally starts the over and bowls outside the off stump. Nice little loosener. Just allowed to pass through by the Middlesex opener. 55 to Mark Stoneman. Reese on his way again. Medium pace, a little bit of swing, a little bit of seam movement. Nothing there though to disturb Stoneman. We've got a picture here somewhere. It's not me. No good looking for me.
Nice to go out in style, DT.
Yeah, it's not this David Townsend. That's another David Townsend. How many David Townsends do you know, Butch? Probably the answer to that is too many. Reese pushed past cover out to the sweeper for a single by Stoneman. Did you know there was a Test cricketer called David Townsend?
No, I didn't.
And he actually holds a record of some sorts. He went on tour to the West Indies just before the Second World War, and he's the last English Test player who never played county cricket. Played for Oxford University from the northeast, County Durham, somewhere up there. And that ball from Reese to White, he's pushed into the offside. No run to be had there. He's played three Test matches, averaged about 16. I think I could do that.
Never played a county cricket.
Never played county cricket. So 3 initials, but no. Well, one of them being D, obviously for David. Outside the off stump, this must have tempted White into a drive, but I think Middlesex just minding their work, keeping their powder dry for these 7 or 8 overs remaining. Yes. This sort of thing happened in those days, didn't it?
I can imagine getting a call. You fancy a game, old boy? We're only going to the West Indies.
We're going to the West Indies. Jolly nice place. Lots of rum. Next ball swinging in, defended. Bit of hot weather, get out of the winter.
I think I can afford a couple of weeks in the sun.
Back in the day when the MCC committee used to pick the England team, didn't it? Or was it Gubby Allen or something? Grand old times. 86 for 2. I read recently, trying to think of his name, Harry Pearson. Harry Pearson's written, I don't know whether you've read it, a book on Leary Constantine. That's a very interesting read. A biography of, I think, is it just called Leary? I'm not sure now. He was, that's an interesting read of the time, you know. It's start of a new over from Watt bowls, and Stoneman makes room, makes to cut, misses, hands go on heads, the keeper takes. And, well, that wasn't playing for the close, but he's tempting him really, isn't he? Because there's nobody out on the offside, gap square the wicket, and looked again for that one, and again was beaten, and again the keeper takes it. 86 for 2. Comes in, bowls, and dragged that one down a little bit. Quicker delivery, didn't quite get the length right. Played back to him. What? Bowls and defended up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, some of those West Indies touring teams that come out, it was all about the gate receipts and things, wasn't it? And how much money they could make, and how much the pros got, and how much the amateurs, and back in those days, how the West Indians were actually treated as quite amusing. They obviously weren't. That's ball played and defended. They weren't expected to stay in sort of luxury accommodation.
I think probably friends like your friend David Thompson, he probably would have stayed in a luxury accommodation.
Oh, he would have done when he was on tour, yeah. Next ball is again defended, so a good over that. He beat the bat a couple of times, but ends up with a maiden. Nothing to show for it other than a tick in the maidens column.
Yes, and since reaching his 50, really, Storman has been under a little bit of pressure. Runs have been hard to come by. Not that he's really making a huge effort, I think, at this stage. The sets are quite happy to get to the closer player and keep the wickets intact.
Six overs remaining in the day. Fletcher will do his 6 o'clock update and then go in to relieve Butch. Reese bowls, that's outside the off stump. And White just offers the pad to it. Middlesex this innings has become a little bit becalmed. Been a cracking tour to go on, wouldn't it? The West Indies tour back in just before the war. It would be all a bit colonial then, wouldn't it? With the
yes, it probably would have
it's
lasted.
a cracking tour on to go on now.
Probably would have lasted about 3 months, probably. Probably 6 weeks to get there, and
gone by boat. But, next ball played into the offside. No run. 86 for 2 it remains. It's one of the better tours to go on these days, isn't it? But much quicker. They don't so much go on tours now, do they? They just go and play 2 tests and come back. There's no sort of tour to it in that sense.
yeah, that's certainly changed in recent times.
Reese bowls to White, and I thought he got an edge there, but that was again a little bit of lift, a little bit of carry through to the keeper. So Derbyshire not out of this one by any means, although they're trailing by 108. Well, the tour you went on with England, you would have played a good few island sides as well as the test matches, and lasted what, a couple of months, 2.5 months?
Yeah, it was. I think it was March. Was it March? March, April.
Yeah.
So it was
a couple of months. It's again outside the off stump, again left alone, but again encouragement for the bowler.
Yeah, but these days they just come into town a few days before the game, have a few practices, sort of a half-home warm-up game. It's never very competitive, and
which can often be against against half the opposition or the other teams in the other players in the squad who are not in the.
They just go into the test matches now, or the ODI series.
Next ball is down leg side in the air. He's got a leading edge, and that's tried to turn that on the onside. He's coming back for a second run. He'll have to scamper, but got in. Good throw, but White was home for 2, so 88 for 2. He moves on to 9, but tried to turn that on the onside and got a leading edge over backward point down to third man.
Yeah, very fortunate. That one just held up. He was playing it into the onside. Just got it over the head of the backward point. Fielder out to third man. Thought the fielder could have got that away a little bit quicker. He sort of took his time to wind up. the batsman crossed for 2.
Reece bowls, and that's whipped nicely through mid-wicket. You can have 4 runs for that, Robbie White. I'll call it before it gets to the boundary. The bookfielder's given up anyway, so that's a half volley and cracked away. And that's been probably the best shot to the last 5 or 6 overs. That's for 13 now to White, 57 to Stone. The other thing I think they miss on modern tours, which is they're staying in 5-star hotels, which are very much the same anywhere in the world. You know, you turn up and stay in, I don't know whether there is a Marriott or whatever. You know what I mean. One of those intercontinental 5-star hotels. You know exactly what you're going to get, whether you turn up and it's in Barbados or whether it's in New Delhi or I don't know wherever it is in the world.
Yes, and also now they stay in single rooms, so players have to make their own entertainment. They might listen to the radio or whatever. No conversation unless they're meeting the team room. So it's a different, totally different now. And then you add the bubble for the last couple of years, and it makes the international game completely different to anything we've ever seen in the past now.
Indeed. Who did you used to room with when you were with Middlesex?
Middlesex, I roomed with Simon Hughes a lot.
That would have been fun.
It was. You know, Simon was...
Good company, wasn't he?
He was good company.
Anij Dal is back on. You haven't missed anything. He's replacing Mark Watt. These last few overs, 3 overs from this end, he bowls round the wicket to Stoneman, who shows it the full face of the bat and no run. When you first came into the team, Yozza wouldn't have been around then, would he? Do they put the young players with an older guy just to sort of show them the ropes a bit, or?
Well, I mean, we did have a lot of young people. I mean, there was John Embry, there was Gat in the side.
Next ball, just a bit of shape away and starts on the stumps and starts to leave, and he plays that one defensively.
There wasn't necessarily a match-up in terms of experience with youngsters. I think it would be more so, I guess, the youngsters probably would have stayed more together.
Dahl to Stoneman, pitched up. Stoneman drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. And a few good nights out in those days as well.
Well, in those days it was certainly a lot better. Players could actually go out and not to be particularly concerned about, I guess, seeing their name splashed across the world.
Dahl to Stoneman. Stoneman defends. I think the experience of Stoneman has said that if I'm not out overnight, that's an advantage to Middlesex. He's on 57, slowed right down after reaching that 50. But,
yes, he certainly has. He's certainly digging in now, obviously realising that there's a chance of a big score, and he's going to give himself every opportunity.
Dahl to Stoneman, who just plays that square of the wicket, wants a single. Don't think he's done his counting right there. Isn't there a ball left in the over at least? 93 for 2. He has nicked singles off the final balls of overs 3 or 4 times so far in this evening session. Done a sterling job for Middlesex, 58 not out. Even better job if you can see it through these last 4 overs and a ball or 2. White defends there. That is indeed the end of the over. Middlesex leading by 115 runs. If you're just joining us earlier in the day, Derbyshire suffered a collapse losing 7 wickets for 21, bowled out for 229. Toby Rowland-Jones, 5 for 14 in his post-lunch spell.
Yes, very good spell of fast medium bowling by Jones, who followed a good spell by Bamber. And really, after the change of ball,
Yeah. Should have to ask Toby whether that made a difference. Pitch is up. Stoneman drives. Diving stop, no run. That's if he decides to talk to us, I'm sure he will. Players will always talk after they've taken a 5 for a scored 100, won't they?
yeah, I guess these days you have to. You tell me you have to request the interview.
Oh yes, you have to request the interview.
And then if it's granted, somebody stands over their shoulder and watch.
Next delivery just played quietly into the offside, and a scampered single as Dahl does the fielding. Stoneman on to 59. Yes, I don't know, sometimes the PR man's there, sometimes they're not. Players know never going to say anything controversial anyway. I mean, it's just talking about the day's play.
I think generally they're there to stop them answering any controversial questions you might ask.
No, very hard to think of a controversial question today. I mean, the closest we came to any sort of controversy today, I suppose, was when Sam Robson got out, wasn't it? Rees, who got Robson out, bowls there, and that's defended. And he bowled Robson, and give him maybe a little edge onto his leg stump, and let everybody know that he was very delighted to get Robson out. So that was the closest we got to it. That wasn't controversial. Bit of passion involved. Rees up the hill from the lake end, and White again defence. 3 overs after this one. If Fletch is free, perhaps Fletch wants to come in, do the last 3, do you? Well, are you still waiting for your 6 o'clock, Fletch?
No, I didn't have one in the end.
Oh. Rees bowls, and that's through to the keeper. .94 for 2. Do you want to come in to do last 3, but perhaps replace Butch? He seems to have done a sterling effort today. We'll see him tomorrow, I'm sure. A few more tales of the old days in the Middlesex dressing room on tour, and may even ask him about a few of the nights out, who knows. Rees bowls, and there's no run there. I think the time frame has now passed that you're allowed to talk about things like that. Butch, aren't you? Sort of, is there a sort of 20-year limit on anything that happens?
Yeah, that's expert. I think it's also now a memory issue now as well, DT.
Delighted to work with you today, old chap, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
So Roland Butcher moves out. He'll be pleased with the old Middlesex man. He'll be pleased with how today's gone. Certainly the second half of the day. And as Mr. Derbyshire commentator moves in, he probably hasn't been quite so happy with the way things have gone in the second half of the day, Dave.
Well, no, the batting was disappointing, wasn't it? But they're still just about clinging on. Just about. Anish Dal from the pavilion end in a bowls to Mark Stoneman, who pulls him into the leg side. Shan Masood out there in the deep will do the fielding. The batsman get through for a single. Moves on to 60. Middlesex to 95 for 2. 117 the lead then. That math is awful. But I think I'm right.
You are right.
Thank you very much.
Just a question, really, whether Derbyshire can winkle another one out tonight, which they'd very much like to.
They would like to.
Can Middlesex reach 3 figures?
They'd like Stoneman. That was a good delivery from Dahl, a full delivery that's dug out by Robbie White. He's got 13 at the moment. We should bring him off now, it's too dark.
There's only 3 overs left, Fletch.
I'll get him off. Come back when it's sunnier. Friday. This next one is turned into the leg side by White, fielded by Lears Deploy, who is persisting with the fielding pads. He's at mid-wicket. A couple of slips in place for Dahl. The ball is, how old is this ball now? It's only 35 overs old. Do a changing. Dahl over the wicket to White, and White leaves alone outside the off stump. There was a terrific spell of bowling from Toby Rowland Jones. 5 for 14 in that spell of 7 overs. Magnificent effort. And it's destroyed, nearly single-handedly destroyed Derbyshire's chances of winning the game, but they're just about clinging on.
Yeah, they're not, but certainly not out of it, are they?
Not yet. It's very well advanced at the end of day 2. John, Jill and Andrew Charles Twig with an E are listening near La Rochelle in France, where it's 29 degrees.
Lovely. Lovely. That's the sort of weather we like.
That's our breakfast show host, Twiggy, on his week off. And there his empties just being tipped into the dustbin in the background. 95 for 2. In goes Anish Dahl. Bowls, and that one is edged and caught. And they do have a wicket. Anish Dahl has picked up one. And Robbie White has gone caught at slip after bowling of Anish Dahl for 13. It's 95 for 3. Can they get another?
That would be a big moment if they could get a fourth
Middlesex wicket. That would really just put the game right in the balance.
Just gone into his shell a little bit, hadn't he, Robbie White? He was playing for Stumps. Who took that catch, Fletch?
It's a terrific question. I think it was first slip, so that would be Mark Watt.
Yep.
I think.
We'll hear in a minute.
Well, we'd have to be listening. Mark Watt with the catch. Confirmed by one of my esteemed colleagues with the big lens.
I thought it was Griff.
There is no more esteemed a colleague. Correct, Robbie White. See, there we go.
Caught by who?
Well, they're saying Brooke Guest. I thought he was caught at slip.
Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber's come out as a night watchman. Love a night watchman. I'm sure that was caught at slip.
I wonder whether Griff took a picture of it, did he?
Yeah. You're going to, well, we'll see the replay fairly shortly, won't we? So we'll be able to tell.
I was being...
There he is. Here's the replay. And the replay shows Mark Watt at first slip. And that was blimey. There hasn't been a more obvious wicketkeeper catch in the history of catches.
Another scribble out, a cross out, and the thing in my butt.
That was next delivery goes past the edge of Ethan Bamber's bat.
End of the over. I was being distracted by a tweet from Bifters. Thank you very much, Bifters, who says. Wonderful to listen to DT and Butch on comms today. 2 Middlesex legends. Well, I think probably one Middlesex legend
And Butch.
and Butch, yes. So I wasn't going to do that. Definitely a Middlesex legend, Butch.
Bob.
But Ethan Bamber, what does he do? They're having a little chat mid-wicket, aren't they?
Well, what he does is he gets the strike, surely, because otherwise there's no
they're
point.
obviously having a chat.
Yeah, you take a
point
single off the first ball of the over, and quite frankly, if I was Derbyshire, I'd give him the single, because the whole point of a night watchman is that he protects the batsman who's a proper batsman.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. It just prolongs the day's play, of course. Watty's back. The man who took that... No, he didn't.
The man who, yes, what bowls and that threw outside the off stump. The man who hopped back at first slip whilst the keeper dived in front of him to take the catch low down.
But yes, he was absolutely...
Totally confused.
Nowhere near the ball at all.
I think might have hit him on the toe or something. If Guest hadn't got across there.
Man coming in with a short leg already. Lewis Reese is coming in under the helmet. I assume at leg slip or at silly mid-off. He did feel at silly mid-off earlier to Mark Watt when he was bowling from the pavilion end. Yes, he's gone in at leg slip this time. So he has to don the fielding helmet.
Putting a little bit of pressure on Stoneman here. If they could get Stoneman, they'd feel they were right back into it.
They would, absolutely.
So, Watt bowls, and so that turns and spins, and well, I don't know whether.
No shot offered.
No, but I don't. Did he? He obviously just must have flicked the pad on the way through.
Yeah.
But like the look of this Mark Watt. He's seen him play a couple of times for Scotland.
A good World Cup. This is completely different.
Bowls again outside off stump, and again Stoneman covers up, and they shall not pass sort of effort, lifting his bat out of the way. Now covers up, and did that beat the bat?
I think so. It went into the hands of Brooke Guest. There was a catch it from somebody, no idea who.
Yeah.
There's always a catch it, isn't there?
There is.
The ball can be driven along the floor and somebody will scream catch it.
It's almost a sort of nervous reaction, isn't it? A verbal tick.
Very irritating. 8 deliveries left in the day. Now there's a discussion at long range going on between Mark Watt and Billy Godwin.
I think this is 8 left in the day? Yes.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, by sending the night watchman in, we've got another left and right-handed combination.
You keep saying interesting.
Well, that's 5 in this innings now. First 5 partnerships, 9 in the other.
9 in the other.
14 out of 15.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable. Next ball is defended stoutly.
So you're going through the record books tonight, you know?
Well,
I
I don't know how you would actually go about that.
Well, you'd have to try and work out.
Andrew Sampson probably knows something like that, because in the old days you had very few left-handers around, did he? Watt bowls, and that's defended by Stoneman with his pad. Goes to slip. Middlesex survived that over. They're 95 for 3. They're leading by 117.
It should also mean that Mark Stoneman returns tomorrow morning, because if they take a single, it is entirely pointless sending a night watchman out.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would think so.
So Anuj Dal has got 6 opportunities to pick up his 2nd wicket of the innings, the 4th wicket in total, and just keep Derbyshire in the game.
Yeah, Yeah, they wouldn't expect Bamber to hang around too long tomorrow, but you never know. Obviously, getting Stoneman tonight would have made a...
We'll clip that bit when he's still in at lunch tomorrow on 75 not out. Here's Anuj Dal, then final over of the day's play. He's in and bowls to Ethan Bamber, who plays and misses. Ball goes through to...
Played the line.
Played a line, certainly. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. This overall finish in about 25 past. So we may well get some live reaction on Sports Scene at 6. That's my hope, my fervent hope, is that we can get some live reaction. That would be very, very exciting. It's happened once already this season, but once only. Dahl bowls and Bamber defends back to the bowler, who, for no apparent reason, throws the ball to the slip cordon. The man who plays cricket with a smile on his face, Anuj Dal. And this season he's starting to get the rewards. It was a game at Middlesex at the end of last season where he started to show exactly what he can do. Once Finn Hudson-Prentice had departed for Sussex, he was told, you're in the game, in the team for the last 4 matches as the all-rounder. Comes in now and bowls wide at the off stump to the keeper. Told me then that he now knew what his role in the side was, and that made him far more comfortable being in there. And he has flourished, which is good to see after being messed around horribly at the start of last season. He was the original choice for the number 3 spot, but clearly wasn't a number 3 batsman. He's in again now, bowls to Bamber. He strikes the... Did that hit the pad? Didn't sound very woody.
Yes, but I think if it had just hit the pad, there would have been a loud shout.
Bit of a tickle. Yeah.
Stoneman's just going down to have a word, and Bamber's already walked off in the direction of square leg.
He's not interested in any tips. Just wants to get through this final over. 2 balls of which remain, so Shan Masood will strengthen the slip cordon. Well, strengthen is perhaps over-egging it. In fact, they're going to have a short leg, 3 slips, and Sam Connors has come across from the leg side to the offside, and Petman is moving menacingly into mid-wicket. It doesn't look very menacing now. Well, he doesn't, does he? Here's Dal. Oh, no. No, Bamber's not happy. Somebody's moving. He's got something in his eye. He's got something in his eye. Very dramatically, with 2 balls to go in the day's play. Gordon Bennett steps away. Decides he'll wait.
Maybe having problems with a contact lens or something. Does he wear one? I don't know.
That's a terrific question that I couldn't possibly answer. Dahl is in and bowls, and that is pushed very, very comfortably out into the offside. Billy Godman comes around to do the fielding, picks the ball up, looks at it very quizzically, and then starts polishing it. So the last ball of the day, terrific day's play. Started with Derbyshire 28 without loss, and is going to end with Middlesex and a lead of 117 at least. This is a free hit for Ethan Bamber, this delivery. He can launch it wherever he wants. He's done his job up to a point. He's going to launch this one straight back down the ground. Defends it out into the offside. Shan Masood does the fielding, and that is the end of the day's play, with Middlesex on 95 for 3. Ethan Bamber yet to get off the mark, the night watchman. Mark Stoneman is the key, quite clearly. He's on 60. And I think we'll come back tomorrow, shall we, DT?
We will indeed.
Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow. Thanks for your company today and the interaction and all the rest of it. Thanks to Dave Townsend and Roland Butcher. And we'll be back tomorrow just before 11 o'clock on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Derbyshire Cricket Club stream.
And thank you to you, David Fletcher.
That's very kind of you.